Chapter 1021. Every few days, Long Chen would get a portion of soul-chasing hell thunder. As the volume of soul-chasing hell thunder in his body grew larger and larger, he needed more and more divine gems to refine his body. At the same time, the Golden Thunder Beast could release more powerful attacks. Before reaching the God Martial Realm, the Golden Thunder Beast was Long Chen's sure-kill weapon. Su Yang's toughness was much stronger than Long Chen had imagined. He had been chasing Long Chen all the way. Every time Long Chen absorbed soul-chasing hell thunder, he would wait for him outside the main city, and then there would be a fierce battle. With the improvement of Long Chen's speed and the evolution of the true martial emperor soul, his fighting capacity was gradually increasing. I have gone through 80 main cities, there are only 20 left, now in the air, Long Chen didn't use the blood escape art. His entire body transformed into a golden lightning bolt and flew towards a city in front of him. His current speed had already surpassed the speed of an ordinary cultivator of the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm. Even many cultivators of the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm were no match for him. This was the effect of the soul-chasing hell thunder. In the last main city, Long Chen didn't wait for Su Yang. Now, Long Chen was at the critical moment of breaking through, but Su Yang didn't show up, which made him feel strange. Did he give up? Soon, Long Chen realized that Su Yang didn't listen to him, but intercepted him in the next main city. In the forest, Su Yang's eyes were blazing. He stared at Long Chen and said, "You want to get something from each main city, right? That's why I came here to wait for you. I'd like to see how you can escape before you get what you want." However, Su Yang didn't react until the 80th time, which was a bit slow. What an idiot. The reply to Su Yang was a cold smile from Long Chen. He had had enough of this for the past few days. Obviously, the time had come. The head of the Su family happened to come knocking on his door at this time. Without a second word, Long Chen took out the Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation. The moment this super divine weapon appeared, it caused a great shock to Su Yang. This place was tens of li away from one of the main cities. The commotion of the battle might alarm that main city. Su Yang could sense that along the way, Long Chen was quietly improving in all aspects. Very soon, Long Chen had reached a state where he felt threatened. In fact, Long Chen only needed to break through one layer and he would have the ability to kill Su Yang. "You're courting death. Don't even think about escaping this time." Su Yang roared angrily as purple flames soared into the sky. The shadow of the feather surrounded his entire body. Purple flame wings burned his body and spread out completely, allowing him to float in the air. His speed and agility had increased by an unknown amount. Purple Flame Purgatory Fist. With a punch, Su Yang's attack was exactly the same as Sumo's. They were cultivators of the same level. Be careful. In the Great Virtual Realm, Yi Xian reminded. This was the attack of a Grade 4 High God, the most common attack of the experts of the Su family. The moment he attacked, the violet flame vortex trapped Long Chen tightly. At the same time, the will of the martial arts descended. Too slow. Golden lightning surged out from every part of Long Chen's body. In an instant, it engulfed him, turning him into a golden lightning. This lightning roared and flickered, avoiding the range of the purple flame purgatory fist. Floating blood sword. The golden lightning made a curve in the air. After Su Yang finished his attack, it instantly rushed to him. What a fast speed. At this moment, Su Yang was completely frightened by Long Chen. Long Chen's terrifying speed was at least 10 times faster than before, maybe even 100 times faster. Such a terrifying speed was completely beyond Su Yang's understanding. How did he obtain such speed, and how did he become stronger? Could it be related to something in the main city? Su Yang turned pale with fright. In front of him was a blood-red light. He desperately dodged and finally dodged the drifting blood sword. The tip of Long Chen's sword brushed past his hair, splitting his long hair that was originally tied up into a bundle. Su Yang's hair was disheveled and he looked like a demon. Long Chen. Su Yang was furious. The violent purple divine essence sent Long Chen flying. Long Chen swayed a little in the air, but he stood firmly. Without saying a word, he rushed toward Su Yang again with extreme speed. This was a stalemate battle. It was true that Su Yang's attack power was a little stronger, but Long Chen's advantage in speed made Su Yang completely helpless. In the opening of the true martial emperor soul, Long Chen had already fought with Su Yang countless times. Every time he fought, he understood something, and his divine essence also improved. The starry sky realm was getting more and more mature, and his own Tao was gradually being explored by Long Chen. It's about time. In the battle, Long Chen fell into a state of selflessness. At this moment, Su Yang felt like he was not an enemy, but a machine. Long Chen had obtained many things he wanted from this machine's training. You still don't need to use your strongest god-killing sword formation? Su Yang roared and cursed. It was really meaningless to fight endlessly with Long Chen like this. The other party was fast and could dodge all his attacks. Soon, under the observation of the true martial emperor soul, Long Chen, who was in a state of enlightenment, felt that Su Yang's every move was completely analyzed by him. In the process, Long Chen sensed divine sense, the unity of heaven and man, and the will of martial arts. These were all things that he needed to learn next. Of course, the most important thing was the perfection of the starry sky realm. It should be like this. At this time, Long Chen held a long sword in his hand and quickly retreated. In the final battle with Su Yang, he had a sublimation in all aspects. The starry sky realm had finally reached perfection. It could be said that he had caught up to Yi Xian's original level. The perfection of the starry sky realm brought Long Chen direct benefits in terms of divine essence and speed. In the Great Void Realm, after a large amount of blood essence of ferocious beasts was purified by Long Chen, it was now poured into Long Chen's body. A vast aura erupted from Long Chen's body, rumbling with a destructive force. He actually broke through at this time. Su Yang suddenly had a bad premonition. Now was the time for Long Chen to break through. There was still one last chance left. Long Chen's strength was already very heaven-defying. If he really took another step forward, Su Yang was not sure if he could deal with him. Descent of the Phoenix. This was the strongest move of the purple phoenix physique. In mid-air, Su Yang spread his wings. Purple flames surged from his body, burning fiercely. A phoenix bathed in fire gradually appeared. The flames soared into the sky, and the size of the phoenix also increased. In a short period of time, the purple phoenix let out a shrill cry and soared into the sky. It suddenly dived down with the power of the heavens and earth. Long Chen raised his head and saw that before the purple phoenix arrived, it had already burned the entire forest. The ground was charred black, even the soil had begun to melt. This feeling. Facing Su Yang's ultimate move, Long Chen's heart was as still as water. Although his opponent's martial intent brought him an incomparably strong pressure, Long Chen's divine dragon martial spirit had a natural resistance to this pressure. At this moment, a blood-red light suddenly appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Su Yang, do you think that I, Long Chen, am easy to bully? You've already chased me for so long, and it seems to be very tiring. Since that's the case, I can't treat you unfairly. I'll give you the most spectacular way to die. At the end of his words, an explosive roar came from Long Chen's mouth. It shook the sky like a dragon's roar, blocking his opponent's path. At this moment, the scarlet blood heaven desolation in Long Chen's hand suddenly pierced into the ground. Boom! The blood-red formation, starting from the tip of his sword, instantly spread a distance of 1,000 meters. Countless sword-shaped runes appeared in the formation, flickering with a cold killing intent. Long Chen's berserk power surged into the god-murdering sword formation. In that instant, the purple fire phoenix in the sky seemed to have been bound by Long Chen's god-murdering sword formation. The reason I didn't kill you 2 times before was not because the god-murdering sword formation was not strong, but because I, Long Chen, did not have enough true essence. This time. The scarlet blood heaven desolation in his hands suddenly twisted. Sea of Swords. Within 1,000 meters, as long as it was a place controlled by the god-murdering sword formation, the sword-shaped runes all turned into countless blood-red sharp swords that soared into the sky. Between the sky and the earth, a sword chi pillar formed from billions of sword chis was formed, looking like a pillar that supported the heavens. In the main city not far away, there were also many people who had already seen this scene. What is that? It seems to be a pillar that connects the heavens and the earth. It's blood red, so beautiful, this aura. In the main city, many people were discussing. The Sea of Swords soared into the sky, and the purple fire phoenix screamed as it descended. If I couldn't kill him the first time, I can't do it the second time either. Su Yang roared, the god essence in his entire body burned intensely. If the purple fire phoenix were to descend to the ground, it would be able to cause a huge tremor within a radius of tens of miles. Su Yang had sufficient confidence in the power of his move. He had the confidence to break the Sea of Swords below. But right at this moment, in the endless Sea of Swords, Su Yang vaguely saw a coiled blood-colored divine dragon. On the head of the divine dragon, there was an incomparably sharp horn that pierced through a little. At this moment, in the Sea of Swords, the horned divine dragon suddenly raised its head. What is this? Chapter 1022. The divine dragon in the Sea of Swords soared into the sky, and the Sea of Swords soared into the sky. Ah! At the last moment, the purple fire phoenix collided with the Sea of Swords, and the earth shook. I won't lose, and I won't die, shouted Su Yang angrily. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Hiss! In front of his eyes, the divine dragon in the Sea of Swords rushed out and bit his purple fire phoenix body. The irresistible power instantly tore his body in half and swallowed it. Then, the endless Sea of Swords completely submerged Su Yang's body and turned it into powder. Retreat. Long Chen changed his sword momentum and withdrew the Sea of Swords. Suddenly, there was nothing between heaven and earth. Su Yang had already disappeared, destroyed by Long Chen, and not even ashes were left. Long Chen, who had successfully reached the exceptional realm of the divine martial arts, already had the strength to kill an expert at the exceptional realm of the 4th level of the divine martial arts. Such an ability to kill an expert at a higher level was unimaginable to the people of the 3 great imperial domains. No one had ever been able to do this. Looking around with his sword, there were no more opponents around. Long Chen took a deep breath and then put away Scarlet Blood Tian Huang. Defeating Su Yang was like killing a paparazzi. He didn't feel relaxed. Fortunately, his speed and cultivation level had increased, so it would be much easier to go to the prefecture city. Today, I killed Su Yang and caused a great commotion. I guess some people will guess that it was me. I have to act quickly and go to the remaining 20 main cities. Also, what is in the largest netherworld stone in the prefecture city? Why is it so attractive to me? After such a great commotion, many people came over. Most of them were from the netherworld army in the main city. They were in charge of this kind of time. At the same time, Long Chen bypassed them and came to the main city. He took the soul-chasing hell lightning and left quickly. In front of him was the next main city on the crystal map. Those who are waiting for me to walk into the trap, I will give you a surprise. Looking in the direction of the prefecture city, Long Chen smiled. He had never been afraid of anyone. Along the way, I've never lacked stepping stones that were countless times stronger than me. But didn't I, Long Chen, survive all of them and even kill them? Only with the conviction of an expert could Long Chen venture into mountains of daggers and seas of flames. After coming to the imperial domain, Long Chen thought about many things. His goal was no longer just Xiaoxi, there were many more reunions. For example, his best brother, Xiaolang, and his beloved sister, Yang Lingqing. Sui Yan was also waiting for Long Chen to visit her. Most importantly, there was Long Qinglan. Perhaps only when I reach your level will I be able to know all these secrets. Today, Long Chen had matured a lot. He knew how to think rationally, but he was still hot-blooded. Hidden under his calm appearance was a super-beating heart. The root of all problems is strength. As long as I have strength, anything is possible. Now, the Scarlet Blood Apocalypse and the Nameless Battle skill are a feast that Yi Wuxiang has prepared for me. The only thing I need to do is to improve my level, which is often the most difficult thing to do. After reaching the first level of the God Martial Realm, Long Chen had reached the first level of perfection in a short time. This was already heaven-defying. In the entire Imperial domain, there were only a few people who could level up in such a short time like him. Without the true martial Imperial Soul, Long Chen's cultivation speed would be at least 1/10 of his current speed. At the same time, the Ancestral Dragon Realm was also preparing for him. When he reached the final Calamity Realm, he would truly transform into a dragon. The Divine Martial Realm and the Divine Martial Realm are the real martial arts. Everything before looks so ridiculous in front of the Divine Martial Realm. Before reaching the Divine Martial Realm, I really don't know how difficult it is to improve one's level. He couldn't be anxious. Stabilizing his realm was the prerequisite for him to perform exceptionally well. Compared to the strongest geniuses of the three great imperial domains, Long Chen didn't lose in anything. The only thing he lost was time. Compared to these geniuses, his origin was really too low. It was so low that it was indescribable. Moreover, he was much younger than the others. With such a low starting point, Long Chen could climb to such a level. If others knew about his experience, even the strongest experts in the imperial domain would be shocked. Long Chen had an idea. He calculated. Emperor Dong's palace is a force under the true martial imperial palace. The strongest expert is at the peak of the God martial realm. The talent list is probably a list to measure the young disciples. Chu Tiange has the clear sky sword and is at the 6th level of the God martial realm. So, the strongest young warrior in Emperor Dong's palace should be at the 7th level of the God martial realm, the law of heaven and earth. The true martial imperial palace is a force that rules the entire true martial imperial domain. There must be warriors in the so-called Calamity Realm. The strongest young warrior should be at the 8th level of the God martial realm, the Heaven and Earth Way, or even the 9th level of the God martial realm, the Nirvana Golden Wheel. So, I am very, very close to my goal. There are only 4 years left. While running madly, Long Chen raised his head. His chest was filled with hot blood. He looked up to the sky and roared. That so-called Wang Chen is at the peak of the God martial realm at most. With my strength and the ancestral dragon essence blood, the time to prove myself is not far away. The human race was full of awe for martial arts. But at this time, Long Chen's eyes were full of contempt. He had to thank the 5 emperors for this. So far, in fact, the true martial imperial soul was the most important treasure that Long Chen had, second only to the mysterious dragon jade, the ancestral dragon essence blood, and the void dragon talisman. Even the blood-red desolation and the nameless combat skill might not be as valuable as the true martial imperial soul, because the true martial imperial soul could solve the most important problem for Long Chen. He ran madly all the way, with a heart of innocence in harmony with heaven and earth. The sky of hope was close at hand. In the prefecture city of the Nether Prefecture. Outside the Nether Prison Suppressing Pagoda, a young man in a golden robe was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. Beside him, Su Xiaodai propped her chin up on her arm and looked at him in a somewhat infatuated manner. Her ample bosom was pressed against the table, making one drool with desire. "Senior brother, do you think I'm beautiful?" Su Xiaodai smacked her lips and said. "Yes." Chu Tiange smiled and continued to read the book in his hand. "What are you reading?" Su Xiaodai was a little annoyed. He didn't even look at her. "There are some records about the legend of the red-horned demon dragon," Chu Tiange said lightly. "Pfft. No one has ever seen a dragon. It's just a legend. Who would believe it?" Su Xiaodai was speechless. "It's not a legend. I heard that there was a dragon warrior in the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace who inherited a very strong divine dragon essence blood. I don't know the specific attribute, but at least it's not weaker than the red-horned demon dragon. Is the dragon warrior really that powerful?" Su Xiaodai was not interested. At this time, the lord of the Nether Prefecture, Yang Yufan, walked in. "Young master, there's something important." "Say it." Chu Tiange closed the book and said indifferently. Beside the green Nether City, many people saw the fight. One of them was the Su family member who possessed the purple fire phoenix body. If it wasn't Sumo, then it was Su Yang. The other one used the god-murdering sword formation. The lord of the Nether Prefecture said cautiously. Chu Tiange laughed. "Sumo, this guy is quite daring to play this kind of trick with me. That purple fire phoenix should be Su Yang. As for the other person, he is our target. To be able to learn the god-murdering sword formation in such a short period of time, he is truly extraordinary. I seem to be a little interested." The lord of the Nether Prefecture nodded and asked, "Young master, are we going to capture him?" Chu Tiange smiled and said, "Forget it, Yi Xian is here anyway, and I've analyzed this person's personality. He will definitely come. The entire city is under the control of my divine will. As long as you appear anywhere, I will be able to appear in front of him in an instant. Instead of playing a game of cat and mouse with him, why don't we just let the mouse come into the cage obediently, don't you think? This old one understands." Yang Yufan obediently retreated. Chu Tiange then continued to read the book in his hand. "Seriously, what's there to see? It's better to chase after that mouse called Long Chen. Playing with this kind of little guy is more interesting." Su Xiaodai pouted and said. "Dai, you don't understand." "Yes. Let me tell you a secret. This is what I deduced after reading through a large amount of information." Chu Tiange smiled mysteriously. "What is it?" Su Xiaodai asked curiously. "Scarlet blood desolation, it's very likely to be the horn of an ancient divine dragon, the blood-horned demon dragon. Do you know what that means? Scarlet blood desolation, although it has no rank, it's more precious than my clear sky sword." Chu Tiange said with a bit of excitement. "Ah!" Su Xiaodai jumped. "Something more precious than the clear sky sword, the horn of an ancient divine dragon, this." Su Xiaodai murmured to herself, also realizing how precious that thing was. "Therefore, scarlet blood desolation, I must obtain it." Long Chen's speed increased. Finally, after a month, he successfully fused with all the golden lightning beasts. At this time, the acupuncture point where the golden lightning resided had spread from his palm to his arm. Half of the acupuncture points on Long Chen's arm were filled with golden lightning beasts. In fact, they were a whole. After consuming a total of 10,000 divine crystals, Long Chen had finally fed all the golden lightning beasts to their fullest state. The golden lightning was constantly tempering Long Chen's body, increasing his speed. This was a slow process, but Long Chen knew that at least for now, his speed had already reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm or even the middle level. To be honest, someone in the 1st level of the divine martial realm had never had such speed in the 3 imperial domains. After everything was done, Long Chen had no choice but to seriously consider how he should proceed from here on out. I got up at 7 a.m. to write, and by 12 a.m. I had already written 2 chapters. You can see how bad my current state is. I don't know what to say, I'm really going to collapse. I'll first write 2 chapters, then continue looking for a house in the afternoon. I didn't expect that renting a house would be so difficult. I've only been living for 2 months, but many people don't let me rent a house. I have 1 more chapter today, I'll finish it tonight. Even if I can't finish it, I'll definitely finish it. That's a promise. Also, there's a problem with the next plot, so I have to change it again. It's very difficult. Most of the time, I've been thinking, and there are also all kinds of damn tests. When things settle down, I'll report to you. Chapter 1023. Su Mo's last sentence made the crowd burst into laughter. Bickering was not Long Chen's interest anymore. If he was not mature enough, he would have definitely scolded Su Mo, it would have been useless. He did not say anything, he just stood there quietly, but his calmness was already admirable by many people. Many people were looking at Long Chen, expecting him to do something strange, while Long Chen was thinking about something else. He felt that Yi Xian was different, but he could not tell what it was. All his senses were focused on Yi Xian, and Long Chen could only use his soul-devouring demonic eyes, but he was still able to sense something. Her god martial spirit was a bit twisted. Although it was still Yi Xian's feeling, there was a bit of someone else's feeling. What was going on? Saving Yi Xian was Long Chen's first goal today. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen raised his head. Under the pressure of countless people, he was not afraid at all. He raised his head and a dragon shadow flashed in his hand. Blood desolation appeared in his hand, a blood-red light was spreading in his hand. The appearance of blood desolation caused the entire Nether Master Palace to boil. Everyone was rushing to look at Long Chen, they all had envious expressions on their faces. In a short period of time, there were all kinds of discussions, all kinds of noises were making the entire Nether Master Palace explode. What is he doing? Fighting Su Mo, who is at the 5th level of the God Martial Realm. How is that possible? The difference between the 1st and 5th level of the God Martial Realm is like the difference between heaven and earth. The 5th level of the God Martial Realm can easily kill tens of thousands of people at the 1st level of the God Martial Realm. He dares to fight Su Mo with blood desolation. To be honest, in everyone's opinion, if Su Mo was defeated by Long Chen, it would be the funniest joke they had heard in the past 1,000 years. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. They would only think that Long Chen's cultivation was not only at the 1st level of the God Martial Realm. In this world, there were many ways to hide one's strength. Blood desolation told Su Mo about Long Chen's attitude. After blood desolation was taken out, Long Chen didn't say anything. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he raised blood desolation high up in the air. Long Chen coldly looked at Su Mo and revealed a cold smile. Get out of the way. It was a simple sentence, but it had an irresistible majesty. Su Mo was startled when he saw this horrifying teenager covered in blood. However, thinking that he was like a turtle in a jar, and that he had already reached the 5th level of the God Martial Realm, Su Mo was full of confidence. He smiled and said, "Don't joke around. You can't escape today. You will regret coming here one day." Is that so? Let me give you a gift first. After saying that, Long Chen threw blood desolation on the ground. Boom! The blood-red formation started from the tip of his sword and spread in all directions. In an instant, more than half of the Lord Palace of the Nether was enveloped in the God-slaughtering sword formation. Most of the people were frightened by the sharp sword formation. At that moment, the blood-red light had already surrounded most of the people's feet. It was the sword-shaped runes of the God-slaughtering sword formation. A large number of blood-red sword-shaped runes had gathered under most of the people's feet. Most of them were from the Nether Army. Otherwise, they would be the core members of the Lord Palace of the Nether God. Get out of the way. The blood-red divine energy flowed from Long Chen's hand into the desolation scarlet blood desolation. A terrifying killing intent burst out from Long Chen's body, causing the entire Lord Palace of the Nether to fall into a terrifying atmosphere. Everyone was stunned. Impossible. How could a LV-1 divine martial realm do this? It's the god-slaying sword formation. Everyone, run. What? The god-slaying sword formation? Very quickly, everyone was shocked and wanted to escape through the air. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not match Long Chen's speed. Su Mo's face was gloomy. Long Chen was obviously threatening him with the lives of a large number of people. Today, Chu Tiange had entrusted this matter to him. If he let the Lord Palace of the Nether God bleed too much, even if he caught Long Chen, it would be a little embarrassing. At that time, if Chu Tiange was unhappy, thinking of this, Su Mo's face darkened. Long Chen always had a way to anger him. You're courting death. Su Mo did not dodge. Instead, he directly grabbed towards Long Chen. His cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm, so his speed had increased by a lot. He was already at the same level as Yi Xian. Su Mo, whose cultivation had increased greatly, had indeed given Long Chen more pressure. Unfortunately, you're too slow. Deep in Long Chen's eyes, there was still calmness and passion. Seeing Su Mo charging towards him, he roared and twisted the scarlet blood firmament in his hand. In an instant, countless sword chi soared into the sky from the god-slaying sword formation. To the crowd, it was a disaster. Those who were weaker had their chests pierced by the blood-red sword chi. Even if they were stronger and faster, they could escape a little further. Under the encirclement of the sword chi, they could not escape too much in a short period of time. Their bodies were covered with wounds, and there were even broken arms and legs. Under Long Chen's control, the Lord Palace of the Nether became a living hell in a short period of time. The blood-red sword chi surged in all directions, and countless screams were heard. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. The god-slaying sword formation was too terrifying. If Long Chen had the divine energy of the 6th level of the divine martial realm or above, he would be able to unleash the full power of the god-slaying sword formation. At that time, the situation would not be as simple as it was now. Su Mo did not expect Long Chen to do what he said he would do. Out of the 20,000 to 30,000 people in the Lord Palace of the Nether, more than 5,000 had died. The remaining people who were not injured were at least at the 4th level of the divine martial realm or above. Even if they were at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, it was normal for them to have their arms and legs broken. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was hell. With a swoosh, after Long Chen killed most of the people, he suddenly changed his speed and disappeared in front of Su Mo's eyes. This scene made Su Mo's scalp go numb. The combined screams of over 10,000 people were extremely spectacular, and Su Mo's scalp went numb. This brat is much more hateful than I thought. I used Yi Xian to threaten him, and I have already driven him crazy. This brat is crazy, and the way he does things is really terrifying. I have to kill him quickly. Seeing the tragic scene in front of him, Su Mo regretted not attacking Long Chen from the start. On the high platform, the Lord of the Nether Hell Lord and Ming Di stood together. Under Long Chen's god-slaughtering sword formation, most of the people who died were from the Nether Hell Army and the Lord of the Nether Hell Lord's people. The two of them felt very pained. Ming Di was about to attack, but the Lord of the Nether Hell Lord stopped him and said, "Master, give this to Su Mo, and we will stop." Gao Yan thought about it for a moment, then nodded his head. Yang Yufan was right, Chu Tiange definitely didn't like people disobeying his orders. Everything was under his control, and whatever he said went. This was what a true big shot wanted. As for the lives of his subordinates, Chu Tiange didn't care at all. At this moment, Chu Tiange closed his book and looked at Long Chen with great interest. He kept nodding his head and said with a smile, "This young man has a good temperament, and is decisive in killing. He has figured out Su Mo's position in an instant. He is stronger than Su Mo." He wanted to get Long Chen's things, but he was not anxious at all. With Long Chen in his sight, it was impossible for him to escape. Only by slowly playing like a monkey would he be interested. Oh, so his target is Yi Xian. After killing most of the people and dodging Su Mo's attack, Long Chen's body turned into golden lightning, and in a flash, he rushed to Yi Xian. He wants to save Yi Xian. Su Mo suddenly smiled when he heard that. He turned around and saw that Long Chen was already in front of Yi Xian, but he didn't move at all. So, at this moment, what shocked everyone even more was that Long Chen was not going to save Yi Xian, but instead, he swung his sword at Yi Xian. A blood-red sword light flashed past Yi Xian's head, and completely cut the red veil on Yi Xian in half. What a smart guy. You can even see through my secret skill of disguise. After the red veil was cut, a sweet and cute-looking girl appeared. She was wearing heavy makeup, and her body was slim and curvy. She was completely different from Yi Xian. The person who was going to marry Su Mo was not Yi Xian. Long Chen did not know what kind of secret skill it was, but since it could even fool Long Chen, it must be something extraordinary. Long Chen had to get very close to the girl to realize that something was wrong. After standing in front of Long Chen for so long, it was inevitable that he would be exposed. Did I fall into a trap? Yi Xian is still in the nether prison suppressing tower, they didn't even bring her out. Although many things had gone according to plan, and Long Chen's heart was greatly shaken, this was the time when he needed to calm down the most. He forced his brain to clear up. At this moment, Su Xiaodai did not say anything, and a long whip made of blood-red feathers flew towards Long Chen. This girl had instantly displayed a skill that was far beyond Long Chen's. She was a warrior who was at least close to the 6th level of the divine martial realm. The long whip in her hand hit Long Chen's body in an instant. Pa! Long Chen was sent flying. Su Mo, you're such a disgrace. You're still a warrior of the Phoenix bloodline. Go and catch him. Su Xiaodai put her hands on her hips. A warrior at the 1st level of the divine martial realm would die after being hit by her whip. Even a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm would be killed by her whip. Therefore, although she did not kill Long Chen, she was sure that Long Chen would not be able to stand up again. This turn of events was also out of everyone's expectation. Long Chen's first move was out of everyone's expectation. He had shown his strength to all the seniors present and killed so many people in one go. But in the second move, he was hit by Su Xiaodai. It seemed that the older, the wiser. Chapter 1024. Long Chen's footsteps gradually approached one of the 3 emperor domains, the true martial domain Serene Hell Mansion's prefecture city. In a place very far away from him, that was his birthplace, everything was going on in an orderly manner. Sangyang Kingdom, Baiyang Imperial City. The jade-colored city walls sparkled under the sunlight. It was already evening, and the western sky was filled with rosy clouds. It was beautiful beyond compare, like a fairy from the west, floating in the air. At this moment, the Sangyang Kingdom's empress, Murongyu, had just finished her day's political affairs. She was wearing a golden dragon robe, which symbolized the supremacy of the 9-5. However, from her expression, she didn't seem to be very happy. Murongyu rubbed her temples and stood up, revealing her graceful figure. After she walked out of the palace, she looked towards the late summer in the west. This direction, he went in this direction, it had been 6 or 7 years, she didn't know how long it had been. Although the only person he valued was Lingxi, Murongyu was the witness of their love. She didn't think too much about it. Sometimes, she felt that it was enough to have this man in her memories. I really don't know if he succeeded or not. Murongyu was a little lost in thought. She walked out of Baiyang Imperial City in a daze. With her current strength, the people in Baiyang Imperial City couldn't stop her. Moreover, this empress always had the habit of going out to relax. Therefore, when people saw her, they were already used to it. Outside Baiyang Imperial City, there was a beautiful forest. The land was full of lush green grass. A few small rivers flowed around. The water was clear, fishes and shrimps were playing in the river. The stones at the bottom of the river were clearly visible. There were a few peach trees in the distance. At this time, peach blossoms were blooming. The pink flowers were extraordinarily beautiful. Although there were only a few trees, it was as if there was a pink sea of fire in front of them. Every time she was in such an environment, Murongyu would feel very peaceful. This empress position was given to her by Long Chen, and she had been in this position until now. Time flew by. Sometimes, fate would make people sigh with emotion. Under her governance and with Zhao Qingyan's help, the current Sangyang nation was experiencing good weather. The nation was prosperous, and the people were at peace. Experts emerged in large numbers, and their strength had increased greatly. If he comes back one day and sees this, he will probably be happy. After all, this is his hometown. Murongyu didn't know how far Long Chen could go. In the outside world, he might already be dead. However, Murongyu felt that with his personality, he wouldn't die. As she thought about it, late summer gradually disappeared. Night was about to descend. This was the time when there was only a bit of light left. Murongyu regained her senses and smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly, in the endless late summer, there seemed to be a dot of light. The dot of light flashed. Murongyu originally didn't care. She suddenly discovered that she was surrounded by a snow-white light. It was as if the entire world had turned snow-white. This was a beautiful scene. Murongyu was a little curious. Suddenly, she felt that there was something in front of her. Murongyu subconsciously raised her head and saw a shocking scene. In this vast white world, a woman appeared in Murongyu's vision. She descended from the sky like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She was accompanied by hundreds of flowers as she gently landed in front of Murongyu. Murongyu simply couldn't describe the girl in front of her. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. She was shrouded in a faint white mist. Her elegant jade face was carved with clear facial features. Her watery eyes were so clear that one could see the bottom, yet they didn't lose their radiance. However, there was an indescribable coldness in them. It was as if she could see through everything. Her eyebrows were green, her eyes were clear, her arms were white, her waist was slender, her body was fragrant, her body was exquisite, her nose was small, her lips were as thin as a cherry, and her face was full of smiles. She was dressed in a white lotus-like long dress that reached the ground, with a light purple chiffon draped over it. Her long hair was coiled up with a jade hairpin, leaving a neat fringe on her forehead, covering the remaining childishness on her forehead. At this moment, her bright eyes were looking at Murongyu with a pleasantly surprised and expectant look. This girl was also in Murongyu's memory. Murongyu was also a beautiful woman now. She was the dream lover of many men in Sangyang country. However, when she saw this girl, she still felt ashamed of her inferiority. Not only her appearance, but even her body had a kind of indifferent and otherworldly temperament. There was a trace of gentleness in this otherworldly temperament. This was something that Murongyu had never seen before in her life. Only this girl who had gone through thick and thin with Long Chen was worthy for Long Chen to pursue her like this. Murongyu noticed that on this girl's shoulder, there was a colorful butterfly. Seeing each other, both of them were silent for a while. The girl in the snow-white dress gently landed on the ground. Her purple chiffon gently fluttered as if it had a life of its own. Her bare feet, which were like suet jade or pure white jade, gently stepped on the grass without a speck of dust. Murong was so excited that she couldn't speak. Why was she here? Where did Long Chen go? Big sister Murong. At this moment, the girl looked at her and lightly moved her pink lips. Murong felt as if something was stuck in her throat. She couldn't speak no matter how hard she tried. The girl looked around and slightly frowned. She said, "Why can't I sense Chen's aura? Is he not here?" With his character and ability, it's normal that he's not here. Murong took a deep breath. She looked at this girl who was like a dream that she couldn't touch. She calmed her emotions and said softly, He went to the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. He's going to pass through the primordial cemetery and go to the 3 great imperial domains." Hearing this, the girl lightly bit her pink lips. Her eyes revealed a strong longing and heartache. "Brother Chen, has he really gone to look for me?" Tears of gratitude suddenly welled up in her eyes. "Since you're back, hurry up and go find him. If you can make it in time, maybe he's still in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty." Murong didn't know what she could do for Long Chen. Maybe letting them be together was what he could do, and she would be most satisfied with it. It hasn't been that many years. I reckon he's still in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. The girl clenched her teeth and looked at Murong. A white ball of light in her hand surged into Murong body. Murong softly fell to the ground and fainted. "Big sister Murong, I can only help you break through the Heaven Ascension realm and get close to the 3 great martial realms. I'm going to find Chen. We'll meet again if fate allows it." After speaking, the girl didn't say anything else. The snow-white world disappeared and turned into a speck of light on the horizon. 3 days later, Murong woke up. She found that she had reached the Reaching Heaven realm level 9. No one in Sangyang country had ever reached the peak realm. Lingxi, Murong looked around blankly. With her around, he'll definitely live a good life. Murong smiled. After so many years, this ending came a little too late. At this time, Long Chen, who was on his way to the prefectural city, had no idea what was happening in his distant hometown. He had indeed overlooked one thing. He had thought that he was the only one chasing after her, but he had forgotten that the person he liked was also a determined person. For the sake of what she was pursuing, she was willing to pay any price and do anything that would break the rules. Of course, at that moment, Long Chen's mind was filled with Yi Xian. It wasn't about love, it was about friendship. Yi Xian was his master in name and also a very close friend in the sovereign realm. Every friend was hard to come by, especially a person like Yi Xian. No matter what price he had to pay, Long Chen would never give up on her. "Long Chen, do you really want to go? He's at the Reaching Heaven realm level 6 and has a supreme golden body." In the great virtual realm, Yi Xian still couldn't figure out what was going on. At that moment, Long Chen already had the strength to kill Su Yang. Su Yang was the master of the Su clan, an old monster who had cultivated for thousands of years. He had an extremely high status in the Serene Hell Mansion. Long Chen was a young man less than 50 years old. He had just arrived and his strength had soared. It was unbelievable that he could kill Su Yang. However, Yi Xian was the one who had witnessed it. In such a short period of time, his strength has already reached such a level. It's really hard to imagine. The gap between the two of them was growing larger and larger. Long Chen had already entered the upper echelons of the Netherworld Manor, while he, Yi Xian, was still lingering among the experts of the younger generation. Even though such a big thing had happened, he wasn't able to help. This kind of feeling was very painful. I'm just going to save someone, not to fight them head-on. As long as I'm there, there will be many ways. Even if the final plan fails, I won't do anything rashly. Since they want to surprise me with your sister, I can also surprise them. Long Chen said indifferently. His mood was very calm, as if he had done something insignificant. As his cultivation advanced, his fighting strength also increased. Now, Long Chen could already fight against a warrior at the consummation of the fourth divine martial realm. Only the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood could allow Long Chen to kill someone at a higher level. Why did Long Chen have such a nature-defying fighting strength? This had already become a mystery. From now on, if I go to a new place, it's best to hide my fighting strength. It's okay now, but if I meet some super strong warriors, they will definitely doubt my ability and even covet it. Long Chen was very clear about this. However, now that everyone was eyeing his nameless battle skill and desolation of blood, he had to show his strength to protect himself. Chapter 10:25. Don't worry, I know what to do. That kid's divine sense doesn't work on me. Otherwise, do you think I've eaten so many divine crystals for nothing? While Long Chen was feeding Xiao Jin, he was also feeding Kitten. Kitten had a lot of secrets. In Long Chen's eyes, although he had a cheap mouth, he was indeed a mystery. The will of the supreme golden body, if I don't get too close, of course I'll be fine. I'll just pay attention to it, just in case I get caught. First, let's go see where that pretty girl named Yi Xian is. The cat said with a creepy smile on its face. In front of them was a vast prefecture city built on an endless plain. The city walls stretched for millions of miles. It was the first time for Long Chen to see such a huge city. There are also 10 minor universe worlds in the prefecture city. Each minor universe world has more than 10 entrances. It can be considered a city within a city, so the area of the prefecture city is actually much larger than what you see. Yi Xian said. Standing a few miles away from the prefecture city, Long Chen didn't go any closer. If he went any closer, Chu Tiange would probably discover him. Now was the time to look after Kitten. He needed to go in and find out what was going on. Only then could he carry out the next step of his plan. I'm going. After a while, Kitten disappeared. Long Chen hid in a remote place and replaced Kitten's eyes. He observed everything in its field of vision. Everything it saw, smelled, and heard, Long Chen could clearly sense. Soon, Kitten entered the prefecture city. No one noticed him. In the prefecture city, there were a lot of divine senses active all the time. But still, no one could find Kitten. Right now, Kitten was heading towards the center of the prefecture city. I didn't expect this little guy to run so fast. Long Chen laughed. What Long Chen was most concerned about was where Yi Xian was locked up. After knowing the location, the little cat finally arrived at the most central place of the Serene Hell Mansion, the Mansion Lord. In the past, the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion lived in this place. Chu Tiange's people are in there. There are also 2 warriors at the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. I can't go any closer. At the core of the destination, Kitten stopped in its tracks. Through its eyes, Long Chen could see a pitch-black tower in the depths of that place. There's a black tower there. What's that? Long Chen vaguely felt that there was something strange about the tower. That's the Netherworld Prison Tower. It's where they usually keep their prisoners. I guess my sister is also be imprisoned here. Yi Xian guessed. At this moment, the kitten circled outside and suddenly walked to the side of a few guards. At this moment, these few God Martial Realm warriors were discussing about the Netherworld prison suppressing pagoda. Rumor has it that they imprisoned Yi Xian at the bottom of the Netherworld prison tower. The Nether Chi there is tens of thousands of times more than in the Nether battlefield. It can already affect warriors at her level. If this goes on, I guess Yi Xian's strength will regress, and her physical condition will be very bad. Sigh, who would have thought that the situation would be like this? In the past, the few big families were still quite good. Now, because of the inheritance of the god of slaughter, the Su family and the Yi family have been completely annihilated. Moreover, this matter is not over yet. As long as that guy called Long Chen does not come, this matter will not end. How could he dare to come here? Now that people from Emperor Dong's palace are here, no matter how strong he is just an ant that can be dealt with easily. He is not qualified to compete with others. Who is it? It's one of the venerables of Emperor Dong's palace, the first disciple of the venerable Yuan Emperor, who has endless resources since childhood, the sword god of Haotian, Chu Tiange. Emperor Dong's palace was a super force that ruled the whole eastern royal domain. Even some palace masters were directly appointed by the eastern royal domain. The whole eastern royal domain was under the control of Emperor Dong's palace. Emperor Dong's palace had 100,000 elite disciples, all of whom were above the divine martial realm. As for the true martial imperial palace, it was the real heaven of martial arts. Even 100 Emperor Dong's palaces could not compare to the true martial imperial palace. Outside the prefecture city, Long Chen and Yi Xian already knew where Yi Xian was. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was a bit pale, and he said, "How dare they imprison my sister in the bottom level of the Nether Prison Pagoda? It's very troublesome there. Not only is it very difficult to rescue her, it's extremely difficult, it's also extremely dense nether chi, which will harm her body. If my sister's divine chi can't support it, her body will be injured, and her body will be damaged, which is very disadvantageous for her." Yi Xian's eyes were already spitting flames of anger. It's very difficult to rescue her. The Nether Prison Pagoda was a place to imprison prisoners, and Yi Xian was at the bottom level. It would be very difficult, or even impossible. This Chu Tiange is really cruel, to imprison my sister there, and she's been in there for a long time. With her divine chi, she won't be able to hold on for long, Long Chen. It was impossible to say that Yi Xian was not worried, he was even more worried than Long Chen, but there was nothing he could do. "Don't be afraid, at most, I'll give up my scarlet blood desolation and other things." Long Chen comforted him. When it was necessary, he would really give up these things, after all, to him, the lives of his friends were more important. However, Long Chen's heart was also filled with anger, it was just that he hid it better than Yi Xian. At this moment, there seemed to be some movement in the prefecture city, grayish-white clouds gathered towards the center of the prefecture city. Kitten raised his head and saw the grayish-white clouds gathering on his upper left, a cold gust of wind started surging. It's the oblique wind tribulation, someone is about to reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm and pass the oblique wind tribulation, I just don't know who it is. Kitten did not leave, he carefully hid at the side, hiding his aura, even avoiding the detection of divine senses. Countless spiritual consciousnesses swept over the kitten's body, but they found nothing. In the Serene Hell Prefecture, who is going to pass the oblique wind tribulation? Long Chen also had this doubt in his mind, there were only a few people in the complete 4th level of the divine martial realm in the Serene Hell Prefecture, that meant Sumo. According to Su Yang, it seemed that Sumo was recruited into the Serene Hell Prefecture. Soon, a figure floated in the sky, looking at the appearance, it was indeed Sumo. I didn't expect him to reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm at this time, let's see if he can pass the oblique wind tribulation. Long Chen felt a bit more pressure, after all, he and Sumo were mortal enemies, and now that Sumo had reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm, it would be much more difficult for Long Chen to deal with him. This was unstoppable, Long Chen could only shift his attention to the oblique wind tribulation. Sumo was sitting cross-legged in the sky, his eyes closed, his face covered in cold sweat. The oblique wind tribulation was not easy to deal with. The scene outside was caused by Sumo, in fact, the real oblique wind tribulation came from his own body. Soon, a grey whirlwind appeared in Sumo's body, blowing his body. This grey whirlwind was like a small blade, madly strangling his body. In the clouds, Sumo let out miserable screams. The grey whirlwind completely surrounded him. Below Sumo, several warriors soared into the sky. Kitten quickly hid himself, because Chu Tiange was among that group of people. Although he was still far away and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, the man in the golden robe was a great threat to Kitten. He lowered his head and didn't dare to move, otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was discovered. "What a piece of trash," you screamed so miserably while crossing the oblique wind tribulation. "If I let you cross the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, you would still die," said a charming girl. "Junior sister, you can't say that. When you went through the tribulation, our master protected you. Otherwise, how could you have been so relaxed?" It was a quiet man's voice. It was very magnetic and deep, and there was an indescribable attraction to it. Just from the voice, one could guess that it was a handsome man. "You're so annoying, senior brother, I won't talk to you anymore," said the girl, panting with rage. After about an hour, the oblique wind tribulation finally ended. Sumo was lucky enough to survive. When he opened his eyes, there was a surging divine light in his eyes, showing his super strength. Today's Sumo was no longer the old Sumo. He was in the 5th level of the God martial arts realm. He could completely take over the role of Su Zhen. The oblique wind tribulation dispersed. "Congratulations, you've reached the 5th level of the God martial arts realm," said Chu Tiange with a smile. He didn't put on any airs. "Thank you." Chu Tiange also helped a little when he was crossing the tribulation. After reaching the 5th level of the God martial arts realm, Sumo was very excited. He looked in the direction of the netherworld prison suppressing pagoda, his eyes were blazing, and then they turned blood red. "What do you think?" asked Chu Tiange softly. Sumo smiled and said, "Young master, you don't know this, but Yi Xian and I are childhood sweethearts. We once agreed that when my strength catches up to hers, it will be the time for us to get married. But then a lot of things happened, and now my strength has finally caught up to hers, but she's already in prison." Chu Tiange nodded in understanding. "Do you mean that you want to save her?" Su Xiaodai, who had big breasts and no brains, said arrogantly. "Sumo definitely doesn't mean that, but Sumo has an idea," said Sumo humbly. In front of people from Emperor Dong's palace, everyone was very humble. Chapter 1026. There was nothing strange about it, but in his heart, he had a feeling that he was being watched. He trusted his soul too much, so he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, Sumo spoke his mind. "Every promise has a chance to come true. I hope you can give me this chance. Let me fulfill my promise with Yi Xian, and get married. Of course, this is not my goal. What I'm thinking is that after Long Chen killed the Su family, he should be on his way to the prefecture city. If he hears about the marriage, he will definitely come here without hesitation. That brat has a lot of ideas. Even though Yi Xian is his master, I'm sure he has a lot of ideas about Yi Xian in his mind. Master and disciple, this is the right choice. You're saying that as long as this news spreads, Long Chen will definitely come here immediately, right?" Chu Tiange confirmed. "Absolutely," Su Mo said with a smile. "Alright, I'll allow it." When Kitten came back, Long Chen and Yi Xian's faces turned pale. How despicable. Yi Xian punched the ground. Su Mo, this guy, was actually taking advantage of someone else's precarious situation at this time. He truly looked down on him. "Don't worry, this is also an opportunity for us. After all, if we're going to get married, we'll have to get your sister out of the nether prison pagoda, so we'll have one less step, right? It would be very difficult to go to the netherworld prison pagoda to save people, but it would be much easier to do it at the wedding. At least Long Chen had the blood escape art, which could save his life. With his current speed, he was almost as fast as Ming Di, who had passed the devouring fire tribulation at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. You're right, but they've also set up a trap for you, waiting for you to fall into it. Yi Xian said helplessly. Maybe he was already at the 2nd level of the divine martial realm, but he still couldn't help. Don't give up hope. Long Chen stood up. He looked in the direction of the prefecture city. In the east of the prefecture is the training camp of the Netherworld army. It is also the place where the Netherworld emperors usually stay. There are also a few Netherworld emperors here. The strength of the Netherworld emperors is at the 5th level of the divine martial realm, similar to the current sumo. And in the middle of the huge Netherworld square, there is a huge Netherworld stone. Although Kitten hadn't come close, Long Chen had still sensed the existence of the Netherworld stone. Inside the Netherworld stone was the thing that had attracted Long Chen, or rather, the little golden lightning beast in Long Chen's left arm. Be good. I'll bring you guys to reunite with it right away. I wonder what it is. 10 days later would be the day of Sumo and Yi Xian's wedding. The news had spread across the entire Netherworld palace. In order to ensure that Long Chen would be able to hear the news, Long Chen had already arrived. 10 days, I'll wait. No matter what, strength was the most important thing. Thinking too much was nonsense in the face of absolute strength. Therefore, Long Chen had not prepared anything. All he had prepared was a body full of killing intent and a belly full of hot-bloodedness. The majestic mountains passed by quickly under their feet. A beautiful figure, like a fairy, was flying in the sky. A strong wind blew her long hair that reached her buttocks. Her long dress fluttered in the wind. Occasionally, her snow-white skin was exposed. That kind of pure whiteness made people unable to have the slightest desire to profane it. Sister Lingxi, Sister Lingxi. On the girl's shoulder was a little butterfly with 9 different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. It was very beautiful, and its whole body was covered with a kind of psychedelic color. At this moment, the butterfly was circling around the girl and asked curiously, "This big brother called Long Chen, what is he? Is he a 9-hell fantasy butterfly like Dai, or?" The girl smiled. That kind of tranquility made people fall in love with her. No, Chen is the same as Sister Lingxi, they are both human. But. The little butterfly was anxious and said, "But Sister Lingxi once said that she only likes Dai, the 9-hell fantasy butterfly, and nothing else. Then why isn't brother Long Chen a 9-hell fantasy butterfly?" "Sister Lingxi, you didn't keep your words. I can see that you like him more than Dai, the little butterfly was fuming. She flapped her wings and the mountains below turned into powder. "Dai, The girl raised her voice and looked at the little butterfly seriously. Although she looked serious, she was still very beautiful. "I know." Being scolded by the person she liked the most, the little butterfly was a little annoyed. She stopped on the girl's shoulder and said nothing. Below them was a lush forest. Chen, looking down, the girl suddenly burst into tears. After going to the Wuxia Sage dynasty, she had been to many familiar places, Baiyang Town, Yuanling City. Every time she saw those places where they had been together, she couldn't stop her tears. There was too much sadness in it that outsiders didn't know. Sister Lingxi, why are you crying again?" The little butterfly was originally angry, but seeing the girl crying, it immediately panicked. "No." The girl wiped away her tears and put on a gentle smile. "Maybe he is in the Wuxia Sage dynasty. I can see him soon, so I was very excited, so I couldn't hold back." The little butterfly was a little distressed and said, "What kind of person is this brother Long Chen? He actually made Sister Lingxi make such a sacrifice. If not for that, Sister Lingxi wouldn't have been able to escape. Dai, have you forgotten what I told you? This matter must not be mentioned again, otherwise, I don't want you to follow me. At this time, the girl was really angry. Okay, Sister Lingxi bullied me, woo-woo. The little butterfly felt wronged. Soon, it stopped crying and asked, then tell me, who is Brother Longchen? The girl pursed her lips, and a happy light appeared on her face. He is the man who treats me the best in the world. He is willing to sacrifice everything for me, dedicating his life for me. Without him, I would have died a long time ago. I am duckweed, rootless, but he is my root, my everything. Tell me, such a person must be more important than you in my heart, right? The little butterfly was stunned for a while, and after a while, it said in distress, Sister Lingxi, what are you talking about? What is a man, what is duckweed? These unfamiliar words were simply too much for its small head to comprehend. That's why it's better if you don't know about it. Let me tell you, when you see my precious brother Chen, you cannot bully him. Otherwise, I'll leave you here. The young girl gently flicked the little butterfly and said with a smile. The little butterfly felt extremely wronged. Okay, it originally thought that it was the most important person to Sister Lingxi, but it turned out that was not the case. The little butterfly felt terrible. That brother Longchen, is he also as good-looking as Sister Lingxi? The little butterfly asked. Along the way, it chattered non-stop. The girl's eyes looked at the mountains and rivers in front of her. She didn't speak anymore. Maybe the person she had missed for a long time was in front of her, so she was very excited, and her heart surged. In front of us is the court of God Wuxia sage. The girl raised her head, and her eyes were already wet. They said that he is dead, and that town was destroyed by the dynasty. I don't believe that Baiyang town still exists. Then, Chen, you must not die. You must not, Long Chen was not dead. Morongyu said that he had gone to the court of God Wuxia sage. After hearing this news, the girl was happy for a long time, and full of hope. The court of God Wuxia sage was in front of her. Was he still there? 10 days were almost up. During these 10 days, Longchen didn't leave even a step. Yi Xian, come in. It was time. Sumo and Yi Xian's wedding had caused a huge commotion in the city. It hadn't been this lively for hundreds of years. In a short time, the population in the city had increased to a terrifying degree. This wedding was held according to the largest scale in the serene Hades Palace. The purpose was to lure Longchen into the trap. In the eyes of ordinary people, although a lot of strange things had happened recently, they had no idea what was going on. However, the fact that Su Mo and Yi Xian, the legendary couple, could finally be together was something that most people were cheering for. They were looking forward to it. After all, their love story had spread far and wide, and not many people knew that their relationship had already been broken. Although Yi Xian was a bit unwilling, he had no choice, as he wasn't as powerful as Long Chen. Be careful, your own life is the most important. Long Chen, you're my, Yi Xian's, best brother in my life. Yi Xian patted his shoulder. He knew that with his strength, even Sumo could kill him in a second. But Long Chen's speed had increased, and he still had the blood escape art. After Yi Xian reached the Taishu realm, Long Chen looked at the city in front of him, and his eyes were filled with the desire to fight. In front of strength, wisdom and plans were useless. Therefore, Long Chen could only choose to fight to the death. He was never afraid of anyone. Without a battle, no one would know who would win and who would lose. He took a deep breath. Little she, this might be the last time I'll act willfully before I go looking for you. If I'm rational, I can disregard everything and only look for you. But I can't. This is the last time. If I die, I can only blame myself. I love you, but at the same time, only I can save her. I can only promise you that I'll do my best to survive, or go to the Sword Spirit Emperor region and stand by your side. After saying this in his heart, Long Chen gritted his teeth and walked towards the city. No one knew whether he would live or die in this battle. Chapter 1027. According to Sumo's plan, 10 days later, the wedding was held as scheduled. Because of the urgency of the time, only the powerful people of the Serene Hell Mansion were present. Originally, the super forces of the Serene Hell Mansion were all gathered in the prefecture city of the Serene Hell Mansion. For a moment, the prefecture city was noisy. There was an endless stream of people walking around. Most of them had come to watch the show. Moreover, many people did not know about the secret of the wedding. They thought it was to congratulate Sumo for reaching the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm. There were not many people who knew Sumo's real intention. At that moment, in the largest hall of the prefecture city, the Lord Hall of the Nether, experts from all over the world had already taken their seats. The Lord Hall of the Nether was very large. There were already 20 or 30,000 experts in it, but it did not seem crowded at all. The guests drank and chatted merrily. The beautiful maids in revealing clothes shuttled back and forth, forming a beautiful scenery. Among them, Sumo, who was wearing a red groom's robe, attracted the most attention. However, it was a pity that Sumo was the only one left to support the Su family's huge business. Even at the wedding, Sumo was the only one who attended. Many people wondered where Su Yang had gone. Only some of the big forces with insider information knew that Su Yang had been killed by the boy called Long Chen. Most of the experts present had their own forces. Otherwise, they would definitely be very powerful. Most of them knew of the existence of Long Chen. Although everyone was also coveting the blood-red desolation and the nameless combat skill, many of them knew that they could not take it. Although the people of Emperor Dong's palace had not appeared, they had been watching in the dark. No one dared to use their divine senses to investigate. If they accidentally offended the person of Emperor Dong's palace, they would definitely suffer. 20 or 30,000 people drank and chatted merrily. It was a happy and harmonious scene. Sumo, dressed in a red robe, shuttled back and forth among them. He was very majestic. After drinking a little wine, he was already in the right state. His eyes swept across the faces of the crowd. Long Chen, is he not here yet? Today's show was prepared for Long Chen. If Long Chen was a coward, then this wedding would be in vain. Based on Sumo's understanding of Long Chen's character, Long Chen would definitely come. Sumo looked back. His eyes passed through the palace and the corridor and fell on Chu Tiange, who was sitting in the pavilion in the distance. At this time, Chu Tiange was still looking at him with a smile. It seemed that he was confident of winning. Sumo now understood that no matter what, he would not be able to compete with this kind of proud son of Emperor Dong's palace. So he no longer had any ideas about the blood-red blood battlefield. Instead, he followed Chu Tiange. Maybe there would be other developments in the future. Since Chu Tiange has given me full authority to handle today's events, then I must ensure that I complete the task perfectly. With such a lineup, I don't believe that Long Chen can still leave after coming. Time passed gradually, and the auspicious hour had arrived. Soon, it was time to send the bride out for the ceremony. Sumo looked very calm, even though he pretended to be excited. At this time, through his own divine senses, he had gradually become confident. In his sight, the graceful Yi Xian was dressed completely in red, with a red veil covering her head. Under the guidance of the master of ceremonies, she was very obedient and walked to Sumo's side. In terms of height, physique, and even strength, they were undoubtedly a very good match. Both of them had lost their parents. In Yi Xian's family, she had sent her parents away from the Yi clan at the beginning. So when the Yi clan was destroyed, her parents were fine. Now, they were waiting for the return of the siblings, so they would definitely not be here. In the Su clan, the other elders were also not very promising. Like Su heir, they were the kind of people who could not be shown in public. So, the parents were completely shouldered by the Lord of the Serene Nether Prefecture alone. At this time, the Lord of the Serene Nether Prefecture, who was dressed neatly, was sitting in the highest position in the main palace with a smile on his face. Sumo and Yi Xian were already standing in front of him. They were only waiting for the Master of Ceremonies' order, and then the ceremony would begin. The crucial moment had arrived. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen. Sumo did not seem to feel any pressure at all. He smiled faintly and looked at the obedient Yi Xian beside him gently. He had imagined this scene before, but that was countless years ago. After so much time had passed, he had completely forgotten about it. The loud voice of the Master of Ceremonies reminded him. At this time, everyone was looking in Sumo's direction with smiles on their faces. This could be considered the first wedding in the entire Serene Nether Prefecture where both husband and wife had powerful cultivations. Everyone was looking forward to it. I've watched Sumo and Yi Xian grow up. I sincerely congratulate you for being able to come this far. The Lord of the Serene Nether Prefecture nodded with a smile. Thank you, Lord. The two of them thanked him together. Yi Xian's voice did not sound like she was imprisoned at all. She even sounded a little shy. This made the people who knew about it a little confused. They knew that Yi Xian was captured and used to lure Longchen here. Why did Yi Xian act so naturally? Speaking of Longchen, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This person, who did not even have divine sense, could cause such a commotion in the Serene Nether Prefecture. They even heard that he had killed Su Yang. Most of the people didn't believe it, but even if they didn't believe that he could kill Su Yang, it was true that he had killed Su Er, who was at the third level of the divine martial realm, in the Godslayer's tomb. For everyone, this miraculous young man was simply heaven-defying. Soon, the wedding ceremony was over. It was time for the bride to go to the bridal room. Yi Xian was the most beautiful woman in the entire Serene Nether Prefecture. Her status, beauty, temperament, and strength were all top-notch. Being able to marry such a wife, everyone looked at Sumo with envy. Everyone, let's drink. Let's drink until we're drunk. Before the bride left, Sumo had already started to stir up the atmosphere. In his divine sense, the little fish that had been lured by the bait had already taken the bait. At this time, Sumo looked at the ceiling with a smile. Boom! With an explosive sound, the intact blue ceiling was completely penetrated by countless blood-red sword lights. The entire ceiling was completely destroyed in an instant. Countless dust fell down onto the food and wine below. Everything on the table was destroyed. Many people didn't have enough time to protect themselves, so they were also hit by the dust and rocks. A wedding banquet soon became a scene of disaster. Seeing this, Sumo and the Lord of the Serene Nether Prefecture, Xiaofan, were not angry. Instead, they looked at each other and smiled. The fish had taken the bait. Next, it was time to put the fish into the fish basket. In the dark, Chu Tiange also raised his head and looked in this direction. In his vision, a young man fell from the sky and landed in the center of countless people. Although the aura he released was only at the first level of the divine martial realm, there were countless terrifying factors in his body, which made Chu Tiange very interested, especially the unyielding will of this young man, the terrifying confidence and calmness revealed in his eyes. If such a person was born in Emperor Dong's palace, he would definitely be in the top 10 of the talent list. He would be my biggest competitor. This was Chu Tiange's conclusion after taking a look at Longchen. He didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at Longchen with great interest. To him, today's capture was a trivial matter. Since Chu Tiange had taken care of everything, he would let him do as he pleased. In any case, the fish had already been caught. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to escape Chu Tiange's grasp. Moreover, Chu Tiange knew that Sumo had once wanted to take advantage of the blood-red blood heaven wasteland. Let such a person fight to the death with Long Chen. Anyway, the final result had nothing to do with him. If he died, it would be even better. That's right, the person who came here was Long Chen. He knew that his opponent's divine awareness had already seen him, so he directly came here in a high profile. Long Chen was already mentally prepared. Although his situation was not good, Long Chen had a kind of undying faith. He believed that he could definitely accomplish it. If he really couldn't, then he could only use that trick. Even if his cultivation was ruined, even if he was no longer in the god martial arts realm, Long Chen would not let Yi Xian fall into their hands. Although he was only at the first level of the god martial arts realm, when Long Chen came, his arrogant and domineering manner scared many people. After all, in the entire Serene Hell Prefecture, no one dared to behave atrociously here. Who is this young man? He is only at the first level of the god martial arts realm. Is he Long Chen? Yes, it is him. He really dared to come here. I really can't believe it. Doesn't he know that this is already a mountain of knives and a sea of fire for him? Fighting with Emperor Dong's palace won't end well. I guess he is here to offer something. Does he need to come in such a high profile to offer something? All kinds of discussions were going on behind Long Chen. Long Chen took a few steps forward. As soon as he came in, his eyes fell on Yi Xian. It was because of Yi Xian's appearance that Long Chen finally rushed in. However, Yi Xian's behavior made him feel a little strange. Why was she so obedient? Chapter 1028. Sumo's last sentence made the crowd burst into laughter. Long Chen wasn't interested in bickering anymore. If he hadn't matured, he would have definitely scolded Sumo. It would have been useless. He didn't say anything, he just stood there quietly. Many people admired his composure. Many people were looking at Long Chen, they were expecting him to do something strange. Long Chen was thinking about something. He felt that Yi Xian was a little different, he couldn't tell what it was. All his senses were Yi Xian's. Long Chen could only use his spirit-devouring demon eyes, but he was able to see some clues. His opponent's god martial spirit was a little distorted. Although it was still Yi Xian's feeling, it also had the feeling of someone else. What's going on? Saving Yi Xian was Long Chen's first goal today. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen raised his head. Under the pressure of countless people, he wasn't scared at all. He raised his head and a dragon's shadow flashed in his hand. The scarlet blood eternity appeared in his hand and a blood-red light spread in his hand. The appearance of the scarlet blood eternity immediately caused the entire Nether Master Palace to boil. Everyone was fighting to be the first to look at Yi Xian, their eyes were filled with envy. In a short moment, there were all kinds of discussions, the entire Nether Master Palace was about to explode. What is he doing? Fighting against Sumo, who is at the 5th level of the divine martial realm? How is that possible? The difference between the 1st and 5th level of the divine martial realm is like the difference between heaven and earth. The 5th level of the divine martial realm can easily kill tens of thousands of people at the 1st level of the divine martial realm. He dares to fight against Sumo with the scarlet blood eternity. To be honest, from the crowd's point of view, if Sumo was defeated by Long Chen, it would be the funniest joke they had heard in the past 1,000 years. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. They would only think that Long Chen's cultivation was not only at the 1st level of the divine martial realm. In this world, there were still many ways to conceal oneself. Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation told Sumo about Long Chen's attitude. After Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation took it out, Long Chen didn't say anything. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he lifted Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation up high. Long Chen coldly looked at Sumo, a cold smile on his face. Get out of the way. It was a simple sentence, but it contained an irresistible majesty. Looking at the horrifying teenager who was shrouded in blood, Sumo was shocked. However, thinking that he was like a turtle in a jar, and that he had already reached the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, Sumo had endless confidence again. He said with a smile, "Don't joke around. You can't escape today. Since you have come here, you will regret it one day. Is that so? Then let me give you a present first." After Long Chen finished speaking, he threw the desolate blood spike on the ground. Boom! The blood-red formation started from the tip of his sword and spread in all directions. In an instant, it enveloped more than half of the Lord Palace of the Nether. Most of the people were frightened by the sharp sword formation under their feet. At this moment, the blood-red light had already surrounded most of the people's feet. It was the sword-shaped runes of the god-killing sword formation. A large number of blood-red sword-shaped runes had gathered under the feet of most of the people. Most of them were from the Nether army. Otherwise, they would be the core members of the Nether Lord Palace. Get out of the way. The blood-red divine energy was channeled from Long Chen's hand into Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation. A soul-stirring murderous aura burst out from Long Chen's body, causing the entire Lord Palace of the Nether to fall into a terrifying atmosphere. Everyone was stunned. Impossible. How can a first-level divine martial arts realm do this? This is the god-killing sword formation. Everyone, run. What? The god-killing sword formation? Very quickly, everyone was frightened and wanted to escape through the air. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not match up to Long Chen's speed. Sumo's face was gloomy. Long Chen was obviously threatening him with the lives of a large number of people. Chu Tiange had left this matter to him. If he let the Lord Palace of the Nether bleed too much, it would look bad even if he managed to capture Long Chen. If Chu Tiange was unhappy, Sumo's face darkened when he thought of this. Long Chen always had a way to anger him. You're courting death. Sumo didn't dodge, instead, he directly grabbed towards Long Chen. His cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm, so his speed was much faster than before. He was already at the same level as Yi Xian. Sumo's cultivation had greatly increased, and he had indeed given Long Chen more pressure. Unfortunately, you're too slow. In the depths of Long Chen's eyes, there was still calmness and hot blood. Seeing that Sumo was rushing over, he roared, and with a twist of the Scarlet Blood Heaven Wasteland in his hand, countless sword chi soared into the sky from the god-murdering sword formation. To everyone, this was a disaster, and those who were weaker had their chests pierced through by the blood-red sword chi. Even if they were strong, fast, and could escape a little further, under the encirclement of the countless sword chi, they would not be able to escape too much in a short period of time. Under Long Chen's control, the Lord Palace of the Nether became a living hell in a short period of time. The blood-red sword chi surged everywhere and countless screams were heard. Everyone's face was filled with fear. The god-killing sword formation was too terrifying. If Long Chen had the divine energy of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm or above, he would be able to unleash the full power of the god-killing sword formation. At that time, the situation would not be as simple as it was now. Sumo did not expect Long Chen to do as he said. Just like that, more than 5,000 of the 20 to 30,000 people in the Lord Palace of the Nether died. Those who were not injured were at least at the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm. Even if they were at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm, it was normal for them to have their arms and legs broken. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was hell. Whoosh! After Long Chen killed most of the people, he suddenly changed his speed and disappeared in front of Sumo. This scene made Sumo's scalp go numb. The combined screams of tens of thousands of people made Sumo's scalp go numb. This brat is much more hateful than I thought. I used Yi Xian to threaten him and I have already driven him crazy. This brat is crazy. The way he does things is really terrifying. I have to kill him as soon as possible. Looking at the tragic scene in front of him, Sumo regretted not attacking Long Chen from the start. On the high platform, the Lord of the Nether Prefecture and Ming Di stood together. Under Long Chen's god-killing sword formation, most of the people who died were from the Nether Army and the Lord of the Nether Prefecture. The two of them were very pained. When Ming Di was about to attack, the Lord of the Nether Prefecture stopped him and said, "Master, give this to Sumo and we will stop." Gao Yen thought for a moment, then nodded his head. Yang Yufan was right, Chu Tiange definitely didn't like it when others didn't listen to his orders. Everything was under his control, and whatever he said was what a true big shot wanted. As for the lives of his subordinates, Chu Tiange didn't care at all. At this moment, Chu Tiange closed his book and looked at Long Chen with interest. He kept nodding and said with a smile, "This young man's temperament is not bad. He is decisive in killing. He has figured out Sumo's position in an instant. He is stronger than Sumo." He wanted to obtain Long Chen's belongings, but he wasn't anxious at all. Long Chen was in his field of vision, and it was impossible for him to escape. Only by slowly toying with him like a monkey would he be interested. Oh, so his target is Yi Xian. After killing most of the people and dodging Sumo's attack, Long Chen's body turned into golden lightning. In a flash, he appeared 10 meters in front of Yi Xian. He is going to save Yi Xian. Everyone was shocked. Hearing this, Sumo suddenly laughed. He turned around and saw that Long Chen was already in front of Yi Xian, but he did not do anything. At this moment, what shocked everyone even more was that Long Chen did not go to save Yi Xian. Instead, he swung his sword at Yi Xian. A blood-red sword light flashed past Yi Xian's head and completely cut the red veil on Yi Xian in half. What a smart guy. You can even see through my secret skill of disguise. After the red veil was cut open, a sweet and cute-looking girl appeared. She was wearing heavy makeup and had a slim body with amazing curves. She was completely different from Yi Xian. The girl who married Sumo was not Yi Xian at all. Long Chen did not know what kind of secret skill it was, but since it could even fool Long Chen, it must be something extraordinary. Long Chen had to get very close to the girl to realize that something was wrong. After standing in front of Long Chen for such a long time, he would still be exposed. Did I fall into a trap? Yi Xian is still in the Nether Prison suppressing tower, they didn't even bring her out. Although many things had gone according to plan, and Long Chen's heart was greatly shaken, this was the time when he needed to calm down the most. He forced his brain to clear up. At this moment, Su Xiaodai did not say anything. A long whip made of blood-red feathers lashed towards Long Chen. This girl had instantly displayed a skill that was far more powerful than Long Chen's. She was at least a warrior close to the 6th level of the divine martial realm. The long whip in her hand landed on Long Chen's body without any surprise. Pa! Long Chen was sent flying. Sumo, you are such a disgrace. You are also a warrior of the Phoenix bloodline. Go and catch him. Su Xiaodai put her hands on her waist. A warrior at the 1st level of the divine martial realm would definitely die after being whipped by her. Even a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm would be killed. Therefore, although she did not kill Long Chen, she was sure that Long Chen would not be able to stand up again. This change was also out of everyone's expectation. Long Chen's first move was out of everyone's expectation. He showed his strength to countless seniors present and killed so many people directly. However, in the second move, he was hit by Su Xiaodai. It seemed that the older, the wiser. Chapter 1029. The entire Nether Master Palace was now filled with corpses. What happened today would shake the entire Nether Prefecture. The people from Emperor Dong's palace would probably know about the existence of Long Chen. Sumo felt his face burning. He had to rely on Su Xiaodia's help to capture Long Chen. Now was not the time to be embarrassed. Sumo said nothing and tapped his feet lightly. A purple flame appeared in each of his hands and charged towards Long Chen. Die. The two flames flew towards Long Chen's face. It would be strange if Long Chen could still get up after being hit by Su Xiaodai. Just as Sumo's fist was about to land, Long Chen, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and waved his sword. 100 million killing calamity. Sumo was very close and was instantly surrounded by a sword ball, blocking Sumo's path. The blood-red sword ball rotated rapidly and rays of sword chi pierced into it. That woman should be from Emperor Dong's palace. What surprised countless people was that Long Chen actually got up unscathed. He turned around and looked at Su Xiaodai. Then, he unleashed the recoil force of his move and instantly charged out of the Lord Nether Palace, escaping. Yi Xian did not come out of the Nether Prison Pagoda at all. He had been tricked today and came for nothing. However, Long Chen was not someone who would suffer losses. He would not come for nothing. You want my things, you want me to die, but at the very least, I'll make you pay the price of regret for the rest of your lives. This was what Long Chen transmitted to Su Xiaodai when he looked at her again. The moment Long Chen got up, Su Xiaodai seemed to see a blood-red primordial beast in front of her. The pressure that came from her bloodline suddenly made Su Xiaodai take a step back in fear. When she came to her senses, Long Chen had already escaped. At that moment, Su Xiaodai did not know what had happened. It was an unfounded fear. This fellow. Su Xiaodai remembered that she was actually frightened by him. She immediately became incomparably angry. Her shame turned into anger, and her murderous intent suddenly appeared. It had been a long time since she wanted to kill someone like this. Break. The trillions of killing tribulations failed to attack Sumo. Sumo's fireball blocked it. However, breaking the trillions of killing tribulations still took some time. By the time the trillions of killing tribulations were broken, Long Chen had already escaped. You actually want to run? Sumo was shocked. He knew that Long Chen had a terrifying escape magic, and if he used it, there was no way that Sumo would be able to catch up to him. If he let Long Chen get away, Chu Tiange would definitely kill him. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Sumo immediately began to get nervous. Trash, let me do it. Su Xiaodai angrily cursed and was about to chase after him when a young man in a golden robe suddenly appeared next to her and grabbed her shoulder. Who is it? Su Xiaodai turned around angrily. Dire. Chu Tiange's face darkened. Senior apprentice brother. Su Xiaodia's temper instantly disappeared. Let Su Mo handle this matter. Just watch and see. Don't get angry easily. On the path of cultivation, if you get angry first in a battle, it usually means that you'll lose. Fighting the weak won't do you any good, said Chu Tiange. Then what do we do? Asked Su Xiaodai nervously. Don't worry. Anyone who enters the range of my divine sense won't be able to escape. Chu Tiange smiled. By now, many people had already chased after Sumo. Only the Spirit Hell Prefecture Lord and the others were still here. Chu Tiange took the lead, stepping over the corpses and the screaming people on the ground. Their expressions didn't change, as if they hadn't seen anything at all. To the true big shots, the deaths of these people were insignificant. After walking out of the Spirit Hell Prefecture Lord Palace, everyone saw that Long Chen hadn't completely escaped. Instead, he was stopped by Sumo. The two of them fought as they moved towards the east of the prefecture city. That was where Long Chen was heading. His speed was actually about the same as Sumo's. Otherwise, Sumo wouldn't have been able to stop Long Chen. This brat's speed is really fast. I've long heard that his speed is monstrous. Now that I've seen him, he really lives up to his reputation. Even Sumo can't catch up to him. Sumo was extremely sullen. Long Chen didn't want to fight at all. He looked extremely anxious. On one hand, he was fleeing in a hurry, while on the other hand, he was dealing with Sumo's attacks from time to time. Sumo, who had reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm, undoubtedly posed a fatal threat to Long Chen. However, Sumo was about to lose his temper because Long Chen didn't want to fight with him at all. Every time they fought, Long Chen wouldn't be able to hold on any longer, so he would immediately find an opportunity to escape. This brat clearly has an escape technique, yet he's leading me here step by step. What is he trying to do? Sumo wasn't an idiot. He could naturally see that Long Chen seemed to have a purpose in moving forward, even though Long Chen's acting was very convincing. Chu Tiange and the others are watching. I can't fall into this brat's trap again. Sumo and Long Chen could be considered old enemies. Ever since they had met in the Ghost Lord City, Sumo had been completely superior to them. Until today, Long Chen was absolutely qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. Do you really think that's all I've got? Sumo couldn't wait any longer. He was anxious to display the strength of the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Otherwise, he might really fall into Long Chen's trap. The 5th level of the divine martial realm, when the 3 great calamities descend upon the body, it's the best way to excavate the innate body. Today, I will show you the real purple flame phoenix body. In the air, Sumo's body was burning with raging flames. A dormant aura was gradually awakening in his body. This was also a kind of beast bloodline. It was rapidly spreading throughout Sumo's body. At this moment, a huge change occurred on Sumo's back. Unexpectedly, a pair of real bird wings stretched out from his back. This pair of wings was incomparably huge, burning with purple flames. The bones and blood vessels on the wings were directly connected to Sumo's bones and blood vessels. A vast aura was emitted from Sumo's body. This pair of purple wings indeed made Long Chen feel a great threat. However, Long Chen's expression didn't change. No one knew what Long Chen was thinking. He was still as calm as ever. Could it be that under this kind of threat, he still thought that he could escape? One should know that behind the crowd was a group of people: Chu Tiange, Su Xiaodai, Yang Yufan, and Gao Yan. Any one of these people could kill Long Chen faster than Sumo. No matter what, it's really incredible that this kid can survive until now at this level at this age. What is his background? In a flash, Sumo's innate body had completely transformed. The purple wings flashed, and a fiery aura spread out from Sumo's body, blowing across the entire prefecture. The wind was howling. Aren't you fast? What about now? Sumo smiled. With the flapping of these real wings, his speed had increased to Gao Yan's level. Birdman transformation. How pretty. To Sumo's surprise, Long Chen just smiled, as if nothing had happened. Looking at Chu Tiange, Long Chen said, "If you've got the guts, follow me." With that, Long Chen's body flashed with blood-colored light, and he vanished, heading east. Sumo's expression flickered. This was one of Long Chen's techniques that he was most familiar with, and most worried about. He immediately followed. So fast. The speed of these two people, one in front and one behind, shocked everyone present. After him. The others hurried to follow. Is that the escape technique? Chu Tiange was very emotional. He looked at the others, and the 4 of them immediately surpassed the others. They followed closely behind Su Mo. Su Mo didn't just stand there either. He flapped his purple wings as hard as he could, trying to catch up to the blood-red figure in front of him. But the blood-red figure was simply too fast, and Su Mo found himself feeling powerless against it. If I let him get away, I won't have a good ending. Thinking of this, Sumo continued to fight for his life. Fortunately, Long Chen actually stopped a dozen kilometers ahead of him. Overjoyed, Sumo immediately gave chase. He soon discovered that Long Chen was standing there, as if waiting for him. Sumo stood in front of Long Chen, looking around. This was the highest training camp of the Netherworld Legion, the base of the Netherworld Legion. This place was most likely the Netherworld Plaza. Right now, Long Chen was standing under a 1,000-meter-tall Netherworld boulder. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and the top was already in the clouds. This Netherworld boulder was said to be a meteorite, and the scene of such a huge meteorite falling down must have been terrifying. What is this kid doing here? He knows that even his escape technique can't escape Chu Tiange's pursuit, so he's not going anywhere. Looking at Long Chen in front of him, Sumo was puzzled. Long Chen was currently standing in front of the Netherworld boulder, his back to Sumo. Only after the others arrived did Long Chen turn his head. When Long Chen turned his head, Sumo saw a strange light on his face. Long Chen seemed to have changed. Not far behind Sumo, Chu Tiange and the others stood there, watching Long Chen with great interest. He didn't make a move. Instead, as Long Chen and Sumo fought, he carefully observed Long Chen's every move, and there was an indescribable change in his eyes. Gradually, the others arrived. At this time, Long Chen actually walked toward Sumo, step by step, his expression fearless. Everyone else was filled with admiration for him. They found it strange that Long Chen might have been able to escape just now. Why wasn't he leaving now? What other tricks do you want to play now? Sumo cautiously watched Long Chen approach. A game of life and death? Do you dare to play with me? Last time, your Su clan Su Zhen lost to me, so he died, said Long Chen suddenly. Everyone's hearts palpitated. This youth was practically a legend. How do we play? Asked Sumo. Chapter 1030. In the vast nether square, everyone else had already retreated. Only the high-level members of the Nether Mansion, who were warriors above the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm, were qualified to stay here. Surrounded by the crowd were Chu Tiange and Su Xiaodai from Emperor Dong's palace. This is the young expert from Emperor Dong's palace. Long Chen slightly glanced at the other side. This person gave him the most pressure. In front of Long Chen, he was like a cloud of fog. Especially in terms of his body, he had a kind of vitality that made people's scalps numb. This should be the supreme golden body that could only be achieved by warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Among the people present, Long Chen was definitely the youngest. His age could not be seen from his appearance, but the god martial spirit had a kind of maturity. Generally, warriors above the divine martial arts realm could analyze a warrior's age from the god martial spirit. Obviously, Long Chen's god martial spirit was completely new, and his age was definitely within 25 years. In fact, Long Chen started cultivating at the age of 16. Today, he was 22 years old. Su Xiaodai, the youngest among the people present, was more than 20 years older than him. This was the rule of the 3 imperial regions. It was not that Su Xiaodai was old. In the 3 imperial regions, she was still a young and lively girl. It was not very outstanding for Long Chen to reach the 1st level of the divine martial arts realm at such a young age. Generally speaking, warriors in the 3 imperial regions had a very high starting point. However, with his cultivation of the 1st level of the divine martial arts realm, he was able to make so many super experts move out for him. Even the warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm were far more powerful than the warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Although many people did not say it, they sincerely admired Long Chen from the bottom of their hearts. This guy is only about 20 years old, but he has such a temperament and combat strength. If we let him grow up and make him our enemy, it will be troublesome. Chu Tiange's face was expressionless as he looked at Long Chen and the scarlet blood sky desolation in Long Chen's hand. If Sumo can't handle him, he will have reached the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm for nothing. But it's strange, is this guy hiding his strength? How can a warrior at the first level of the divine martial arts realm have such a fighting capacity? There is no one in the entire Emperor Dong's palace. Su Xiaodai was also very interested in Long Chen. Not only does Emperor Dong's palace not have it, even Jinwu Imperial Palace doesn't have it, Chu Tiange said quietly. If something happens to Sumo, I'll do it myself. You. Su Xiaodai was shocked. Chu Tiange had never fought since he came to the Serene Hell Prefecture. Last time, Yi Xian was defeated by Su Xiaodai and the Lord of the Serene Hell Prefecture. Su Xiaodai alone could not defeat Yi Xian, who was wearing the Nether Imperial armor. Emperor Dong's palace was almost 1/5 of the entire Jinwu Imperial domain. It ruled 108 prefectures. Each prefecture had 100 main cities, 10,000 medium cities, millions of small cities, and countless people. It was the peak of the Eastern Imperial domain. Chu Tiange, the sword god, was one of the young elites of Emperor Dong's palace. It could be said that among billions of people, there would only be one person like Chu Tiange. Long Chen was only at the first level of the divine martial arts realm. How could Chu Tiange fight for him? Seeing that Chu Tiange valued Long Chen so much, Su Xiaodai smacked her lips. She couldn't help but re-evaluate Long Chen, this magical little guy. His age wasn't even half of Su Xiaodai's, so he was indeed a little guy. This guy really thinks he's a genius. In front of senior brother, except for those from the Jinwu Imperial Palace, no one is qualified to call themselves a genius, Su Xiaodai said, holding Chu Tiange's arm. Dai, you're too naive. The 3 major imperial regions are so vast and have billions of people. Although I'm considered a top figure in Emperor Dong's palace, there are countless people who surpass me in every imperial region. In the barren imperial region alone, there are countless races. For some of the top demon clans, as long as they have a good bloodline, all of them are geniuses. This is very common. Moreover, don't forget that the 9 realms are divided into 3 regions and 9 realms. The Eastern Royal Region is just a vassal of the Jinwu Imperial Region, while the 9 realms are places that are as famous as the 3 major imperial regions. Chu Tiange's eyes were full of humility when he said this. Only by maintaining awe and respect for the path of cultivation can one make progress. Arrogance, complacency, and supercilious behavior are obstacles in the way. Oh, I see. Su Xiaodai nodded, not really understanding. At this time, Long Chen and Sumo had already started a real battle of life and death. No one knew Long Chen's plan. In the eyes of the crowd, Long Chen was just fighting to the death. There was no way he could escape the fate of death. Who asked him to obtain the Godslayer's inheritance? That was not something someone at his level could obtain. The hatred between Sumo and this kid named Long Chen is not ordinary. No wonder Long Chen fought back at the last moment. It seems like he wants to drag one of them down with him. This was what many people thought. Chu Tiange didn't say anything, and no one moved. They just watched the battle between Long Chen and Sumo. Sumo had accepted Long Chen's game of life and death. Having reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm, his innate body had already begun to awaken. The purple fire phoenix body gave Sumo super speed and the extremely hot nirvana purple fire. At the same time, the pair of wings could be used as weapons. You can kill Su Zhen because of the Godslayer's rules, but I. Sumo smiled coldly. The wings moved, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Long Chen. Phoenix flashing wings. At this moment, the 2 pairs of wings were like 2 huge knives, burning with purple flames, and slashed towards Long Chen. Sumo's attack could mobilize the Emperor's spiritual chi between heaven and earth by relying on the oneness of man and nature. It contained the martial will, which was incomparably powerful. And now, it also had the innate body's power. The pair of wings slashed out, and a deep ravine appeared on the ground. Sand and stones splashed out, and the pair of wings had already slashed in front of Long Chen. At this time, the calm and unhurried Long Chen showed everyone what was called speed. His feet changed, and in an instant, he turned into a bolt of lightning. Many people didn't see it clearly, and Long Chen had directly flashed behind Sumo. At this time, although Long Chen looked very calm, the murderous intent on his body seemed to be inherited from Yi Wuxiang, and it was even more terrifying than Yi Wuxiang's. At the moment when Long Chen rushed behind him, Sumo felt as if there was an ancient giant beast behind him, which made him tremble with fear. There must be something mysterious about this kid, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many miraculous things. Chu Tiange didn't attack him directly, but sent me instead. I'm afraid he wants to find something from Long Chen's body, and if he attacks, he will definitely kill Long Chen in an instant. It wasn't that he looked down on Long Chen, but the two of them weren't at the same level. In the Serene Hell Prefecture, even the Lord of the Serene Hell Prefecture had a much lower status than Chu Tiange. In Sumo's mind, no matter what, Long Chen wouldn't be able to escape today. This was already an inescapable trap. Want to run? The phoenix flapped its wings and turned around. Sumo turned into a purple line of fire, once again pouncing towards Long Chen. After reaching the 5th level of the divine martial realm, his divine origin had also increased. Therefore, Long Chen could only use a speed that was faster than his to slightly restrain him. In the midst of the numerous blade-like wings, Long Chen didn't say anything. He silently clenched his teeth, retreated step by step, and seized the opportunity to attack. This kind of tenacity, like that of a wild wolf, made everyone admire him. If he didn't have this speed, Long Chen might have already been killed by Sumo. Purple Flame Purgatory Fist. It was this move again. The earth shook and the mountains swayed. Sumo completely trapped Long Chen, and then attacked. The purple flame vortex confined Long Chen's body, and the final fist momentum was contained in the center of the entire vortex. Million-killing tribulation. Waving his hand, Long Chen didn't retreat, instead, he moved forward crazily. In the process of rushing forward, he suddenly slashed out a sword ball. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword chi condensed into a huge ball, rumbling loudly. Compared to the battle in the Ghost Region Forest, Long Chen now had a more powerful divine origin and speed. This was also his progress. Therefore, this head-on confrontation of Long Chen's move was unexpectedly not weaker than Sumo's. Sumo, who was using the purple flame purgatory fist, was directly struck by Long Chen. Insignificant skill. Sumo laughed loudly, and continued to move forward. A ferocious light appeared in his eyes. Then, I will show you the true power of the purple flame phoenix body. Boom! The huge purple wings enveloped Sumo completely. Purple flames blazed, forming a huge fireball. This fireball blazed fiercely, soaring into the sky, containing a terrifying power. In order to deal with Long Chen, Sumo even used this move. This is Su Jin's famous move. I didn't think that after Su Jin died, Sumo would immediately take over. Under this move, Long Chen will die for sure. Under the absolute suppression of strength, everything was fleeting. This was the absolute suppression Sumo had. Looking at the fireball in the air, Long Chen frowned. He could also sense that his opponent possessed a power that made him feel shocked. At this moment, that power was rising. If you want to take my life, I will at least make you pay a heavy price, a heavy price. From the start, Sumo was Long Chen's enemy. Until today, he finally had the chance to fight him head-on. So many people are waiting for me, I can't lose. To Long Chen, this was a belief that he would persist until the day he died. He couldn't lose, no matter what. In Long Chen's body, his huge internal organs and muscles were squirming, and his blood was surging. It was as if there were countless huge beasts hiding in his body, letting out a series of angry roars. He raised the scarlet blood eternal wilderness in his hand. Chapter 1031. The crimson-horned demonic dragon let out a light roar, as though it was agreeing to Long Chen's request. At this moment, the fireball in the middle suddenly split open. Long Chen, die. Within the split fireball, a phoenix that blotted out the sky appeared. This wasn't a phantom of a phoenix, but a giant bird that looked like a real demon. It charged towards Long Chen. This phoenix possessed an unparalleled strength for Long Chen. The sharp beak of the bird was like the sharpest weapon in the world, piercing towards Long Chen. Especially the pressure that belonged to a giant beast, it was unknown how many times stronger than the will of martial arts. For a moment, Long Chen felt like he was a small boat on a stormy sea. True god of Phoenix. It was unknown where Sumo's wild laughter came from. In Long Chen's world, everything disappeared, as though the entire world had turned into a desolate state. In front of him, there was only a giant purple bird that blotted out the sky. Long Chen felt as though he was facing a god. This feeling even made him kneel on the ground, allowing his giant purple phoenix to slaughter him. This was the power of this move. As for those who had truly awakened the purple flame phoenix physique, they were able to use this move. Die. Die. The sharp sword seemed to be pressing against Long Chen's body. The most terrifying thing was the omnipresent pressure that made people unable to resist. However, Long Chen wasn't a simple person. His body was unyielding, it couldn't withstand this kind of pressure at all. Sumo's attack aroused the pride in Long Chen's heart. Countless images of divine dragons flashed on his body, letting out earth-shattering roars. In Long Chen's hands, the crimson blood desolation seemed to have turned into a divine dragon, looking at the giant purple bird in the sky with disdain. God slaughtering sword formation. Roar. Long Chen let out a roar. His eyes were bloodshot. Before the giant purple bird arrived, Long Chen's crimson blood desolation stabbed into the ground. Instantly, the blood-red formation surrounded him and Sumo. Sword Ocean. The crimson blood desolation in his hands suddenly waved. Countless crimson sword chi came from the blood-red formation and condensed towards the crimson blood desolation. In a short period of time, the crimson blood desolation had completely transformed into a 100-meter-long crimson sword. Long Chen roared and waved the huge sword in his hand, emitting a hair-raising sound. Then, the sword slashed towards the giant purple bird. The two attacks collided. The giant purple bird let out a mournful cry. Its wings were still flapping, and a deep wound appeared on its body. As for the huge sword formed by Long Chen's sea of swords, it shattered in the process of the collision. If not for the difference in divine energy, Long Chen's sword strike just now would have been enough to split Sumo into two halves. Now, you're at your wit's end. It was unknown where Sumo's laughter came from, but the purple fire phoenix continued to soar into the sky. After being blocked for a short period of time, it actually ignored its injuries. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its body was filled with purple flames. It burned fiercely, and continued to attack towards Long Chen. That huge pressure continued to descend. In Long Chen's eyes, the purple fire phoenix was no longer scary. After the sword ocean was completed, Long Chen's eyes were ice cold. With a sneer, the long sword in his hand pierced into the god-slaughtering sword formation once again. And this time, it pierced into the center of the god-slaughtering sword formation. Beast Tide. At this moment, a huge rumbling sound came out from the god-slaughtering sword formation. Most of the people frowned, and some even covered their ears, as if there were billions of wild beasts roaring again and again. Countless beast-type rune shadows came out from the god-slaughtering sword formation and gathered at Long Chen's feet. 10,000 beasts gathered together, forming a strong will that completely drowned out the will of the purple fire phoenix. Rise. Long Chen pulled out the scarlet blood heaven wasteland and thrusted it towards the purple fire phoenix. Those beast-shaped runes were all sucked into the scarlet blood heaven wasteland by Long Chen. With a wave of his sword, Long Chen felt as if his arm was about to explode, because the scarlet blood heaven wasteland had gathered too much power. This was not his own power at all, but the power of over 1,000 ghost beasts in the ghost domain forest. Whoosh! A sword pierced out. In the next second, a divine dragon formed completely from blood-colored sword chi soared into the sky. This was completely the power of the scarlet-horned devil dragon. Over 1,000 ferocious beasts gathered together, and under the leadership of the scarlet blood heaven wasteland, they actually turned into a scarlet-horned devil dragon. It was truly shocking. When the scarlet-horned devil dragon appeared, it had already been declared a failure. In the legends, the true phoenix was an existence of the divine beast level, on the same level as the golden crow. However, the one in front of them was clearly just a mixed-blood descendant. The blood-horned devil dragon, formed from millions upon millions of strands of sword energy, let out a roar that shook everything. Everyone was completely shocked, especially Chu Tiange, whose eyes shone with excitement and delight. He had always been a quiet person, and therefore, it was obvious that he was very excited. The scarlet-horned devil dragon opened its bloody mouth and welcomed the purple fire phoenix. When the purple fire phoenix saw such a huge beast that even its soul could feel, it completely lost the will to resist and hurriedly retreated. Then, everyone saw such a scene. The scarlet-horned devil dragon directly opened its mouth and swallowed the purple fire phoenix that covered the sky into its stomach. Then, it dissipated with a loud bang. After the scarlet-horned devil dragon dissipated, the purple fire phoenix also completely disappeared, accompanied by Sumo's disappearance. Under Long Chen's attack, it could be said that Sumo had completely turned into powder. Rumble. Everything dissipated. Long Chen kept the god-murdering sword formation and almost fell to the ground. That last move had almost consumed all of the god essence in his body. The beast tide was the strongest move of the god-murdering sword formation, and in the end, it was able to draw out the power of the scarlet-horned devil dragon from the scarlet blood heaven wasteland. This was probably within Long Chen's calculations. If not for the power of the scarlet-horned devil dragon, Long Chen would not have been able to kill Sumo today. Everything disappeared, leaving behind a young man, his face pale. He staggered a few steps before he managed to steady himself. He raised his head and looked at the crowd with unyielding determination. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, nor was there any trace of self-satisfaction. It was as if killing Su Mo was something insignificant to him. 10 breaths, it's not over yet. From the time he used the beast tide to killing Sumo, it was only 5 breaths of time. About 7 or 8 breaths of time, Long Chen used the skill of the Void Dragon Talisman. Waves of light rippled in his body. This was a kind of nature-defying power that restored Long Chen to the state where his god essence was almost saturated. In an instant, the dispirited Long Chen seemed to have become a different person. He had completely recovered, and his eyes were much sharper. If before, everyone had treated this youth as a monkey to be toyed with, now Long Chen made them feel admiration. After all, except for the Su family and the people of Emperor Dong's palace, no one else had a direct conflict with Long Chen. The first tier of the divine martial arts realm killed someone at the 5th tier of the divine martial arts realm, almost surpassing 10 levels. This is too terrifying. Yeah, just what kind of potential does a person have to be able to unleash such power? Except for Chu Tiange and Su Xiaodai, everyone's face was full of shock. This person, Long Chen, had subverted their lifetime understanding of martial arts. Of course, for Long Chen, it was just luck that he could kill Sumo today. Moreover, Sumo had just reached the 5th tier of the divine martial arts realm a few days ago, and his god essence had not increased to a sufficient level. Coincidentally, he used the Phoenix Real God, which was suppressed by the divine dragon, so he was killed by Long Chen. Under normal circumstances, it was already good enough for Long Chen to defeat someone at the fourth tier of the divine martial arts realm, the consummate extreme realm of martial arts. But this was also quite nature-defying. Next, what was even more unacceptable was that Long Chen had obviously consumed all his god essence in the battle, but why did his god essence increase so quickly in a short period of time? It could be said that he had almost recovered to his original level in an instant. What the hell is going on? I didn't see clearly, but he recovered in an instant. It is very likely that he has a precious treasure on him, a super precious treasure that can recover god essence. That's right. Look at the young master of Emperor Dong's palace. Everyone was whispering, and at that moment, Chu Tiange, his face full of excitement, took 2 steps forward. He had already confirmed what he wanted to confirm. Long Chen had finally used Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation and even used the Bloodhorn Demon Dragon. Without a doubt, this was proof of Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation's identity. Dragons were also something that Chu Tiange pursued. And Long Chen had something that Chu Tiange desperately needed. In particular, that final recovery of spirit essence allowed him to understand that Long Chen likely had other precious treasures on him. Long Chen was also staring at Chu Tiange, and at the same time, he was also backing up until his back was pressed against the back of the huge netherworld stone. Sumo was dead, so it was time for Chu Tiange to make his move. Long Chen was not so naive as to think that he was a match for him. "Let's discuss something," said Chu Tiange indifferently after calming himself down. "Speak. Give me everything you have on you," Chu Tiange said solemnly. "The nameless battle technique, the blood-red blood desolation, and the thing you just used to recover god essence. Give me all of your storage rings. As long as you do what I say, I won't mistreat you. I can recommend you to Emperor Dong's palace, and even let you become a disciple of my master, the primitive emperor, and become my junior brother." Senior brother. Su Xiaodai was a bit displeased that Long Chen was going to become her junior brother. Chu Tiange gently pushed her away, then looked at Long Chen. "You're still young," he said sincerely. "You're still weak," he said. "If you have these things on you, they will only get you killed. Let me give you some advice. There's one more thing you need to understand: if you don't listen to me, I can kill you and take your things. You have 2 choices. Which one will you choose?" Chapter 1032. After Long Chen killed Sumo, no one could have imagined that Chu Tiange would give Long Chen a way out. It was obvious that to Chu Tiange, Sumo's life wasn't even as important as Long Chen's. At the very least, Chu Tiange still viewed Long Chen with great importance. Even in a situation like this, he was still willing to give Long Chen a way out. This was also good. In everyone's eyes, Long Chen was indeed a pretty good genius. If he were to die prematurely, it would be a bit of a pity. They were still quite optimistic about this youth. Having such a large fortune was not necessarily a good thing. "What's your choice?" Chu Tiange patiently continued when he saw Long Chen's head lowered in silence. The others didn't have much patience left, and were all worried for Long Chen. "Elder brother, why are you being so polite to him? He clearly doesn't want to give up on the treasure. If he's an idiot, then he's dead." Su Xiaodai pouted and looked at Long Chen with a bit of contempt. Compared to Chu Tiange, Long Chen was weak and out. She really didn't want someone like that to be her junior brother. Chu Tiange didn't say anything. He just looked expectantly at Long Chen. "I choose." As everyone waited, Long Chen raised his head and smiled. His back and left arm were pressed up against the netherworld stone. It was enormous, and seemed to pierce through the clouds. The originally calm netherworld stone was now giving off an unsettling aura. Everyone else thought it was just an illusion. At this moment, they were all focused on Long Chen's choice. At that moment, the corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a smile. That smile also caused the others to feel inexplicably uneasy. It was as if everything was under his control. That was especially true for Chu Tiange. He disliked this feeling even more. Chu Tiange had a scholarly air about him, as if he was a refined scholar. He was completely different from the enemies Long Chen had encountered in the past. However, although he looked refined, he actually had a decisive strength. He was a natural leader, and when others came up with strategies, it would trigger the taboo in the depths of his heart. Before Long Chen could finish his sentence, a huge unforeseen event occurred. "I choose to let you bastards die." Then, Long Chen gave his answer. Yi Xian was still in their hands. Long Chen knew that he couldn't save her for now, but he would come back. His eyes were bloodshot. Rumble. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Everyone was stunned. They should have seen a huge crack from the top of the netherworld stone, extending downwards. That crack grew bigger and bigger as pieces of netherworld stone fell from the sky. The distance of over 1,000 meters caused those pieces to be filled with a powerful force. Even the experts present didn't dare to use their bodies to receive these pieces of netherworld stone. The moment the crack on the netherworld stone appeared, it extended to the bottom at an extremely fast speed. The entire netherworld stone was split into two halves in an instant and collapsed with a loud bang. A scorching golden light flashed within the crack on the netherworld stone. That bright and ruthless light and temperature caused many people to hurriedly close their eyes in an instant. What's inside the netherworld stone? How is this possible? The netherworld stone is so hard that even the city couldn't break it. How could it be broken so easily? It's Long Chen. It must be Long Chen who made the netherworld stone break. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the netherworld stone. They could feel an ancient soul awakening from the netherworld stone. It was a peak pressure. Everyone had the same feeling as when they faced Long Chen's Scarlet Blood Desolation. Scarlet Blood Desolation was the horn of the red-horned demon dragon. This horn contained a trace of the dragon's soul. The dragon's soul was already dead. Only a weak consciousness still existed. And in the netherworld stone, Long Chen felt the same aura. He was very surprised. From the moment he touched the netherworld stone, Long Chen was very surprised. This was also the reason why he dared to face Sumo directly. It was because the thing in the netherworld stone could possibly make him invincible. Golden light exploded from the netherworld stone. Unsurprisingly, it covered an area of millions of miles, which was almost as big as the ghastly domain forest's prefectural city. Everyone in the prefectural city ran out and saw this shocking scene. The entire city was filled with terrifying golden light, and within this golden light, there were actually traces of lightning. That's right. Hundreds of millions of thunderbolts followed closely behind the golden light, bursting out from the netherworld stone and sweeping towards the entire city. This was a violent and terrifying power. The Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation power represented bloodshed and slaughter, while the golden thunderbolts represented speed and violent destructive power. This is a dragon. Long Chen never expected that the thing in the netherworld stone would be a dragon. At this moment, the dragon's soul was gradually awakening in the netherworld stone. In Long Chen's body, the soul-chasing hell electric formed by 100 little golds seemed to have found its mother. It cheered. Long Chen's entire body was restless. There was such a scene in Long Chen's mind. This was an incomparably vast starry sky. The starry sky was endless, and countless stars were scattered all over it. Those flashing like huge fireballs were stars. What the naked eye could see were these incomparably terrifying planets, just like the sun. And in each of the stars, there were also countless stars shuttling back and forth. Those were meteorites, or shooting stars. The netherworld stone was one of them. That netherworld stone carried thousands of small stones shuttling back and forth in the starry sky. On a certain day, they accidentally bumped into a ball of golden lightning, which then crashed onto the dragon's sacrificial continent, forming the current netherworld stone. Long Chen's eyes could clearly see that golden lightning. Within that lightning, the shadow of a golden dragon was faintly discernible. It seemed to have lost its way in the endless starry sky and was finally brought to the dragon's sacrificial continent. The soul of the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon died a long time ago. However, a trace of its obsession was hidden in a streak of soul-chasing hell lightning. It was brought to the dragon's sacrificial continent by the netherworld stone and finally formed this thing behind me. This divine dragon was the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon. This name suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. In ancient times, this Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon's battle prowess was definitely not any weaker than the Bloodhorn demonic dragon. The Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon was of the lightning attribute. At the same time, its speed was extremely fast. It could travel thousands of miles in an instant. This was also the reason why Long Chen's body could be tempered. The moment the aura of the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon appeared, everyone was shocked. Under the shroud of that golden lightning, the young man lifted his head and smiled. This made everyone's hair stand on end. As for Chu Tiange, his eyes gradually lit up. His gaze was even a little sluggish as he stared fixedly at the crack on the netherworld stone. At this moment, that place was already filled with golden lightning. Ordinary people really couldn't see clearly what was there. However, Chu Tiange could see it. He could see that every scale on the body of a Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon, its horns, its whiskers, its claws, and its tail were all made up of densely packed golden lightning. Its entire body exuded the majesty of a primordial overlord. It was made up of billions of golden lightning bolts. It was magnificent, exquisite, and looked like a work of art. This wasn't a real divine dragon. It was also the soul of an ancient dragon. Its remnant obsession was left in the soul-chasing hell lightning, transforming the soul-chasing hell lightning into a dragon's body and forming the current Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon. The Golden Thunder Nether Dragon, which was made entirely of thunder and lightning, gradually woke up from its slumber. Its slender body raised its head, its long lightning whiskers dancing in the wind. Every bolt of golden lightning was constantly changing. Buzz! A low roar rang out. Everyone in the prefectural city felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Basically, all the children were already crying in fear. Long Chen was currently standing in front of the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon. He didn't turn around, but the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon had already raised its head and was coiled up behind Long Chen. Its golden eyes slowly opened. Its eyes were made up of even darker golden lightning. It was extremely dense, and every strand of lightning contained boundless power. Long Chen didn't say a word. He slowly extended his left hand behind him. His right hand was currently occupied by the ruby-horned hell dragon, and his left hand was now half filled with the previous 100 bolts of soul-chasing hell lightning. Right now, Long Chen's arm was also surrounded by the same golden lightning. Crackle. Hiss. The golden lightning on Long Chen's body resonated with the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon. It was currently attracting the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon towards Long Chen. Due to the pressure from the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon, Long Chen's primordial blood spirit dragon aura was released, suppressing the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon to a certain extent. This is a primordial divine dragon. Chu Tiange's eyes blazed as he stared at Long Chen's divine dragon. Becoming a dragon martialist was also his dream. Seeing the ruby-horned hell dragon's horn today had already surprised him enough. Now, although he didn't know the name of this golden lightning dragon, it suited him even more. Long Chen, get out of the way. Chu Tiange still didn't know how deep the relationship between the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon and Long Chen was. All he wanted was the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon. You're dreaming. Long Chen's left hand had already reached the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon. Long Chen's body had an aura that was extremely attractive to the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon. The Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon intimately touched Long Chen's arm with its own. The golden lightning on Long Chen's hand fused with the lightning on the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon. Come back. This was Little Gold's true form, and it was also what attracted Long Chen. With this Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon, Long Chen could practically say that he had obtained more than 500 little gold. This was extremely beneficial to the tempering of his body. Given time, his speed would become even more monstrous. Most importantly, if he had enough divine crystals, Long Chen could even use the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon to unleash powerful attacks. Chapter 1033. I'll update one chapter first, then update 2 more at night. I'll just rent for 2 months. Many landlords won't agree to it. I'll head out first. At Long Chen's summons, the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon looked at Chu Tiange with contempt. It raised its golden dragon head high and dove down, burrowing into Long Chen's left arm. The golden lightning split into tens of millions of portions and gathered at the acupuncture points on Long Chen's left arm. It even spread towards the acupuncture points of his body and resided there. An image of a golden lightning dragon appeared on Long Chen's palm. Long Chen could sense that the dragon was feeling a boundless hunger. Even the power of the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon is almost at its limit. It'll probably disappear forever after a while. Luckily, I made it in time. The Golden Thunder Hell Dragon looked mighty before, but it actually didn't have much power because it lacked energy to replenish itself. All the golden lightning was rushing towards Long Chen's arm. Long Chen's entire arm was filled with golden lightning. It was a very frightening and shocking scene. Just how did Long Chen manage to gain the favor of the golden lightning? Chu Tiange was panicking. The Golden Thunder Hell Dragon was already in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen was facing such a huge pressure, but he was still unfazed. He placed the remaining 20,000 divine crystals in the Great Void Realm in his palm. The Golden Thunder Hell Dragon's ability to devour divine crystals was very powerful. It was much more powerful than Little Gold's. Long Chen could feel his 20,000 divine crystals shrinking at a visible rate. All of them were sucked into the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon's vortex-like stomach. Chu Tiange couldn't hold back any longer. He moved and headed towards Long Chen. Everyone looked at Long Chen with pity. Long Chen just had to ignore Chu Tiange's advice and do as he pleased. If they were in his shoes, they would have long been angry. "Give me what you have on you," Chu Tiange said, standing 10 meters in front of Long Chen. Long Chen didn't reply. Instead, he continued feeding the drained Golden Thunder Charge Dragon at high speed. Chu Tiange frowned when he sensed the Golden Thunder Charge Dragon's strength increasing. This wasn't good news. "This belongs to me. Even if you take it, you don't have the right to use it." Surprisingly, Long Chen ignored Chu Tiange's pressure. As he spoke, Long Chen retreated, his eyes flashing with blood-red light. "I fell into your trap today. I didn't succeed, but I'll be back one day, and it won't be too long." "You mean you can escape?" Chu Tiange acted as if he had heard a joke. To be honest, only those who had reached the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm were qualified to escape from him, and it was impossible for Long Chen to do so. "Just based on your escape technique just now?" Chu Tiange asked. "No, based on this." At this moment, Long Chen's left hand was raised towards Chu Tiange. In the middle of it, there was a golden image of a thunder divine dragon. It was extremely eye-catching. As for the netherworld stone behind Long Chen, it had already lost all its brilliance and turned into an ordinary stone. Chu Tiange had a bad premonition. He rarely got angry, but today, Long Chen had successfully angered him. He had been kind enough to give Long Chen a way out, but that guy didn't appreciate it at all. A monstrous power rose from Long Chen's left hand. By now, Long Chen had a total of 20,000 divine gems. Almost all of Yi Wuxiang's wealth had entered the golden thunder-charged dragon's body, digested and turned into its own power. Its power was actually Long Chen's power. Generally speaking, only experts at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm and above would have 20 to 30,000 divine gems. The golden thunder-charged dragon was undoubtedly very expensive, but it was worth it to save his life. Today, Long Chen had already been tricked. Yi Xian hadn't come out of the netherworld prison suppressing pagoda at all, and he was surrounded by powerful enemies, especially experts like Chu Tiange and Su Xiaodai. If he didn't have a trump card, Long Chen would definitely die here, just as Chu Tiange had said. The turning point was the golden thunder-charged dragon. You want to take my life? Why don't you ask this thing in my hand whether it will agree or not? Golden lightning densely wrapped around Long Chen's body. If that's the case. Chu Tiange couldn't be bothered to talk to Long Chen anymore. He raised his arm, and a beam of golden sword qi shot out from his fingers towards Long Chen. Since Chu Tiange was known as the Haotian sword god, his comprehension of the way of the sword was naturally outstanding. He had reached the 3rd level of the way of the sword, which was close to the 4th level of the way of the sword. His attacks could be 8 times stronger, which was very terrifying. Moreover, he had cultivated the way of the sword since he was young, so he was much more proficient in the way of the sword than Long Chen. Given his strength, this beam of golden sword qi might seem simple, but even if Long Chen was wearing the netherworld imperial armor, he would still be able to hurt him, and even pierce through Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was filled with golden sword qi. Long Chen felt like even his god martial soul was terrified. The sword qi was headed straight for Long Chen's forehead. If it killed Long Chen, it would also pierce through Long Chen's god martial soul, killing him completely. Chu Tiange's first move was a killing move. Gold-devouring sword qi. Senior brother really thinks highly of this kid. Su Xiaodai looked at Long Chen arrogantly, her eyes full of disdain. The sword qi caused the others to panic. They had no time to deal with Long Chen, and could only retreat in fear of being hit by the sword qi. The time had come. Long Chen took a deep breath, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Although I didn't succeed today, I'll still give you a wonderful gift. I'll make sure you remember me. My name is Long Chen. As the golden sword qi descended, there was finally some movement in Long Chen's left hand. A dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, and a golden sphere of lightning enveloped Long Chen. A huge crack opened in his left hand, and a primordial golden lightning dragon emerged. It let out an earth-shattering roar, then pounced at Chu Tiange's golden sword qi. The golden thunderhell dragon's body was covered in golden lightning. If it had only been for show before, it now possessed actual power. Furthermore, it possessed the power of 20,000 divine crystals. Everyone's faces fell. That was especially true of Chu Tiange. He was standing very close to the dragon, so he knew exactly how powerful it was. It was the combined power of 20,000 god crystals, and when it exploded out, the entire prefectural city was enveloped in a sea of golden light. Golden lightning danced around the city, causing rumbling sounds to echo out. In Chu Tiange's field of vision, the golden dark thunder dragon crawled out of Long Chen's palm and instantly appeared in front of him. It was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. The golden dark thunder dragon was originally a symbol of speed. Now that it had gained power, its speed was so fast that even Chu Tiange couldn't dodge it. Hiss. The gold-devouring sword qi was powerful, but it was still devoured by Long Chen's golden lightning dragon. The power of 20,000 divine crystals erupted, rumbling as it pounced at Chu Tiange. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. While Chu Tiange was still resisting, the golden lightning dragon had already devoured him. Senior brother. Su Xiaodai turned pale with fright, and her mind went blank. Just as she was about to help, the shockwaves from the Golden Lightning Dungeon Dragon slammed into her and sent her flying. Long Chen himself wasn't very strong, but the power of 20,000 divine crystals was strong enough to deal with Chu Tiange. With the Golden Lightning Dragon, as long as Long Chen had enough divine crystals, he could unleash an attack like this. Young Lord. As for the others, they could only let out cries of alarm and retreat. At the same time, the fact that Long Chen was able to unleash such an attack caused everyone to feel even more reverence for him. No wonder he had dared to spout such nonsense in front of Chu Tiange. It turned out that he had a trump card like this. Furthermore, it seemed that he had acquired it right in front of Chu Tiange. Die. The Golden Thunder Hell Dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed Chu Tiange directly. Golden lightning strangled him. This was a vast power. It was like millions of blades had descended on Chu Tiange's body in an instant. His hands and feet were struck by the lightning and turned to dust. Next, it was his lower body, and then his upper body. Chu Tiange's face contorted with pain and viciousness. I have to kill him. Long Chen urged the Golden Lightning Draconic Dragon to unleash its power. Soon, Chu Tiange's torso had been bitten off, leaving behind only his head. An attack like this can't even damage his head. He's an expert with an invincible golden body. If I can't damage his head, I can't kill him. Long Chen was a decisive person. Chu Tiange clearly couldn't be killed, and the Golden Lightning Dragon had absorbed 20,000 divine crystals. It was almost exhausted, and couldn't waste any more. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to protect itself in the future. Chu Tiange decisively retracted his attack, allowing the Golden Lightning Nether Dragon to return to his palm. At that moment, all that was left of Chu Tiange was his head. It stared savagely at Long Chen. His refined exterior had been torn off, leaving behind only his bestial form. You're the first person to damage my body since I reached the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, Chu Tiange said, his words dripping with killing intent. You'll soon find out that I'm still the one who's killed you. Long Chen didn't want to argue with his opponent at this critical moment. He'd gone to great lengths to injure Chu Tiange. In his current state, Chu Tiange wouldn't be able to catch up to him, much less the others. Long Chen released his blood escape and left, leaving behind a stunned crowd and a devastated Netherworld square. Chapter 1034. No one could have imagined that the plan to capture Long Chen would end up like this. No one knew what Long Chen used in the end to beat Chu Tiange, who was at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm, to the point that only his head was left. Although it was said that he had the supreme golden body, it was not truly immortal. Even Chu Tiange, with only his head left, wanted to fully recover his body and then chase after Long Chen might take a while. And during this time, Long Chen had already left the range of his divine sense, far away. No one could have imagined that Chu Tiange, a super genius from Emperor Dong's palace and a warrior on the talent list, would be tricked by Long Chen. Everyone's eyes were dull. They watched as Long Chen left, and Chu Tiange's body started to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, starting from his neck, then his torso, his arms, then his waist and legs, and finally his feet. When Chu Tiange had fully recovered, no one dared to approach him, because even Su Xiaodai could feel that Chu Tiange had already gone berserk. He, who had always been the pride of the heavens, had never suffered such a setback. Moreover, he had always treated Long Chen as a junior, and he was a bit fond of talents, so he recommended a good disciple to his master, the Yuan Emperor, but he did not expect the final outcome to be like this. Therefore, no one dared to disturb Chu Tiange at this time. However, no one was in a hurry. As long as Yi Xian was still in their hands, that heaven-defying young man named Long Chen would come back one day. At that time, Chu Tiange would not be merciful to him, nor would he give him hope. With one move, Long Chen would definitely die, and he had completely exhausted Chu Tiange's patience. Before Long Chen arrived at the prefecture city of the Serene Hell Mansion, such a scene happened in the distant Myriad Kingdom territory. This was one of the 18 counties under the jurisdiction of the demonic god Empire, the prefecture city of the Earth Demon County. The Earth Demon County was one of the 5 eastern counties, and was one of the forces in the demonic god Empire. Generally speaking, the monarch of the demonic god Empire would send his most trusted relatives to govern the 5 eastern counties. The previous East Vanquishing Prince was Bai Lan's uncle, but he was old and his cultivation had begun to decline. Therefore, the current East Vanquishing Prince was replaced by a new candidate. That was Bai Lan's daughter, Bai Sushue. At such a young age, she had already become a character like the East Vanquishing Prince. At the same time, she had already cultivated to the sky martial arts realm. Such a genius was famous throughout the entire Myriad Kingdoms. After Wu Guangyu died in the primordial graveyard, Sushue gradually became the current #1 genius of the Myriad Kingdoms through hard work. Such a halo appeared on the body of a beauty. She had countless pursuers, but she, who wholeheartedly pursued the martial path, rejected all of them. In terms of martial path and temperament, Su Shui had made great progress. She was silently working hard to take over Bai Lan's position in the future and succeed the Devil God Imperial Court. The Devil God Imperial Court was one of the 2 most powerful nations in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. If there was no suitable and strong successor, even the most powerful Imperial Court would fall one day. That day, Bai Sushue sat in a spacious palace. This was the famous East Vanquishing Prince's mansion. Ordinary people were not qualified to enter. Only those with great status in the 5 eastern counties could enter to discuss political matters with the East Vanquishing Prince. Everyone knew that Bai Lan would definitely pass the throne to Su Sushue in the future, and the title of East Vanquishing Prince was only for Su Sushue to gain experience. Under Su Shue's management, the 5 eastern counties became like a small country. At this time, in the main hall of the East Vanquishing Prince's mansion, Su Shui had already dealt with all kinds of things that happened in the 5 eastern counties. Her rich experience had tempered her will, and her vision had also become a lot broader. After dealing with the political affairs, she worked very hard. Next was the time to cultivate. She slowly performed the Heaven Martial Fist manual in her hands. She carefully completed every movement. With her current progress, it would be no problem for her to enter the 2nd or even the 3rd level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm. When Long Chen had just arrived in the Imperial domain, he had been at that level. Time quickly passed. During the second half of the night, Su Shue's ears moved. A small sound startled her. She, who had been cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes. In her field of vision, there was a dark green arrow rapidly flying towards her. At that moment of life and death, Su Shui could only dodge. The dark green arrow brushed past her ear and almost touched her body. Her many years of experience told her that the dark green arrow was poisonous. Someone wanted to kill her. Su Shui was not nervous. She was very calm. She looked around. Indeed, there were 5 black-clothed people. They came in from all directions. As soon as they came in, they fiercely attacked Su Shui. Every single attack was fatal. Clearly, they wanted to kill Su Shui. You're from the Demon Slayer Palace, right? Clowns. You want to overthrow the Bai family? You really don't know how high the sky is. Among the 5 people surrounding her, there were 2 in the 1st level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm. They formed a pincer attack. Su Shui fought very strenuously, but she was not nervous. 2 people in the 1st level of the Heaven Martial Arts realm couldn't take her life. The divine sword Azure Lotus appeared in her hand. Su Shui was like a fish in water. Under the attacks of the 5 enemies, she was skillful and at ease. 2 small fries like you think you can kill me? She waved the divine sword Azure Lotus. Very quickly, under Su Shui's all-out attacks, 3 of the cultivators in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm were killed by Su Shui. Only the 2 cultivators in the Heaven martial arts realm remained. They were very difficult to deal with. Those 2 didn't go to the ancient cemetery last time. The Demon Slayer Palace was a new power in the demonic empire. Just from the name, one could tell that they wanted to overthrow the Bai family. The leader was a cultivator in the 2nd level of the Heaven martial arts realm. He had extraordinary strength, and the other 2 were in the Heaven martial arts realm. They were the 2 who were fighting against Su Shui. I wonder if Chen Song came or not. If he came, I'm done for. Su Shui had that worry in her heart. If they all came, it would mean that the Demon Slayer Palace would come out in full strength to kill her in the cradle. Just as that thought appeared in Su Shui's head, laughter suddenly rang out from the roof. Su Shui hurriedly raised her head. Indeed, there stood a one-eyed, tall man. He looked at Su Shui with a ferocious expression. What a beautiful woman. Bai Lan's brain must have been flooded with water. He dared to put such a beautiful daughter in my, Chen Song's, territory. Back then, he poked a hole in my eye. Tonight, I'll poke a hole in his daughter's body. Not only me, my brothers will come as well. Only then will I be worthy of Bai Lan. I've given him so many son-in-law for nothing. After speaking, Chen Song looked at Su Shui's graceful figure and laughed. Those breasts, those buttocks. When they're pinched, when they collide with each other, it'll be so vigorous. And those cherry lips of yours, they can't be wasted. At the same time you can call out, you'll have to serve your brothers. Looking at Su Shui, he thought of the enmity between him and Bai Lan. Finally, he had a place to vent it. Su Shui was so beautiful, and her figure was so graceful, Chen Song slowly landed on the ground. His eyes were blood-red. He walked toward Su Shui step by step. His domain of the 2nd level of the Tian Qi layer was extremely oppressive to Su Shui. Su Shui's fighting ability was getting more and more affected. Even though she had the divine Cyan Lotus, she was getting more and more powerful. At that moment, Su Shui truly panicked. She hadn't thought that the people of the Demon Slayer Palace would be so deranged as to attack her. Thinking of what would happen if she couldn't resist them, Su Shui's face became deathly pale. Pow! One of the warriors saw the emptiness and punched Su Shui's lower abdomen. Su Shui spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps, almost falling to the ground. But even so, she had lost most of her fighting strength. The shock and injury made her feel double the fear. Go to hell. You're so ruthless to my little beauty. Be careful, she'll snap you in half. Chen Song kicked the cultivator who attacked and scolded him with a smile. That cultivator was a yes-man and said vulgarly, I don't care if I die if I can sleep with such a beauty, let alone snap me in half. Well said. Such a beauty, Bai Lan's daughter, and the youngest genius in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, should be enjoyed by every brother of the Demon Slayer Palace. Only then can it be worthy of the hatred between us and Bai Lan. Isn't that right, everyone? Chen Song smiled evilly and walked toward Su Shui. Su Shui lightly clenched her teeth. Despair appeared in her eyes. Of course, she wouldn't let them have their way. At that moment, the divine Cyan Lotus in her hand slowly pressed against her snow-white neck. Chen Song stopped in his tracks, then smiled and said, You want to commit suicide in front of me, right? Of course, you can succeed, but even if it's a corpse that's so beautiful and warm, we won't let it go to waste. So you understand. Su Shui didn't think that this group of people would be so perverted and crazy. This made her despair. At the last moment, she only thought of one person. Looking at the 3 sinister people approaching her, Su Shui smiled bitterly in her heart. If only he was here. As expected, my heart is still weak. The he she was talking about was naturally Long Chen. As long as he was here, there was no trouble that he couldn't solve. In his eyes, these three people were probably insignificant characters. Staring fixedly at Su Xue's towering breasts, Chen Song's heart was burning. His crotch was already reacting. He couldn't wait any longer and pounced toward Su Xue. Chapter 1035. If you were so disgusting, I wouldn't have left a complete corpse. These words came from Su Xue's heart. No matter what, she would not be humiliated. However, she was unwilling to die like this, and die so miserably. If he was by my side, for some reason, she did not think of Bai Lan at this time. Her mind was filled with Long Chen's figure. It seemed that under his strong arm, there was nothing to be afraid of. She held the green lotus in her hand tightly, preparing for the last step. She had already smelled the stench from the other's body. Su Xue closed her eyes and moved the green lotus in her hand. At this critical moment, a strong white light pierced into Su Xue's closed eyes. She had a premonition that this white light clearly did not come from Chen Song, but someone else. Thus, she hurriedly stopped the long sword in her hand and looked outside. At the entrance of the East Vanquishing Prince's mansion, a bright white light poured in. The door of the main hall opened gently. Su Xue wasn't the only one who opened her eyes. Chen Song and the other two didn't know what had happened either. They just stared blankly outside. At this moment, the door opened. In the white light, a girl in a white dress walked in like a fairy descending from the sky. The girl's appearance was pure white and perfect, like a fairy from a myth. There was not a single flaw to be found. Her temperament was otherworldly and her expression was tranquil. On her shoulder, there was a beautiful butterfly with 9 colors. Everyone was stunned. So beautiful. If Su Xue was said to be a mortal beauty that aroused their desires, then when they saw this girl, all the desires in their hearts disappeared. A deep sense of inferiority arose in their hearts. It was as if they saw the ruler of the world. Of course, this was only a momentary illusion. When they reacted, their mouths were already dry, and the girl in front of them was a clear spring. So beautiful. Su Xue could not help but exclaim. Although she knew she was not bad, and there was not much difference in appearance, the other's temperament could not be imitated no matter what. The high and mighty goddess was like a deity. Su Xue was filled with deep respect. This girl's arrival was like a dream. She didn't know what had happened. To Chen Song, they were born to be traitors. They originally wanted to rebel against Bai Lan and destroy Su Xue, but when they saw this girl, their goal changed. They were all lawless. If they could conquer this girl, then what was there to be afraid of in this world? The three of them looked at each other, and without saying a word, they pounced towards the girl in white. Humph. The young girl only looked at Su Xue with a peaceful smile on her face. The little butterfly on her shoulder seemed to be angry. With a flap of its wings, Chen Song and the other two transformed into 3 fat pigs, running toward the young girl on all fours. Humph. Only then did little butterfly let out a satisfied humph. Originally, Chen Song and the other two were charging forward, but now he was on all fours. By the time Chen Song and the other two reacted, they saw that Chen Song had turned into a big fat pig with a body full of fat. For a moment, the three of them almost vomited blood and died. They thought that it was just an illusion, but their facial features, touch, and other senses told them that it was the truth. We've met a deity. The three's minds were blank. Get out of here, or else I'll turn you into roast suckling pigs for my dinner tonight. The little butterfly flew around above them. A butterfly could actually speak so fluently, even more fluently than a king-level demonic beast. And clearly, it was this butterfly that had turned them into pigs. Chen Song and the other two were in despair. They knew that they had offended a deity, so they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. The little butterfly's temper flared up. With a flap of its wings, the 3 fat pigs flew out in the air. Su Shui saw all of this. She secretly pinched herself and found that she wasn't dreaming. The white light on the girl in front of her gradually disappeared. She looked similar to herself, a very ordinary girl, not the so-called deity in the eyes of the 3. She was unfathomable, especially the little butterfly on her shoulder, which had the ability to turn people into pigs. It was really magical. The two of them looked at each other. Su Shui didn't know why, but she felt a trace of vigilance from him. She didn't know what to say, so she calmed herself down and said, You're here for me? Lingxi looked at Su Shui for a while. As expected, Su Shui's figure looked better than hers. Her breasts and butt were the type that men liked the most. Her face also had a bit more feminine charm. This made Lingxi a bit distressed and worried. The little butterfly flew around Su Shui and said arrogantly, Are you Su Shui? We're here for Su Shui. I am. Su Shui nodded. They were indeed here for her. Little butterfly, come back. Lingxi waved her hand. The little butterfly was a bit mischievous. Su Shui was Long Chen's friend. As long as she was his friend, Lingxi wouldn't hurt her. However, this Su Shui was also very beautiful. This made Lingxi a bit jealous. When she saw Lu Yi at the Wushu Sage Court last time, she felt a bit strange. However, thinking that although that girl liked Long Chen still went to find her without hesitation, she was still very happy. The little butterfly didn't dare to disobey Lingxi's words, so she muttered and went back. Lingxi then said, Hello, I heard that you went to the archaic cemetery. I heard that you are related to him, so I want to ask, do you know where he is now? Who are you talking about? Su Shui asked doubtfully, but she already had an answer in her heart. Only that mysterious guy, Long Chen, would come into contact with such a girl. Long Chen. Lingxi said softly. As Su Shui expected, she seemed to understand a lot. She looked at Lingxi and took a deep breath. She was very open-minded and said, It seems that you are the person that Long Chen has been pursuing. No wonder he is so hard-working. He and I can be considered good friends, but you don't have to worry, there is no such relationship between us. As for his whereabouts, when I was in the archaic cemetery, he went to the sovereign domain with a few people from the demon race. He went there to find you, right? Su Shui said a lot in one breath. He went to the sovereign domain? Lingxi's eyes became a little blurred as she thought about it. She really didn't expect that Long Chen had actually gone to that place. It had only been 6 or 7 years. When Long Chen said that he would see her in 10 years, even she didn't have that much expectation. 10 years was really too short, so short that it could be ignored. Not many people could grow from an insignificant ant to the extent that they could enter the sovereign domain in 10 years. But Long Chen did it for her. How could Lingxi not be moved by this? The two belonged to two different people. While Long Chen worked hard to improve himself, Lingxi didn't forget that she had the opportunity to chase after Long Chen today. What made her most happy was that Long Chen didn't forget her, and compared to her efforts, Long Chen was countless times more hardworking. This was the man she liked, the man she fell in love with. Thinking of the path he took, Lingxi's heart ached. She was willing to suffer for Long Chen. Seeing the tears in Lingxi's eyes, Su Shui pursed her lips. She knew that she didn't say anything wrong. This girl was worthy of Long Chen's pursuit. At least she wasn't high and mighty, waiting for Long Chen to chase after her. She was also working hard. Sister Su Shui, can you tell me what happened to him? Tell me everything you know. I want to know how much he suffered. Su Shui couldn't refuse this girl. She also saved her life today. Su Shui waved her hand and the two came to the high roof. After sitting down, Su Shui told Lingxi everything after she met Long Chen, bit by bit. At the same time, these were also her beautiful memories. Thank you for giving me a chance to relive it. After that, Su Shui smiled and looked at the lights in the distance with a calm expression. Compared to before, Lingxi didn't cry as much. She lowered her head and hugged her knees. After a long time, she calmed down and said, "So this is how he went through. It's a pity that I couldn't accompany him through this long road." The two of them were already very familiar with each other. Su Shui patted her shoulder like a big sister and said, "There is a man who can work so hard for you. You must cherish him and protect him. You can't let him be hurt or suffer anymore." Lingxi nodded. She raised her head and looked at Su Shui with her big eyes. She said, "Sister Su Shui, I know you like him too, right?" Su Shui was a bit speechless. This couldn't be hidden. It could be seen from her eyes when she talked about Long Chen. "Don't think too much. He didn't look me in the eye. My love is insignificant to the love between you, so you don't have to worry about it. Go find him." Su Shui stood up and said. Then, she jumped down from the roof. "In the future, if you have the chance, come visit me with him." After that, Su Shui sped up and returned to her room. She closed the door and gritted her teeth. Her tears still fell. Lingxi pouted and said angrily, "This guy actually caused so many emotional deaths. I'll teach him a lesson." After that, she stood up. The primordial cemetery should lead to the Nether Mansion. Will the demon clan bring him to the desolate Imperial region or the Nether Mansion? If it's the desolate Imperial region, then it'll be troublesome. Chapter 1036. Blood Escape was 50 kilometers away from the range of Chu Tiange's divine sense. If Chu Tiange were in perfect condition, then Long Chen's blood escape might be faster than him. But Chu Tiange wasn't weak, and would almost certainly be able to catch up. Therefore, Long Chen's blood escape wouldn't be able to escape the range of his divine sense, unless Chu Tiange couldn't move. The power of the 20,000 divine gems was completely instilled into the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon. It was released in a moment of extreme anger. Long Chen almost completed a legendary feat and almost took Chu Tiange's life. Currently, Long Chen was just an insignificant figure in the Eastern Imperial region. Chu Tiange, on the other hand, was an outstanding figure among the tens of billions of people in the entire Eastern Imperial region. He was a super genius that almost everyone was famous for. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. However, Chu Tiange's head was terrifyingly hard. Long Chen had caught him off guard, but he still hadn't succeeded in killing him. The power of the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon was secondary. The most important thing was that Long Chen had caught him off guard. Chu Tiange hadn't expected him to be able to unleash an attack of this level. It was like a child suddenly possessing the power to kill an adult with a single punch. The power of a single divine gem contained boundless energy, not to mention that Long Chen had fed it with 20,000 divine gems. Generally speaking, only cultivators in the 8th level of the divine martial realm would have 20,000 divine gems. Right now, more than half of the 20,000 divine gems had been used up. For the time being, Long Chen couldn't unleash an attack of this level unless he had more divine gems. The two divine dragons on his body, the mysterious red-horned devil dragon, were Long Chen's weapons of battle, while the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon in his left arm was Long Chen's trump card. Of course, Long Chen needed enough divine gems. This time, Long Chen had fled thousands of li away. He was still within the territory of the Serene Hell Mansion. However, it wouldn't be easy for Chu Tiange to find him. Moreover, Chu Tiange wouldn't come out of the prefecture city. This time, the enmity between Long Chen and Chu Tiange had already been established. The next time they met, Chu Tiange definitely wouldn't be polite. The current Long Chen didn't have the strength to deal with Chu Tiange. Long Chen only completely recovered after teasing Sumo for a while. The battle with Long Chen was extremely dangerous, but he had survived in the end. Furthermore, he had obtained the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon. Right now, a Golden Thunder Dragon was swimming around Long Chen's organs, bones, blood vessels, skin and so on, especially the muscles on his legs. This Golden Thunder Hell Dragon was tempering Long Chen's speed. Long Chen could feel his speed increasing every day. From the devouring fire tribulation of the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, he had reached the abnormal speed of the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion. In the end, he had made another breakthrough. His body was at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, so his speed had also reached the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. In terms of speed, Long Chen was already close to Chu Tiange's level. In the entire Serene Hell Mansion, only Chu Tiange could catch up to Long Chen. The Golden Thunder Hell Dragon was indeed the symbol of speed. As Long Chen's strength increased and he obtained more divine crystals, the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon would use them to temper Long Chen's body. His speed would increase even more. Yi Xian stood in front of Long Chen and watched Long Chen cultivate. He knew that this young man had already far surpassed him. Although his cultivation level was not as high as his combat strength was not something that he could compare with. He was the kind of person who could kill him in a second. With Scarlet Blood Tenhuang and so on, the current Long Chen no longer looked like a warrior at the 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm. But in reality, he was at the 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm. Apart from his combat strength, he was still lacking in other aspects compared to others. "I'm sorry, I didn't succeed this time." Long Chen had gone in hot blood, but he had not expected that Su Xiaodai would have such a trick, making Long Chen think that she was Yi Xian, which was why he had failed to rescue her. "I should be the one apologizing, I couldn't help much. I saw it with my own eyes this time, and I admire you very much. It's a pity that I don't have your strength, there will be." Long Chen smiled and looked in the direction of the prefecture city. He said, "With Chu Tiange's consciousness surrounding us, there is no way we can sneak into the nether prison suppressing pagoda. This is a big problem. The Divine Martial Realm actually has consciousness, how terrifying. It would be great if the opponent's consciousness couldn't detect me." Thinking of this, Long Chen looked at Kitten who was playing on the side. Yi Xian also stared at him. "You two perverts, why are you looking at Master Kitten?" Kitten said arrogantly. Long Chen pinched the back of Kitten's neck and lifted him up. He said, "I remember that you seem to be able to avoid their consciousness. What method did you use?" Kitten panicked and said, "Kid, this is my secret method. Don't try anything funny, or I'll beat you." Long Chen's eyes brightened. He was just trying. From what Kitten said, he could tell that his secret method could be taught. If it couldn't be taught, he wouldn't be so nervous. "Take it out," Long Chen said in a low voice. "No, I'd rather die than submit," Kitten said heroically. Long Chen took out a knife and gestured at Kitten's crotch. He said, "Think about it. 10 breaths of time. If you don't agree, this little thing of yours will disappear." Kitten was anxious and said with hatred, "Long Chen, you son of a bitch. I'd rather die than submit. This is just a little body of a dream demon. If you cut it, I'll at most change to another one." "Really?" Long Chen's knife continued to slash downwards. Now, he really wanted to chop off the kitten's baby. "Stop, I'll teach, I'll teach." When the blade was about to touch Kitten, he finally begged for mercy. His nose was full of tears. Long Chen laughed. He knew that this little guy had no backbone. "I'm just joking with you. We're brothers. How can I let you die without descendants?" Long Chen laughed and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. "If I can learn your method, it shouldn't be a problem to sneak in, and..." Long Chen could imagine how precious this secret method of Kitten was. The divine sense of an expert in the god martial arts realm determined a lot of things. If there was a secret method that could avoid other people's divine sense, it was just like covering the other's eyes, and they could almost do whatever they wanted within the range of the other's divine sense. The preciousness of this secret method was really unimaginable. He didn't expect that Kitten had such a good thing. This secret method is the unique mental cultivation method of the reincarnated divine beast. With this secret method, this god can move unhindered in all directions and dominate the 4 seas. Wherever this god goes, no one knows. In front of this god, everyone is blind. Long Chen laughed and said, "At that time, you should be a little thief. Every day, you use this secret method to do some small things, right? I know what kind of person you are, so don't brag in front of me." Kitten said angrily, "Kid, you know nothing. Either don't learn it, or pretend to be a grandson in front of me." It was such a good secret method. Long Chen didn't want to fall out with this little guy. He quickly waved his hand and said, Okay, you are an invincible overlord. Now teach me your precious unique secret method." "That's more like it." Kitten nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the vast sky and said mysteriously, "This secret method is called the Divine Breath Technique. When you use the Divine Breath Technique, you can escape the perception of your divine sense and turn it into silence in the other party's world. Unless the other party sees you with their eyes or feels something else, it is very difficult to use divine sense to detect you unless you are very close. The Divine Breath Technique is a method that specializes in concealing the perception of divine sense. Divine Breath Technique. The name sounded pretty good. Not everyone can learn the Divine Breath Technique. This is my unique movement technique. However, the ancestral dragon knows everything. Apart from you, there aren't many people in this world who can learn this Divine Breath Technique." After he finished speaking, Kitten opened his mouth slightly. A white ball of light came out from his mouth and poured into the space between Long Chen's eyebrows. "It's all here. Wake up." After he finished speaking, Kitten hopped back into the Taishu realm and went to sleep. Long Chen was a little touched. He knew that Kitten must have wanted to give this to him for a long time. The play just now was just to lighten up the depressed atmosphere. Thinking about this, Long Chen and Yi Xian nodded. "You practice the Divine Breath Technique well. I will go back first." Yi Xian knew that he could only rely on Long Chen to save Yi Xian. "Okay." After getting Yi Xian back into the Taishu realm, Long Chen started to sense the ball of light between his eyebrows that Kitten had given him. This was the method to practice the Divine Breath Technique. The Divine Breath Technique was incomparably mysterious and profound. The language used was obscure and should have come from the primordial era. However, Long Chen's innate comprehension ability was extremely strong. Perhaps because of the ancestral dragon, he could even understand the meaning of the ancient language. Time passed quickly as Long Chen immersed himself in the cultivation of the Divine Breath Technique. The day he succeeded in cultivating the Divine Breath Technique would be the day he would return to the prefecture city. Yi Xian had not been saved yet. He had to go to the prefecture city. He also had to face Chu Tiange again. A warrior like this had appeared in front of Long Chen too early. It was really hard to deal with. To deal with someone like this, Long Chen knew that he was still not good enough. After all, Chu Tiange was not only older than him, but the resources he had were also not something he could compete with. Time passed quickly. In the prefecture city of the Serene Spirits Prefecture City, half a month had passed. Long Chen still had not arrived. At this time, in the prefecture city's main hall, Chu Tiange stood at the back with his hands behind his back. Below him were the other powerful warriors of the Serene Spirits Prefecture. Su Xiaodai was among them. Seeing that Chu Tiange had not recovered from the defeat that day, everyone was a little worried. Su Xiaodai, in particular, stood on the side shyly, not knowing what to say. At this time, Chu Tiange suddenly turned around. Chapter 1037. A few minutes later, the masters of the major clans, the Underworld Emperor of the Underworld Army, the Lord of Underworld Prefecture, and the experts from Emperor Dong's palace all arrived at the top of the city wall. This was the largest city wall in the prefecture, more than 100 meters high. Looking down from the wall, the people below were only the size of a thumb. An incomparably majestic city gate tower was standing tall. The city gate tower was very big and wide. Only experts at the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm and above were qualified to come to this place. At this moment, Chu Tiange stood at the edge of the tower, looking at the vast mountains and rivers of the Underworld Prefecture in silence. Senior Martial Brother. Su Xiaodai stuck out her chest and carefully walked to Chu Tiange's side. Seeing that Chu Tiange didn't respond, she became bold and gently pulled Chu Tiange's arm. She used the soft flesh of her chest to rub against his arm and looked at Chu Tiange expectantly, trying to get a response from him. Chu Tiange turned around and looked at her deeply. "What's wrong, brother?" Su Xiaodai asked. "I'm obsessed with martial arts and don't want to marry for now. I appreciate your kindness, but you'd better not get too close to me in case people gossip. It won't be good for you in the future." Su Xiaodia's expression changed and she almost burst into tears. She said pitifully, "Brother, you don't like me and think I'm not pretty, but I'm confident that I'm pretty." "Why? Is there something else in your heart?" "That's enough." Chu Tiange interrupted her and said, "Don't think too much. The competition in Emperor Dong's palace is so fierce. I just don't want to waste each other's time. Let's talk about these things when you're older." I won't waste your time. It's enough for me to look at you from afar," Su Xiaodai said. Chu Tiange shook his head and said no more. At this time, Hell Emperor Gao Yan had already brought Yi Xian over. Everyone turned around and saw Yi Xian being led by Gao Yan as they walked up to the towering city tower. She was a woman in a purple dress, her face was calm, her appearance was cold, and she exuded a sense of pride. Compared to Su Xiaodia's childish face, Yi Xian was a mature woman with a temperament that couldn't be compared to Su Xiaodai. There were no injuries on Yi Xian's body, and she was even wearing the Netherworld Imperial armor. Right now, it was just an ordinary piece of clothing. However, there was a pure white jade pendant on her chest. As she moved, the jade pendant emitted a gentle light that enveloped her entire body, completely suppressing her divine energy. Right now, Yi Xian was no different from an ordinary girl, completely powerless. This jade pendant was what Chu Tiange was using to imprison Yi Xian. As long as the jade pendant was on her body, Yi Xian would always be imprisoned by Chu Tiange. Hearing Yi Xian's footsteps, Chu Tiange turned around and looked at the quiet woman. He was impressed that a small place like the prefectural city could produce such a person, so he did not do anything to Yi Xian. From the beginning, his goal had always been the treasures of the Scarlet Blood Galaxy, but later on, he added a few more things, which was to kill Long Chen. Chu Tiange looked at Yi Xian for a while and said, "I heard that you're close to Sumo." Yi Xian raised her head and said, "I know that Long Chen has already killed Sumo, I don't need you to tell me." Yi Xian was not a heartless person after all. After all, she and Sumo had been friends for so many years. If she was there, she might have asked Long Chen to show mercy. But she knew Long Chen, and Long Chen also hated Sumo, who was a liar. So, for Yi Xian, Long Chen would be even more ruthless. What a heartless woman. "I heard that you two have been in love for a long time, but in the end, you broke up with the man you loved so deeply for a little man. How shameless. I feel bad for Sumo." Su Xiaodai said sarcastically. Sumo was related to her Su family, and she felt embarrassed that he died just like that. Yi Xian looked at her quietly and did not say anything. Although this little girl was powerful, she was still a child, and a bad one at that. There was no need for Yi Xian to argue with a child. Shameless woman. An old cow eating young grass. Su Xiaodai saw that Yi Xian did not say anything, so she continued to talk. Yi Xian looked into the distance and did not say anything. She was thinking about what happened before. I can't believe he really came back. Brother should have been saved by him. Last time, he did not succeed, but he killed Sumo and injured Chu Tiange. This guy will come back again. This was exactly what Yi Xian was worried about. Long Chen's tenacity sometimes exceeded everyone's imagination. He was the kind of person who would not stop until he achieved his goal. For me, I don't know if it's worth it. After all, you are going to chase after a girl. Yi Xian vaguely knew about Long Chen. She had always treated Long Chen from the perspective of an elder, a sister, or a teacher. Her relationship with Long Chen was very simple, unlike what Su Xiaodai thought. In Yi Xian's eyes, no matter how charming Long Chen was, he was just a little brother. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I hit the nail on the head? Su Xiaodai walked around Yi Xian. When she fought against Yi Xian, although she was much weaker than her, she couldn't take Yi Xian down immediately. Plus, Yi Xian had a temperament that she couldn't reach, so she secretly didn't like this woman. Chu Tiange looked at Yi Xian, and she felt uncomfortable. Bitch, you better not seduce my Xixiang, or else. Su Xiaodai cursed in her mind. At that moment, Chu Tiange spoke. The news of your location will spread throughout the Serene Hell Mansion. I don't believe that brat can hold himself back. Last time, I invited him to Emperor Dong's palace, but he refused. This time, I will invite him to hell. His patience had been exhausted by Long Chen. If it were not for Long Chen's speed, he might have gone to search for Long Chen. This time, if Long Chen entered the range of his divine sense, Long Chen would not be able to escape. Yi Xian had already predicted that he would do this. You are really embarrassed to be forced to this extent by this brat. Yi Xian's words were not polite at all. What did you say? Su Xiaodai panicked. Her precious Xixiang was not someone who could be lectured by a woman. Without another word, Su Xiaodai threw herself at Yi Xian. Don't move. At this moment, Chu Tiange's heart trembled as he looked to the east. In that direction, he saw a snow-white beam of light heading in their direction. It seemed to be a white beam of sword qi, and its speed had reached a terrifying level. Chu Tiange's divine sense was roughly 50 kilometers away, but that white beam of sword qi only flickered for a moment before it was right in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even Su Xiaodai could not help but stop. She stared blankly at the white sword energy before her as it gradually evolved into a goddess that could topple all living things. She wore a fluttering white dress, covered by a purple veil. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, extending all the way to her slightly raised buttocks. Under the fluttering long dress, a pair of exquisite bare feet were revealed. Her hands were long and slender, like jade. Her face looked a little young, similar to Su Xiaodai's, but she had a refreshing temperament, a natural temperament that Su Xiaodai did not have. They had the same appearance, but compared to this goddess who descended from the sky, Su Xiaodai looked like a village girl. Chu Tiange instantly understood that a girl with such temperament could only be cultivated by the 3 imperial palaces or the emperors of the 9 great worlds in the imperial domain. This goddess seemed to be shrouded in mist, making it hard for people to see her face clearly. Such a goddess should not appear in a small place like the Serene Hell Mansion, so Chu Tiange felt very strange. When the eyes of this goddess-like girl swept over him, Chu Tiange hurriedly cupped his hands to salute and asked, I'm Chu Tiange, the first disciple of the venerable Yuan Emperor of Emperor Dong's palace. May I know your name? His behavior was very appropriate and a little nervous. From this, it could be seen how much he valued this girl. Su Xiaodai was stunned. She had never seen Chu Tiange act like a toad in her life. This could only be said to be the goddess in the sky. Her charm was enough to make Chu Tiange fall head over heels for her. Jealousy and hatred burned in Su Xiaodie's body. Previously, Chu Tiange told her that he didn't want to affect his cultivation because of the matter between them, so he chose to keep Su Xiaodai away from him. But now, for a girl he met for the first time, he went against what he said before. However, Su Xiaodai didn't dare to make a move. She also felt that this girl was very likely to have an extraordinary background. If even Chu Tiange acted like this, it was very likely that she wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, if she made a move at this time, she wouldn't get Chu Tiange's love. Su Xiaodai was very clear about these things. She didn't know why, but in terms of figure, she was definitely more impressive than that girl. At the very least, her breasts were more attractive than Su Xiaodie's. However, when she saw this girl, she still felt a sense of inferiority and naturally felt a sense of inferiority. It was as if all her inner thoughts and all her ugliness were exposed under the girl's pure eyes. Chapter 1038. She was definitely someone that could only be trained by the top forces in the 3 imperial regions. She was truly noble, not wanting to show off her power to the weak. In Yi Xian's eyes, Su Xiaodie's nobility was like a nouveau riche, but this young lady's nobility came from her bones. Therefore, she had a good impression of this young lady. On the young lady's shoulder, there was a 9-colored butterfly, lightly flapping its wings. Chu Tiange was stunned when he saw the butterfly. He felt like he had seen this butterfly in a book before, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. What are these 9-colored butterflies? Why do they look so mysterious, like ancient beasts from a book? Chu Tiange was shocked. Even if the young lady didn't answer his question, he didn't think much of it. Although he didn't believe it, he had a feeling that he and this young lady weren't on the same level. At this moment, the young lady suddenly spoke. "This is the capital of the serene Hades Palace, right? I have a question. Have any of you heard of a man named Long Chen?" Lingxi's voice was heard. Long Chen. Everyone was sure that the name that the young lady mentioned was Long Chen. They exchanged glances, and Yi Xian immediately realized something. Just as she was about to speak, the white jade pendant in front of her chest emitted a light wave that froze her body and even her eyes. Yi Xian couldn't make any sound. This was Chu Tiange's doing. After he was done, Chu Tiange quickly said, "Long Chen, there are many people named Long Chen in this world, but I have never heard of him, at least not in the capital." Chu Tiange had been keeping Yi Xian captive, and Lingxi could see that. However, it was someone else's business, and she didn't know what was going on. She was in a rush to find Long Chen, so she couldn't interfere. Seeing that the young lady hadn't seen Long Chen before, she thought to herself, "Chen has only been in the serene Hades Palace for 2 or 3 years, I don't think he has come to the capital yet. I should go back to the exit and look for him. Maybe he has already been brought to the desolate imperial region." If he was in the desolate imperial region, Lingxi thought about it and decided that if he was in the desolate imperial region, she would still go. She was naturally kind and didn't know that Chu Tiange and the others were up to no good, so she naturally didn't think too much about it. She didn't think that Chu Tiange would lie to her. After she finished speaking, Lingxi turned around and left. She transformed into a streak of white sword light and instantly disappeared from this place. "Miss." Without another word, Chu Tiange also transformed into a streak of sword light and chased after Lingxi. However, after chasing for more than 50 kilometers, he discovered that Lingxi had already disappeared without a trace. He could only leave dejectedly, his mind completely filled with the image of Lingxi floating in the air like a fairy. Who exactly is this lady? She is riding on a sword light. Could she be the one from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? But if the one from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were to travel, she would definitely be surrounded by countless experts. It's impossible for her to travel alone. Who is she? Could she be someone from the Azura Sword Prison? The Azura Sword Prison was one of the 9 realms, as famous as the Supreme Demon Realm. The people there all cultivated the bloodthirsty sword Dao, and their attacks were extremely powerful. In a one-on-one fight, they were even more terrifying than the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The Azura Sword Prison was a place where a bunch of lunatics lived. If she was from that place, then this young lady was terrifying. Chu Tiange's heart was filled with the image of this young lady in white. He didn't know why, but he didn't think that he, who was obsessed with cultivation, should be in such a situation. Right, I have to find out which ancient book did that 9-colored butterfly come from. Thinking of this, Chu Tiange's interest was piqued. He had a large number of ancient books in his storage ring, all of which he had collected. Chu Tiange was very interested in studying some ancient things, and his pursuit of dragons was no less than Yi Wuxiang's. Chu Tiange thought of something before he flipped through the ancient books. Impossible. It's impossible for someone like this young lady to have anything to do with Long Chen. I must have heard it wrong, or it's someone with the same name. After all, the world is so big. There are hundreds of thousands of people named Long Chen in the imperial domain. But if it's really him, what will happen? Lingxi had already left. If she's really looking for Long Chen, then I've unintentionally resolved a huge crisis. If that's the case, where did this young lady go? How could she help Long Chen? At the critical moment, he stopped Yi Xian from speaking. Now that he thought about it, Chu Tiange knew very well how dangerous it was. I really don't know where that Long Chen came from. How could he be related to such a goddess? When he returned to the city tower, everyone was waiting for him. The Lord of the Serene Hell Prefecture asked, "Young Lord, where's that strange young lady?" "She left." Chu Tiange answered casually, then sat down at a place far away from Yi Xian. He then took out an ancient book from his spatial ring. The others looked at each other, not daring to speak. Yi Xian could speak now, but it was useless. That young lady still left. However, Yi Xian suddenly saw hope, and a smile appeared on her face. Long Chen, I'm sure that the young lady was looking for him. I can't believe he had such an encounter, and he didn't even tell me. I don't think anyone in the 3 regions and 9 worlds can compare to a girl like her. If he's lucky enough to meet her, then I won't have any problems. However, Yi Xian was not stupid. In order to get a young lady like her, Long Chen will have to go through a lot of hardships. No wonder he's so tenacious. However, there's still a gap between them. I really don't know if he can succeed in the end. If this gap wasn't filled, then no matter how much they loved each other, it would be hard for them to be together again. This was the law of this world. Only the strong could have a supreme woman. Otherwise, there would be all kinds of hardships. It's been hard on this kid. Fortunately, this young lady is not bad at all. While Long Chen is chasing after her, she is also chasing after Long Chen. This must be the so-called love. Yi Xian was deeply touched by the word love, but after one wrong step, it would no longer belong to her. Perhaps, many years later, she would be lucky enough to meet a man who loved her again. Senior brother. Su Xiaodai twisted her perky little butt and sat down next to Chu Tiange. Her expression was a bit stiff, and there were faint tears in her eyes. What's wrong? Chu Tiange didn't close the book. He was too excited. What are you looking at? Su Xiaodai asked. That young lady just now, there was a butterfly on her shoulder. It should be an ancient beast. I'm looking at what it is. It's her again. Senior brother, do you like her? Su Xiaodai finally couldn't take it anymore. The meat on her lips was suddenly taken away by someone else. How could she endure this? Chu Tiange was stunned. He turned around and looked at Su Xiaodai. His eyes darkened as he said, "Xiaodai, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Go play by yourself. This is very important. I need to inform my teacher that such a young lady came to the Serene Hell Palace. So, I need to look up the information on that butterfly. Don't bother me." After saying that, Chu Tiange stood up and moved to a place further away. Under the control of his divine sense, as long as Long Chen came, he would succeed. Su Xiaodai was dumbfounded. This was the first time Chu Tiange treated her so harshly. Tears streamed down her face. Su Xiaodai was furious. In her mind, the reason why Chu Tiange talked to her like this was because he liked that girl. Otherwise, why would he be so attentive to her? "How dare you touch my man? You're courting death." Su Xiaodai turned around and looked at everyone behind her. The more she looked, the angrier she got. "A bunch of trash. What are you looking at? I'll beat you to death." Su Xiaodai roared and ran away. Her chest was trembling, and a pair of big white rabbits almost burst out of her clothes. All the elders looked at her with envy. They looked at each other. Young master went to study ancient books. Miss Xiaodai ran away. If Long Chen comes now, with his speed, will we be able to stop him? One of the emperors of the underworld said. Don't underestimate young master. Although he's studying ancient books, his divine sense should be able to cover at least 10 miles. We'll take turns to check the surroundings. Once someone shows up, we'll report immediately. The Lord of the Serene Hell Palace ordered. Yes. They nodded and carefully surrounded Yi Xian. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Don't you think it's funny that you're so cautious of a warrior at the first level of the God Martial Realm? Long Chen is not an ordinary warrior at the first level of the God Martial Realm. Even Sumo died at his hands. If we underestimate him, we'll only die more miserably. Yang Yufan said. Long Chen's Golden Thunder Dragon had really scared them. Yi Xian knew that Long Chen had grown to such a level to make these old men so worried. No matter what happened to her, Yi Xian was very happy. A few days later, the lords of the Spirit Hades Manor were still carefully checking the surroundings with their divine senses. Chu Tiange was in a corner of the city wall, reading a huge amount of information without moving. As for Su Xiaodai, she was so angry that no one knew where she went. Long Chen still hasn't made a move. Should we do something strong? Gao Yan looked at Yi Xian and whispered in Yang Yufan's ear. Probably, but we'll let young master decide. I'll go ask for his opinion. Yang Yufan walked over. It was a distance of 200 meters. If he ran at full speed, he could cover it in an instant. Chapter 1039. Long Chen had been waiting for a while. Chu Tiange was a bit far away, and Su Xiaodai wasn't here either. This was the best time to save Yi Xian. Coincidentally, Yang Yufan, the strongest guardian of Yi Xian, had temporarily left. This made Long Chen even more confident. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After more than 10 days, Long Chen finally learned the divine breath technique. This had something to do with his heaven-defying talent. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't even be able to understand the words Kitten gave them. But Long Chen was very familiar with those words. After absorbing 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's blood, he had a great comprehension ability. This was extraordinary. The divine breath technique was indeed very effective. Long Chen could feel that all the God Martial Realm experts present were using their divine senses to scan the surroundings from time to time. Even Chu Tiange did the same. Chu Tiange's realm was extraordinary, and he could extend his divine sense to 10 miles away. If Long Chen didn't have the divine breath technique, he would have discovered him long ago. This divine breath technique would be of great help to Long Chen in future battles. It was because of this divine breath technique that Long Chen dared to take this risk. But there was one thing he didn't expect: Chu Tiange actually got Yi Xian out of the Netherworld prison suppressing tower. This made it easier for Long Chen to rescue her, but it also made it easy for Chu Tiange to discover him. At that time, it would all depend on his luck. There were pros and cons. Maintaining the divine breath technique consumed a part of Long Chen's concentration. He couldn't maintain it for a long time, so when Yang Yufan left, he didn't think too much and acted decisively. Under the tempering of the Golden Thunder Dragon, Long Chen's speed was now comparable to the 6th level of the God Martial Realm. In terms of physical strength, Long Chen was able to fight against so many experts of a higher realm than him. His physical strength was also a big part of the reason why he could fight against so many experts of a higher realm. Lurking on the side, Long Chen suddenly moved and rushed in front of Yi Xian. Those warriors who were guarding Yi Xian trusted their divine consciousnesses too much, and they trusted Chu Tiange too much. Therefore, when Long Chen appeared, they still didn't react. Without saying a word, Long Chen used the Taishu realm to attract Yi Xian. He knew that once Yi Xian felt this power, she would immediately go in. But at that moment, something happened. A white jade pendant had appeared in front of Yi Xian's chest, blocking Long Chen's great illusionary realm's power. The white jade pendant was in Chu Tiange's hand. Chu Tiange, who was flipping through some ancient books, suddenly shivered and looked at Long Chen with his white eyes. "I've been discovered." Long Chen was shocked, but he didn't lose control. At that critical moment, the blood-red desolation appeared in Long Chen's hand, and the sharp tip of the sword pierced towards Yi Xian's chest. The blood-red desolation was the horn of the blood-horn demon dragon. It didn't have any rank, and its sharpness was far beyond Long Chen's imagination. Long Chen used all his strength, and just as he expected, the white jade pendant was shattered. The tip of the sword stopped at Yi Xian's chest. Long Chen. Yi Xian finally noticed Long Chen. She didn't know how Long Chen was able to hide from others' divine senses and divine senses. Long Chen's divine breath was beyond everyone's expectation. If he used it well, Long Chen would have a great advantage when it came to ambushes. "Let's go." After destroying the white jade pendant, Yi Xian was no longer restrained. Therefore, Long Chen didn't say anything and directly took Yi Xian into the Great Void Realm. In the next second, he used the blood escape. With his current speed, using the blood escape would be extremely terrifying. A beam of blood light disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, Long Chen didn't feel relaxed at all. Because of the white jade pendant, Long Chen had alerted Chu Tiange too early, and at that moment, Chu Tiange was already chasing after him. The moment he used the blood escape, Chu Tiange was almost right in front of Long Chen. He was a true warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, a warrior with a perfect supreme golden body. His speed wasn't just for show, even Long Chen wouldn't be able to catch up with him. At that moment, Chu Tiange used his divine sense to expand 100 miles, so that Long Chen wouldn't be able to escape. A beam of golden light chased after a beam of blood-red light. The others hesitated for a moment, but they finally realized what was going on and quickly followed. Su Xiaodai, who was not far away, probably sensed what was going on as well, so she followed behind. No one had expected that Long Chen would be able to save Yi Xian. This was the last chance to catch Long Chen, and Chu Tiange wouldn't let Long Chen escape even if he had to put his life on the line. What's going on? Chu Tiange realized that he could only see Long Chen with his eyes, but he couldn't detect Long Chen with his divine sense. No wonder Long Chen was able to get close to him without him noticing. Chu Tiange had an urge to go crazy at the thought. He had always been well-mannered, but right now, he was really driven crazy by Long Chen. Even though your divine sense is useless, but even so, can you escape from my control? Long Chen, you're underestimating me. His body had been destroyed by Long Chen's Golden Thunder Dragon earlier, but that could only be attributed to his carelessness. Chu Tiange's true strength was very, very strong. The blood escape art consumed divine energy. How fast it could move actually had little to do with the speed of Long Chen's physical body. The most important thing was divine energy. His current speed, the speed of the blood escape art, was practically equal to Chu Tiange's true speed. Because of the white jade pendant, Long Chen's rescue today had another accident. At this time, all he could do was ensure that he would do his best and not let his efforts go to waste. Thinking of this, Long Chen gritted his teeth. He still had a good chance. With the breath technique, he only needed to get out of Chu Tiange's sight. Unfortunately, it was not that easy to get rid of a cultivator on the emperor ranking, especially since Chu Tiange was putting his life on the line. This was his last chance to complete his mission. If he couldn't even deal with a mere Long Chen, he would be a laughingstock when he returned to Emperor Dong's palace. Seeing that the beam of bloody light in front of him was about to disappear from his sight, Chu Tiange was not in a hurry. His face had become extremely gloomy. Unfortunately, you still won't let her go. At this time, Chu Tiange extended his index fingers, on which there was a dot of white light. The white light grew larger and larger, gradually turning into two white balls of light the size of a palm. Tai Bai Sword Prison, go. The two white balls intertwined and instantly broke away from Chu Tiange. With almost twice the speed of Chu Tiange, they rapidly approached Long Chen. Long Chen could already feel that something from Chu Tiange was attacking him. It was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached Long Chen's side. Before Long Chen could think of a way to deal with it, the two balls suddenly exploded, turning into billions of white sword qi. They formed a sword-shaped cage hundreds of meters in diameter, completely trapping Long Chen within. Crap! Long Chen was forced to stop his blood escape. At this moment, he was trapped in a prison made of countless white sword qi. This was Chu Tiange's Tai Bai sword prison. Every single beam of sword qi had the power of the 6th level of the divine martial realm, and was enough to tear Long Chen to pieces. If Long Chen were to collide with the flashing white sword qi, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Long Chen was absolutely certain of that. Suddenly, a blood-red tenhuang appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, Long Chen activated it. The blood-red sword qi formed a ball that smashed into the Tai Bai sword prison. Unfortunately, with Long Chen's current power, even if he used an attack of the 3rd level of the divine level, he was still far from being a match for Chu Tiange. The situation instantly became extremely dangerous. Long Chen knew that this time, without a large number of divine crystals and without the attack of the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon, the three of them would definitely be in danger. The current Chu Tiange was not as gullible as he had been last time. Long Chen still remembered that Yi Xian, who had obtained 2nd place, had obtained 10,000 divine crystals. That 10,000 divine crystals was enough for Long Chen and Chu Tiange to fight for a while. However, were the 10,000 divine crystals still there? Chu Tiange did not take the Netherworld Imperial armor. Could it be that the 9-fold death prison and the 10,000 divine crystals were still there? The 9-fold death prison was a 7th level divine skill. Chu Tiange's victory was in Emperor Dong's palace. There were probably even more 7th level divine skills, so it was normal for him to not be interested in them. As for the divine crystals, Chu Tiange had everything he needed. I have a way to protect my storage ring from being taken away, so the 10,000 divine crystals are still there, Yi Xian hurriedly answered when Long Chen asked. At the same time, she had around 3,000 divine crystals of her own. When Long Chen needed them, she had taken them all out and placed them in the Great Void Realm. Now that they were trapped by the vast white sword prison, Long Chen could only fight with his life on the line. Therefore, Before Chu Tiange arrived, the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon rushed out of Long Chen's arm. Its body made of golden lightning coiled around Long Chen's body, devouring all the divine crystals that Long Chen had taken out from the Great Void Realm. The Golden Thunder Hell Dragon absorbed divine crystals very quickly. Although it did not absorb as much as it did last time, it was still enough to slightly threaten Chu Tiange. It should be enough to make him a little wary. As soon as the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon finished its preparations, the vast white sword prison flashed and a figure appeared 100 meters away from Long Chen. It was Chu Tiange. After trapping Long Chen, Chu Tiange smiled knowingly. What a strange guy. Even my divine awareness can escape. But under the vast white sword prison, unless you have the destructive power of the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, you can't escape. The vast white sword prison is at the peak of the 6th level divine skills. Even the god-slaying sword formation can't break it. It turned out to be a 6th level divine skill. Long Chen looked around. Countless white sword chi were rotating at high speed around him. If he got even a little closer, he would be minced into meat paste by the white sword chi. The two enemies met in the vast white sword prison. Chapter 1040. Then what about using this dragon? Asked Long Chen, his face grim. Although Chu Tiange hadn't attacked yet, Long Chen had no choice but to admit that this was the most dangerous moment. His heart was pounding. If he made a single mistake, the lives of 3 people would be at stake. He couldn't afford to be careless. Right now, he could only hope for a slim chance of survival in the face of death. When Long Chen had returned from the Ghost Region forest, Kitten had said that Long Chen would die this time. He had not expected it to be right. Right now, Long Chen was facing a situation of certain death. This proud son of heaven was much stronger than him. Long Chen had met such an opponent too early. The level of Emperor Dong's palace was not something he could come into contact with at the moment. It was just that he had obtained something from the god-slaying sect, and Chu Tiange had come to him on his own. Long Chen had met so many opponents along the way, and Chu Tiange was the kind of person who truly made him feel threatened. Perhaps you can use him to destroy the Tai Bai sword prison, but I can use it again. Can you use it again? Chu Tiange laughed. He could see that the attack of the Golden Thunder Dragon that Long Chen had used was not his own power. It had consumed a lot of resources, and it was already very good to be able to use it once. Long Chen also realized this. What should I do? Chu Tiange would not give himself time. His heart was in a mess. At this time, a figure appeared in Long Chen's mind. A long, long time ago, when Long Chen was facing a fatal crisis, a white figure appeared in front of him through the white mist. It was she who had saved Long Chen many times. They depended on each other, and they lived and died together, and this time, I'm very close to her. I even feel that she's right next to me. Am I going to die like this? Long Chen was very unwilling. If there were 100 steps, he had already taken 99. He could not die here. His desire to live made his entire body surge. His eyes turned blood red, and red scales gradually appeared on his body. He had completely transformed into the state of a dragon warrior. This was caused by Long Chen's excitement. The golden lightning dragon circled around Long Chen's body, glaring at Chu Tiange like a tiger watching its prey. The scarlet blood desolation in Long Chen's hand also had a blood-red dragon silhouette appear. Chu Tiange had the illusion that the person in front of him wasn't a human, but a coiled dragon. The dragon's arrogance seemed to come from its bones. This Long Chen was able to recover all these things, including the desolation. Is he related to dragons? I'll just leave him with an intact corpse later. The reason why Chu Tiange didn't make a move immediately was because Chu Tiange was still a little fearful of the Golden Thunder Nether Dragon. However, he couldn't drag this out any longer. Chu Tiange sneered and approached Long Chen. Chu Tiange was a true sword martialist. His comprehension of the way of the sword was already close to the fourth layer. Long Chen couldn't contend with such an expert. Your attack is not bad, but it's a pity that it doesn't belong to you. At the same time, Chu Tiange was also exerting pressure on Long Chen mentally. However, Long Chen was not moved at all. The golden thunder dragon moved forward, its golden eyes filled with violent killing intent. Just as the fight was about to break out, Yi Xian's words made Long Chen's mind go blank. Although Long Chen had a feeling that Lingxi was always by his side, protecting him, he did not think that it was real. It was just an illusion. He thought that Lingxi must be waiting for him in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Perhaps she had lost all hope, or perhaps she had forgotten about him. All of these were things that Long Chen had considered. But at this time, Yi Xian actually told him, "Long Chen, there's a piece of news that I have to tell you." Standing in the great virtual realm, Yi Xian was crying tears of joy after reuniting with Yi Xian. However, the situation was still not optimistic. "What is it?" Long Chen did not think much of it at the start. "Let me out first, and we can face Chu Tiange together. I'll put on the Netherworld Imperial armor, and I've been studying the 9 death hells. If I work together with you, we might have a chance." Yi Xian had her own thoughts. Although Long Chen came to save her, she did not want to delay Long Chen's life because of her, because someone was looking for him. From the anxious and expectant eyes of the little girl, Yi Xian saw what she wanted to see. Perhaps, that was happiness. If she had to destroy this happiness, it would be worse than death. Yi Xian was indeed very strong, but she was still not Chu Tiange's opponent. It was the same as not coming out. Long Chen had his own plans. He would rather something happen to himself than others. If he died, Kitten could still take the 2 people in the Void Dragon Talisman and leave, but the others would not be able to. Therefore, he did not agree to Yi Xian, but said, "You should speak first. I have a way to leave." At this time, he could only try to fool Yi Xian. After all, in her heart, he was a mysterious person. Yi Xian was helpless. She knew that this matter was very important to Long Chen, and it was not appropriate to use it as a condition for her to leave. She said straightforwardly, "A few days ago, on the city wall, a girl suddenly appeared. She was very beautiful, and she said she was looking for someone called Long Chen. Even Chu Tiange was very respectful to her. From the anxiety and excitement in her eyes, I could tell that she wanted to see you very much." A girl. Long Chen was confused at first, and then it was like he was struck by lightning. Although Yi Xian's description was very vague, and it was very likely that such a girl would be very powerful, but perhaps there was only one person in the 3 imperial regions who was looking for Long Chen. By say. This girl gives people the feeling of a white lotus, quiet and sweet, and at the same time, she is very considerate. She can transform into white sword light. Only the top powers in the 3 imperial regions, or the 3 imperial palaces, or the emperors of the 9 great worlds could cultivate such a temperament. So, you should know who she is, right? When Yi Xian finished, Long Chen didn't say anything. His whole body was in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. It wasn't because he was sad, it was because he was excited. Xiao Shi, that soft and warm feeling was so close to him. Long Chen knew that she was still nearby, he could even smell the fragrance on her body. This familiar smell, Long Chen would never forget it, he would never forget the time when he was still weak, and when she was on the verge of death. This kind of love was built through countless hardships, firm and strong, it was not something others could compare with. Along the way, many people had fallen in love with Long Chen, but Long Chen still pursued the original Lingxi, because of this. "Not only am I trying to see you, but you are also trying to find me? I am sorry, I seem to be too arrogant, you are more worthy of me pursuing you than I thought." Sometimes, Long Chen would feel a little lost, wondering if it was worth it, but judging from what happened today, a girl like this was indeed worth it for him to walk on the edge of life and death countless times just to see her. Only 7 years had passed since the promise of 10 years, but 7 years was already torturous enough. 7 years felt like 70 years, 700 years, and today was probably the first time the two of them were so close to each other. When he stretched out his hand, he felt like he could touch her aura. Long Chen believed that Lingxi must be feeling the same way. He took a deep breath. Chu Tiange didn't understand what was happening, and continued to walk toward Long Chen. However, he could sense that Long Chen seemed to have changed. Before, he had lost his will to fight, but now, he seemed like a madman who was going all out. The person he yearned for day and night was right in front of him. Long Chen absolutely could not fall at the final juncture. In his chest, a raging fighting spirit ignited. From the start until now, Long Chen had faced countless enemies, but he had never been as excited as he was today. He could feel his own bloodline burning, his entire body emitting earth-shattering roars. Rumble, 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 rumble. A total of 1 billion bloodlines were like true dragons, stirring within Long Chen's body. The dragon blood divine origin energy crazily surged, and a trace of strength was completely dug out by Long Chen from the depths of his body. A shocking will exploded out from Long Chen, a terrifying blood-colored aura that spread out in all directions. The look in Long Chen's eyes caused Chu Tiange, who was many times stronger than him, to stop in place. What the hell happened to this kid just now? Chu Tiange narrowed his eyes as he watched Long Chen's scarlet blood heaven wasteland tremble, as if it could sense Long Chen's emotions. It let out a draconic roar as the blood-colored scales on Long Chen's body spread out to cover the hilt of the scarlet blood heaven wasteland. At this moment, the power in Long Chen's body had risen to the point where his body was about to explode. Hiss! A roar that seemed to have been suppressed for millions upon millions of years erupted out of Long Chen. Beneath his fiendish exterior, Long Chen's heart was filled with warmth, a place he had left for Lingxi, a woman he had sworn to love. This was the final hurdle, and no matter what, Long Chen had to overcome it. Even if he had half a life left, he would cross it. If he didn't, then his life would be a failure. Under the Tai-Bai sword prison, it was the most crucial battle in Long Chen's history. Little Shi, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wait for me. You have to wait for me. Deep in Long Chen's heart, he was letting out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar that he hoped Lingxi would be able to sense. This kid is crazy, Chu Tiange thought. In order to avoid any undue delays, Chu Tiange decided to make a move. If he didn't make a move now, and Long Chen came up with some other tricks, it would be troublesome. This was the most miraculous opponent he had ever faced. But it has begun. Long Chen's eyes suddenly shone with a divine light. Within the Taishu realm, Yi Xian, and Kitten were all looking at Long Chen in shock. That's terrifying. This is the most terrifying heat I've ever seen. Kitten said with his tail between his legs, sweating profusely. Chapter 1041. Sometimes, emotions were indeed a kind of power, especially when it came to anger. Long Chen had always been calm and collected in order to win, but this time, he could no longer remain calm. His boiling blood urged him to tear the person in front of him to shreds. Only by tearing him to shreds would he be able to see Lingxi. Perhaps, this was the final hurdle, the final battle. The dragon blood divine yuan surged in Long Chen's body, gradually reaching a critical point. At that moment, Chu Tiange could already sense the huge change in Long Chen. Long Chen, why don't you let me do it? Yi Xian was still worried. She was well aware of Chu Tiange's strength, which was at a level that Long Chen could not even touch. Of course, it was not that Long Chen had lost to him, Long Chen was just lacking time. A long night is fraught with trouble. Chu Tiange was deeply aware of this, and he acted without hesitation. At that moment, his body suddenly turned into a beam of golden sword light, stabbing towards Long Chen. This was the sword attack he had used against Long Chen before, called the Golden Devouring Sword Qi. The Golden Devouring Sword Qi looked simple, but it was a 5th-rank divine skill. And this time, Chu Tiange did not just send out one beam of sword qi. When the Golden Devouring Sword Qi got close to Long Chen, it seemed to explode, instantly turning into dozens of beams of golden sword qi that were filled with sharpness. They formed an 8 trigrams pattern, divided into 8 sections, and attacked 8 parts of Long Chen's body. You can die now. This Golden Devouring Sword Qi was unleashed by Chu Tiange with all his strength. Ordinary warriors at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm would not be able to withstand this attack from Chu Tiange. The Golden Devouring Sword Qi arrived in front of Long Chen in an instant. It was like a sword attack from the god of death, and Long Chen felt a hair-raising power from the sword qi. I'm counting on you. Long Chen, whose eyes were blood-red, paid no heed to the gold-devouring sword qi. He gently caressed the head of the golden thunder dragon that was coiled around him. With a point of his finger, the golden thunder dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. Its body made of golden thunderbolts moved with a loud rumble, charging towards the gold-devouring sword qi that it had once devoured. Golden thunderbolts filled the entire Tai Bai sword prison in an instant. An ancient aura erupted from the golden thunder dragon's body. The might of a divine dragon descended, and the golden divine dragon devoured dozens of gold-devouring sword qi with a crackling sound. Just like before, it tore at Chu Tiange. It was this terrifying attack that had completely torn Chu Tiange's body previously. It had almost killed Long Chen. In front of Chu Tiange, the furious Long Chen directed the golden thunder drain dragon to charge at him. Did you think that I would fall in the same place? Chu Tiange sneered and shook his head. He extended his right hand, and a beam of golden light and a beam of white light shot out from Chu Tiange's eyes. They intertwined in the palm of his right hand, gradually forming a golden and white longsword. Gold and white were both symbols of righteousness. The sword that appeared in Chu Tiange's hand was filled with righteousness. It was the most famous sword of righteousness in Emperor Dong's palace, the Haotian sword. The Haotian sword was one of the most famous weapons in Emperor Dong's palace. It was an 8th grade divine level weapon. Normally, anything that was 8th grade would be considered an extremely precious treasure. Even 7th grade treasures would be considered precious treasures, not to mention the Haotian sword. The Haotian sword had a very long history. It was said that it was bestowed by Zhenwu Imperial Palace, and it had been passed around for hundreds of thousands of years before it landed in Chu Tiange's hands. Countless cultivators of Emperor Dong's palace had wielded the Haotian sword to slay demons and devils, and they had been successful in every endeavor. Countless demons and devils had died under the sword of justice. Today, Chu Tiange had used the Haotian sword against a junior like Long Chen. It would have been humiliating if others found out. However, in the Tai Bai sword prison, it would have been difficult for others to find out. Chu Tiange was very careful. He had suffered at the hands of the Golden Thunder Dragon before. If he did not use the Haotian sword, he was not confident that he could break through the attack of Long Chen's Golden Thunder Dragon. With the Haotian sword in hand, Chu Tiange was like a god in the sky, towering and towering. He was like an unshakable mountain standing in front of Long Chen. The Haotian sword shone with dazzling light, and a power that was the opposite of Long Chen's bloody light attacked. Blood Desolation was very dissatisfied with the aura of the weapon. Blood and slaughter were the ways of the evil dragon. He was very resistant to a weapon of the righteous path like the Haotian sword. However, the one fighting Chu Tiange was the Golden Thunder Dragon. This was probably the only way Long Chen could deal with him. However, Long Chen was not discouraged. He was a crazy person. As long as he survived this time, anything was possible. The only condition was that he survived. Sword light flashed in Chu Tiange's eyes, and he swung the Haotian sword. Greater One Sword Tao, Primal Chaos Genesis. Although it was a sword of alternating gold and white, with the white being the dominant color, and the gold being used as a decoration, it unleashed a gray stream of energy. That gray stream of energy contained all of the power in Chu Tiange's body. The battle skill he was using was clearly a grade 6 divine skill, the paramount sword Tao. Just from the name itself, it was obvious that it was something extraordinary. The golden lightning dragon roared angrily as it charged towards the terrifying gray sword aura. This sword chi stunned Long Chen. Although it was a sword of justice, the gray sword chi was filled with a murderous aura. It was a will that could destroy the world. No wonder it was called Primal Chaos Genesis. The chaos was split open by this sword chi. Under this extreme pressure, Long Chen fully unleashed his real martial emperor soul. Fighting against an opponent like Chu Tiange, the atmosphere alone was of great help to Long Chen. On the road to the divine martial realm, Long Chen comprehended more and more things. He found that the more powerful the opponent was, the more helpful it was for him to break through. Just like now, the real martial emperor soul was eagerly transmitting things to Long Chen's god martial soul. Long Chen was gradually reaching his limit. At the last moment, Chu Tiange's sword, Primal Chaos Genesis, seemed to have split open the chaos between Long Chen's god martial soul. The originally dark world was suddenly split open at this moment. Long Chen seemed to have opened his eyes. He could clearly perceive the situation around him with his god martial soul. Every blade of grass, every grain of sand, everything was in Long Chen's eyes. Even if he closed his physical eyes, he was still very sensitive to everything around him. He could even clearly perceive the grains of sand. All the small sounds could be heard in an infinite way. This was not heard by the ears, but perceived by the god martial soul. For a moment, a large amount of information rushed into Long Chen's mind. Long Chen seemed to realize that his god martial soul had successfully reached the second level of the divine martial realm and reached the divine awareness realm when Chu Tiange slashed down with his sword. At the same time, Long Chen had already opened his divine awareness. It was because the god martial soul had opened its eyes and opened its divine awareness that Long Chen could perceive things around him without using his 5 senses. Everything became extremely clear. The dragon blood divine energy had once again broken through a limit and was rising crazily. Without saying anything, Long Chen took out the blood essence of the corpses of the ghost beasts he had hunted in the Ghost Region forest. At this critical juncture, he absorbed it while retreating. Finally, he had reached the second level of the divine martial realm. Next, he should be able to display his strength. In this way, his strength would increase once again. At this moment, Chu Tiange was using the Haotian sword to use the highest one-sword principle, clashing with the power of the Golden Thunder Dragon. Long Chen took advantage of this gap and hurriedly increased his strength. At this critical juncture, how much stronger he could become would depend on himself. A large amount of Emperor spiritual qi entered his body, and a large amount of blood essence rushed into his body, which was absorbed by his blood-refining qi. In Long Chen's body, the dragon blood divine energy was soaring again and again. A huge amount of divine energy was rushing through Long Chen's meridians. At the same time that his divine essence increased, Long Chen also remembered another thing. Rumble. There seemed to be an explosion in his sea of consciousness. A trace of the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence, which was 1/10 of it, entered Long Chen's body again. This 1/10 of the blood essence was divided into billions and billions of pieces, entering every corner of Long Chen's body. Long Chen's body was like the last time. It had undergone a complete transformation. Not only had his physical body become stronger, but his divine essence had also increased. At the same time, his perception had also increased. Long Chen's entire life level had risen. Another 1/10 of the blood essence. I've already absorbed 1/5 of the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence. I'm getting closer and closer to the dragon transformation realm. The 1/10 of the blood essence continued to strengthen Long Chen's body, and at the same time, it increased Long Chen's divine energy. Other people in the first tier of the divine martial realm only needed a little bit of divine energy to advance from the second tier of the divine martial realm, but Long Chen needed tens of thousands of times more divine energy. Although Long Chen was still in the second tier of the divine martial realm, his real fighting strength had reached a very terrifying level. Blood-red dragon scales wrapped around his body. The color of the dragon scales was getting darker and harder. Long Chen's dragon scales were so tough that not many weapons could cut them. Even the clear sky sword, which was an 8th tier divine level weapon, couldn't easily kill Long Chen. Now, Long Chen's body had surpassed Chu Tiange's, and at the same time, his speed had also increased. After everything was done, the battle between the Golden Thunder Prison Dragon and Chu Tiange was over. The Golden Thunder Prison Dragon's power was exhausted. Although Chu Tiange was covered in dust, he wasn't injured. Roar! The Golden Thunder Prison Dragon returned to Long Chen's left hand, and a Golden Thunder Divine Dragon swam around Long Chen's body. Long Chen's whole body was emitting electricity, which made him look even more terrifying. He actually improved at this critical moment. Chu Tiange was a little surprised. He realized that Long Chen already had his divine sense, which meant that Long Chen was originally in the first tier of the divine martial realm. Such a terrifying first tier of the divine martial realm was unprecedented. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Chu Tiange became even more determined to kill Long Chen. Time waits for no one. Chu Tiange smiled coldly and said, "So what if it has improved a little? Without that lightning from earlier, 100,000 of you would not be a match for me." Long Chen stabilized his strength in the second tier of the divine martial realm. Admittedly, he was still a long way from killing Chu Tiange, but in order to leave here alive today, Long Chen was ready to throw caution to the wind. This battle, I must win beautifully. In Long Chen's heart, he was confident that he would win. Chapter 1042. From the first level of the divine martial realm to the second level of the divine martial realm, Long Chen's divine essence had already skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Chu Tiange had never thought that Long Chen's strength would skyrocket once again, and this time, it had skyrocketed for no reason. He simply didn't know why. He only saw in Long Chen's eyes that he was going to risk his life to survive. This kind of faith was very terrifying. Strange blood-colored flames were burning on Long Chen's body. Chu Tiange didn't know what these blood-colored flames were, but in the flames, there were blood-colored dragon silhouettes. These dragon silhouettes didn't look like Redhorn demonic dragon at all, but another kind of blood-colored divine dragon that made people feel powerless. What the hell is this? At that moment, the blood-colored flames soared into the sky, completely engulfing Long Chen. Chu Tiange couldn't see Long Chen's appearance anymore. He could only see that there seemed to be a human silhouette in the flames, his whole body was covered with scales, and he was emitting a kind of beast-like murderous aura. The sharp edge of the blood-red sword was flashing in the flames. Chu Tiange had underestimated Long Chen's craziness. Lingxi was right in front of him. Long Chen realized the importance of staying alive. At that moment, he could pay any price, including the decline of his cultivation. He couldn't die here, because he was only a hair's breadth away from his goal. Blood sacrifice. After a long time, Long Chen didn't use the blood sacrifice again. He didn't know what price he would have to pay for using the blood sacrifice this time. It might even cause his cultivation to fall back to the sky martial realm, but if he could live and see Lingxi again, Long Chen could bear any price. His cultivation could be restarted, but he only had one life. As the blood-colored flames burned, the dragon blood divine energy in Long Chen's body started burning. Every time a portion of divine energy was burned, it would become 10 times or even 100 times stronger. Long Chen had just entered the second level of the divine martial realm. Under this abnormal increase, his divine energy was rapidly increasing. This time, Long Chen used the power of the second level of the blood sacrifice. If it was the third level, his body would definitely be seriously injured again. The first level of the blood sacrifice had no obvious effect, so only the second level of the blood sacrifice was the most suitable. He had made the right choice. Right now, his body had just been consolidated by 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, and he was completely able to bear the current abnormal power of Long Chen. After absorbing another 1/10 of the essence blood and burning a large amount of dragon blood divine energy, Long Chen actually felt full of power. At that moment, Long Chen was no longer himself. The slaughtering and proud will of the ancient bloodline dragon entered his body through the essence blood, fusing with the billions of particles in his body. Every tiny cell was filled with the slaughtering will of the ancient bloodline dragon. For Chu Tiange, the will of the ancient bloodline dragon hidden in Long Chen's body was the most shocking thing. Just what kind of secret is this kid hiding? Chu Tiange found himself a little excited. He could keenly feel that the treasures on Long Chen were not as simple as the nameless battle skill and the desolation of blood. There must be something even more precious, which was why Long Chen had such a nature-defying performance. Dragon. When he thought of Long Chen, the image of a divine dragon appeared in Chu Tiange's mind. His heart trembled, and he had a shocking guess. Slowly raising the clear sky sword, Chu Tiange asked gravely, "Long Chen, could it be that you're a dragon warrior? You've discovered it too late." At this time, Long Chen's blood sacrifice had basically been completed. All the power in his body had been burned away, transforming into millions of surging rivers that surged madly through Long Chen's body. Blood-red scales that had already turned black covered his body. The image of a dragon flickered within them, and the dragon scales gave off an ancient aura that was unbreakable. Beneath Long Chen's feet, the golden lightning had also been dyed blood-red. It swam between Long Chen's legs, causing Long Chen's entire body to feel illusory, as if he could cross countless distances at any time. Whether it was in terms of fleshly body or speed, Long Chen had originally been on the same level as Chu Tiange. Now that Long Chen's divine essence was replenished and he was able to ignite it, he was close to Chu Tiange's level. Although Long Chen had ignited his blood sacrifice to obtain this power, he was still a martial artist strong enough to threaten Chu Tiange. The power of the blood sacrifice drove Long Chen into a state of madness. The blood sacrifice was the power of the ancient blood spirit dragon's rules. In the god martial arts realm, each tier was subdivided into 2 tiers. But in the rules of an extremely powerful existence like the ancient blood spirit dragon, the god martial arts realm was not divided into 18 tiers, but 9. Therefore, after Long Chen had sacrificed 2 tiers, his spiritual energy had already reached the 4th tier of the god martial arts realm. But in terms of the amount of spiritual energy Long Chen had, there was still a gap of 4 minor tiers. In other words, Long Chen's spiritual energy was now comparable to Chu Tiange's. He was strong, but the price was also huge. This meant that after the power of the blood sacrifice was used up, Long Chen's cultivation would return to the 9th tier of the heaven martial arts realm. For Long Chen, this was an extremely heavy price to pay, but in order to survive, it was worth it. In terms of spiritual energy, the two were about the same. In terms of physical strength, Long Chen was definitely stronger. In terms of speed, Long Chen had the foundation of spiritual energy and the speed of his physical body, which was also stronger. In terms of weapons, the Blood Desolation sword was no worse than the Clear Sky sword. In terms of comprehension of swordsmanship, Long Chen's attack bonus was even greater than his opponent's. The only thing he lost to his opponent was his battle skills. Of course, there was also the cultivation of high-level experts. Chu Tiange was an expert cultivated by high-level experts, while Long Chen was a warrior who fought in bloody battles at the bottom of the hierarchy. Chu Tiange frowned. Right now, Long Chen was hidden in the blood-red flames, and his every move made him feel a sense of dread. It's absolutely impossible. He has just reached the second level of the divine martial realm. Even if he is a dragon warrior, it is impossible for him to have such a bonus. I am a warrior who can fight with a warrior who has just entered the seventh level of the divine martial realm. His firm heart was loosened by the raging blood-red flames. The Tai-Bai sword prison rolled, trapping Long Chen's escape route. He had already used the blood sacrifice, so Long Chen had no intention of ripping apart the Tai-Bai sword prison and escaping. Such a powerful force should be used where it should be used. This is the power you forced me to use, so you have to swallow it for me. The blood-red flames vanished. The power in Long Chen's body had reached a stable level, and the power of the blood sacrifice could not be maintained for long. So at this time, Long Chen opened his eyes, and two beams of blood-red light stabbed into Chu Tiange's body. Chu Tiange found that the entire world was a blur. In front of him, there was only a giant primordial beast staring at him with savage eyes. He suddenly felt a chill run down his back. What a joke. A little baby can scare you like this. Chu Tiange, the more you live, the more you regress. Calming himself down, Chu Tiange pointed the clear sky sword at Long Chen. Don't try to be mysterious. I know what you're capable of. Right now, your power is pretty good, but how long can you use it? Long Chen said nothing. Long Chen's eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust. He seemed to have lost all sense of reason. Chu Tiange had already become food. A long, blood-colored tongue lapped out, and Long Chen's scaly face broke into a bizarre smile. Power that does not belong to me is not the way of the king. Chu Tiange had seen where Long Chen's weakness was. He was still very confident. He could not see how strong Long Chen's power was, but it was very unstable. He needed to vent his power. Then I'll play with you. It had been a long time since Chu Tiange had encountered such a feeling of meeting his match. Even against other warriors on the heavens ranking, Chu Tiange would not easily fight. Ultimate Sword Dao, Primal Chaos Genesis. The Haotian sword slashed down, and a gray beam of sword qi, filled with boundless killing intent, slashed towards Long Chen. The power of this sword had once completely drained the Golden Thunder Dungeon Dragon, and now Chu Tiange was using it to deal with Long Chen. It was clear how much importance he placed on Long Chen. When he used Primal Chaos Genesis, he slashed down, but by the time he finished, Long Chen had already disappeared, and the Primal Chaos Genesis hit nothing but air. So fast. Chu Tiange was used to using his divine sense to search for his opponents, but he suddenly realized that his divine sense could not find Long Chen at all. You're too slow. A scalp-numbing voice rang out from behind him, causing Chu Tiange to break out in a cold sweat. The Haotian sword in his hand hurriedly formed a miniature vast white sword prison, completely blocking his body. Within the vast white sword prison, a blood-red sword stabbed through. If it weren't for the vast white sword prison, Long Chen's sword would probably have pierced right through Chu Tiange. Only now did Chu Tiange truly realize just how terrifying Long Chen was. This speed, how can it be so freakish? The Haotian sword slashed out, slamming into blood-blooded desolation. Instantly, a massive wave of power surged out, and both of them were sent flying. Chu Tiange looked up in shock to see Long Chen in mid-air, his body covered in blood-red scales, his blood-red sword held horizontally by his side. The sharp tip of the sword was like a claw, and his blood-red eyes brimmed with killing intent, and Chu Tiange didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Chu Tiange, who had dealt with many experts before, finally forced himself to take Long Chen seriously. Very strong. Chu Tiange steadied himself, then moved, transforming into a beam of white sword light that shot toward Long Chen. A vast, righteous aura surged through heaven and earth, causing them to tremble. Paramount Sword Tao, single sword of the Grand Orient. Chapter 1043. A golden dragon of thunder circled around Long Chen's feet. Facing Chu Tiange's deadly attack, Long Chen didn't move at all. When the golden runic blade arrived, the dragon let out an enraged roar, and Long Chen's entire body transformed into a blood-colored light. The scarlet blood desolation rolled over and over, brushing past the golden sword energy. Its speed surpassed Chu Tiange's, and before Chu Tiange could even react, the scarlet blood desolation had already stabbed into his abdomen. "You've been tricked." Chu Tiange laughed. He wasn't someone who could be so easily attacked by Long Chen. As Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation punched a hole in his body, he swept his sword toward Long Chen. The clear sky sword was famous for its sharpness, and Chu Tiange grabbed hold of Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation, stabilizing Long Chen's power. "Is that so?" The golden and white sword slashed horizontally at Long Chen, and in the next instant, Chu Tiange's sword, which carried Long Chen's immense strength, was caught in his hand. There was a cracking sound, and some of the dragon scales on Long Chen's palm shattered, but he wasn't hurt. Chu Tiange's eyes went wide. The clear sky sword had slashed down, but it hadn't injured his opponent at all. Just how strong was his body? After a brief exchange, the two of them quickly separated. Chu Tiange had a peerless golden body, so the hole in his abdomen didn't affect him at all. In a moment, he was completely healed. And then he saw that the scars on Long Chen's armor were also rapidly healing. He was sure that Long Chen didn't have a peerless golden body, but he still had incredible healing abilities. "I didn't expect you to be so strong. It's about time I put my abilities to use. Otherwise, you'll be looking down on me." Chu Tiange took a deep breath. Just now, he had only been using it, but now he was bursting with power. This was the true power of the peak 6th level of the divine martial realm. Invincible sword body. At that moment, Chu Tiange's entire body was surrounded by sharp sword qi. The sharp sword qi spun rapidly on his body. The white sword qi very quickly formed a person completely composed of white sword qi. There were hundreds of thousands of strands of sword qi on the person. Each strand of sword qi was extremely small, which made the person look extremely lifelike. He looked exactly the same as Chu Tiange. Only if you looked closely would you be able to see that this person was actually made of sword qi. As for the power of a 7th grade divine skill, you'll know once you try it. Chu Tiange smiled. He was very excited. There hadn't been an opponent like Long Chen in a long time. Long Chen's blood was boiling. At that moment, he was like a blood-colored machine. He completely ignored what Chu Tiange was saying, and didn't even look at the so-called invincible sword body. He once again transformed into a blood-colored bolt of lightning as he sped forward. Long Chen didn't have an advantage when it came to battle techniques, so he decided not to use them. Instead, he chose to fight to the death with one sword strike at a time. In the depths of his eyes, there was only one thought: to kill his opponent. That was his crazy obsession. Die, die, die. Dense killing intent condensed into a blood-colored mist, forming around his body. "He's actually ignoring my invincible sword body?" Chu Tiange was laughing inwardly. Sure enough, Long Chen had already lost his mind, and was now like a wild beast. That made him even easier to deal with. Invincible sword body, go. In the blink of an eye, Chu Tiange and the invincible sword body each took a different direction. Chu Tiange charged to the left of Long Chen, the clear sky sword surging with sword qi. Chu Tiange was enveloped in godly light, looking like a god. He truly lived up to his reputation as the clear sky sword god. Every strike of his sword had the power to shake mountains and rivers. If not for the brilliant white sword prison surrounding him, his attacks would have long since been destroyed. Tai Sword Dao, Tai Godly Sword. A beam of sword chi shot up into the sky, condensing into a huge sword of light that slashed down at Long Chen. This was a tearing force, and Chu Tiange was very confident in his attack. At the same time, the invincible sword body on Long Chen's right actually unleashed a similar sword move. Although the form was different, the power was exactly the same. Long Chen's heart was actually calm. He knew that the invincible sword body could be considered a clone mystic ability, and it could actually mimic Chu Tiange's sword moves. For a sword cultivator, it was a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, it had fallen into Chu Tiange's hands. It was like Long Chen was facing two attacks at the same time. Speed. The essence blood of the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon and the primordial blood Spirit Dragon, as well as the boundless divine energy, gave Long Chen freakishly fast speed. He could completely dodge his opponent's attacks, and at the same time, his fleshly body was so strong that he was like a super demonic beast. Chu Tiange's clear sky sword would not be able to injure Long Chen easily. Madman! What a madman! In a short period of time, Chu Tiange and the invincible sword body launched attack after attack against Long Chen. Each attack almost killed Long Chen, but only by a hair's breadth. Invincible sword body, scatter your attacks. Under Chu Tiange's orders, Chu Tiange, who was completely composed of sword chi, suddenly scattered. White sword chi filled the entire prismatic white sword prison, giving Long Chen nowhere to go. Let's see where you can run this time. Chu Tiange laughed heartily, trapping Long Chen in the invincible sword body. Run? Do I need to run? Long Chen laughed coldly. His smile caused Chu Tiange's hair to stand on end. He could hear the calmness in Long Chen's voice, even though Long Chen's power was already on the verge of collapse. God-murdering sword formation. The scarlet blood heaven desolation stabbed down, and the entire prismatic white sword prison was under Long Chen's control. The blood-red sword formation expanded until it reached Chu Tiange's feet. Shocked, Chu Tiange hurriedly controlled the invincible sword body to return to its original state. Otherwise, it might very well be torn apart by the power of Long Chen's god-murdering sword formation. Do you think you can escape? The invincible sword body was a huge threat to Long Chen. If this continued, when the power of Long Chen's blood sacrifice disappeared, he would be finished. Therefore, Long Chen's target was the invincible sword body. After clashing with it a few times, Long Chen felt how terrifying this thing was. In terms of battle prowess in a short period of time, he had already caught up to Chu Tiange. Sea of Swords. The blood-red sword chi soared into the sky within the range of the god-murdering sword formation. The current Long Chen was no longer the Long Chen from before. This Sea of Swords used a portion of his blood sacrifice's power. Countless blood-colored sword chi condensed into a blood-colored dip, tearing apart the heaven and earth. This blood-colored sword chi pierced the invincible sword body with lightning speed, shattering it into pieces. Long Chen. Chu Tiange roared. The invincible sword body was still shattered. This caused his expression to contort and become somewhat sinister. This was the first time in the battle that he had lost to Long Chen. The invincible sword body, a grand 7th grade god skill, was actually destroyed by Long Chen. What answered Chu Tiange was an even more ferocious attack from Long Chen. Sea of Swords. Sea of Swords. After two consecutive Sea of Swords, the power within the god-murdering sword formation was frantically mobilized. Soaring sword chi exploded from the god-murdering sword formation, blasting towards Chu Tiange. In this Tai-Bai sword prison, all the space had already been completely swallowed up by the god-murdering sword formation, and the boundless power of the blood sacrifice was rampaging within. Two huge divine swords, with the power of the wind and clouds, descended with a loud rumble, slashing towards Chu Tiange. At this moment, Chu Tiange had already forgotten the gap between himself and Long Chen, forgot his identity as a disciple of Emperor Dong's palace, because he had already felt fear, and fear had aroused his fighting spirit. Being in a sorry state was no longer enough to describe him. Just like Long Chen, he had fallen into a state of madness, madly fighting in this small Tai-Bai sword prison. The two of them flew back and forth, golden sword chi and blood-colored lightning shooting out. Not a single time they attacked, both of them used earth-shattering moves. Long Chen. Chu Tiange had just dodged Long Chen's attack, but that brat was like a maggot attached to a bone, sticking to his side, terrifying sword after sword slashing towards Chu Tiange. Rip. In the midst of Long Chen's frenzied attacks, one of Chu Tiange's arms was sent flying by Long Chen, blood splattering everywhere. However, Chu Tiange's Haotian sword cut right into Long Chen's waist, and the sharp blade was stuck there 3 centimeters deep. Chu Tiange was already in awe of the strength of Long Chen's body. In the next moment, his Haotian sword was squeezed out by Long Chen's muscles, and Chu Tiange's arm was growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye. They fought again and again. Long Chen, with his blood-red eyes, was the most terrifying opponent Chu Tiange had ever seen. His heart grew cold, and he very much wanted to stop fighting with Long Chen, but Long Chen would not be willing to. In Chu Tiange's heart, although Long Chen hadn't used his own strength, he had still been frightened. Against such a crazy opponent who didn't even care about his own life, no one would be able to withstand such a crazy attack. Long Chen, why don't we stop? You can't kill me at all, and I can't do anything to you. Chu Tiange lowered his head and spoke humbly for the first time in battle. His reply was Long Chen's sword slashing down from the top of his head, sword chi surging, almost cleaving his head in two. Not only did Long Chen not stop, but he attacked even more fiercely. Chu Tiange was indeed a very difficult opponent to deal with. Long Chen had already sacrificed himself to such an extent, and yet he was still unable to kill his opponent. The power of the blood sacrifice was almost completely exhausted. I have to kill him. Otherwise, once my power is exhausted, I'll die at his hands. I won't see little Xi again. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 1044. Since that's the case, don't blame me for killing you. Chu Tiange snorted coldly. He didn't want to use this move, but Long Chen had forced him to. This was his trump card, and he would only use it when he had to fight against experts on the talent list. Emperor Haotian. Chu Tiange quickly retreated and stretched out his hand, pointing the Haotian sword at the sky. The golden runes on the sword shone with a dazzling light, and a golden sword chi soared into the sky. Chu Tiange stood in the sky, looking like a god descending to the mortal world. Emperor Haotian, sword god possession. Chu Tiange's clear voice sounded like a spell. A dazzling sword light smashed the Tai-Bai sword prison and soared into the sky. The Tai-Bai sword prison that had originally trapped Long Chen was now broken by Chu Tiange's own power. The outside world once again appeared in front of Long Chen. Around him, there were countless intact mountains and plants. Before this, the Grand White Sword Prison was a sword balloon floating above the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. Now, the sword balloon had completely shattered. Outside the sword balloon, the others had been waiting for a long time. Before the Grand White Sword Prison shattered, they were talking. This group of people was obviously above the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm, and Su Xiaodai was here. Although Su Xiaodai was angry with Chu Tiange, she didn't dare to cause trouble at this critical moment. She knew that Chu Tiange had used the Tai-Bai sword prison to trap Long Chen. However, why hadn't Long Chen come out after such a long time? Through their divine senses, they could only sense Chu Tiange's existence. Miss Xiaodai, what exactly happened inside? How could this happen? Did young master finish off Long Chen in an instant? Furthermore, it seems like there was a very intense fight inside. Yang Yufan, the Lord of Serene Nether Mansion, said with a puzzled expression. The Tai Bai sword prison had a very strong blocking ability, so they really couldn't figure it out. You ask me? Who should I ask? Su Xiaodai was in a bad mood. She rolled her eyes and looked at the Tai Bai sword prison nervously. Senior brother seems to have even displayed the invincible sword body. What's going on? Who is he fighting? Why can't I sense the existence of that person with my divine sense? Su Xiaodai would never have guessed that this person was Long Chen. In the process of waiting anxiously, at the last moment, the great white sword prison was broken. Su Xiaodai was delighted, but in the next moment, she was shocked to the extreme. Senior brother is actually using the ultimate skill of the Clear Sky Sword God's possession. Heavens! Su Xiaodai felt like she was dreaming. When the brilliant white sword prison shattered, everyone looked over nervously. Then, they saw Chu Tiange using a terrifying move. Not far from him, a man completely shrouded in bloody light was exuding a murderous aura, exuding an aura similar to Chu Tiange's. Clearly, he was the one who had been fighting Chu Tiange for so long. Who is this? This was the question in everyone's hearts. This aura, this weapon, could it be the rebirth of the killing god Yi Wuxiang? Yang Yufan couldn't help but guess, but he knew that it was impossible. That familiar scarlet blood heaven desolation allowed him to confirm this person's identity. That's Long Chen. Someone cried out involuntarily. The image of a stubborn youth appeared in everyone's minds. Compared to the image in front of them, the Long Chen in front of them was far too different. Impossible. At first, everyone was shaking their heads. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that this person was none other than Long Chen. Long Chen looked like a god of death, not the slightest bit weaker than Chu Tiange. Everyone exchanged awkward glances, unable to believe their eyes. This is too hard to believe. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Long Chen looked like a new killing god. How can this Long Chen be so strong? He must have used some kind of method to boost his combat power at the cost of his life. It's purely a low-level method. Even if he can temporarily deadlock with senior brother, then even if senior brother doesn't use Clear Sky Sword God's possession, he'll probably run out of energy and die. Su Xiaodai said proudly. No matter how much Long Chen jumped, her senior brother was still the strongest. Long Chen had no idea that people were watching him. The only thing on his mind was the desire to live. He had made up his mind, and that was to kill this person in front of him. Only then could he live, and only then could he be with the person he loved. This was the most difficult hurdle for him, and it was also the last hurdle he had to overcome after such a long journey. Chu Tiange, Chu Tiange. A raging fire burned in his heart, and the blood-red desolation in his hand shook violently. It could feel Long Chen's crazy desire to live, and power surged from the blood-red desolation into Long Chen's body, replenishing the last bit of power for Long Chen. I can't lose. I can't lose even if I die. Right now, Chu Tiange was using an irresistible power. It was a hopeless situation, but Long Chen couldn't give up. If he did, he would lose, and all his previous efforts would go to waste. He was finished, and everything would be gone. In the Great Void Realm, everyone else was anxious to the extreme. But Long Chen's heart suddenly felt very calm. He suddenly felt as if the entire world was quiet, and his heart throbbed as he turned his head. In the distant horizon, where the sun had set, the afterglow of the setting sun scattered over the earth, forming a layer of orange light. Long Chen's blood-red eyes glittered in the afterglow of the setting sun, filled with an indescribable spirit. A feeling of suffocation welled up in his heart. He had never cried before, but at this moment, tears welled up in his eyes. He couldn't control himself, and as he fought to the death, he felt a kind of sourness in his heart. Up ahead, the clear sky sword accepted the power coming from above and poured into Chu Tiange's body. Right now, Chu Tiange's entire body was brimming with sword qi, like a god with the power to rule over life. As for Long Chen, he was completely out of sorts. In the very next moment, the clear sky sword would crush him into powder. Long Chen's heart was pounding, even more violently than before. There was definitely something in the direction of the setting sun that attracted him, something that he had been yearning for day and night. Long Chen looked in that direction, his eyes filled with tears of blood. As the sun set, a snow-white dot of light appeared in Long Chen's field of vision. Long Chen's mind went blank, and he felt as if he had been electrocuted. He knew that this was no illusion, but a real person. Little she. Tears and blood mixed together as they streamed down from Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. To be able to see her in his final moments was enough for Long Chen. He could see hope, and yet, right in front of him was the despair that Chu Tiange had bestowed upon him. When his blood-red eyes opened again, they were filled with monstrous killing intent. On the horizon, that woman was rushing over with all her might, her face covered in tears. But she couldn't catch up. Long Chen had to rely on himself to hug her in the end. He had to rely on himself. The blood-red eyes mixed with blood meant that Long Chen's body was on the verge of collapse. But now, Long Chen was even more terrifying than before. Even Su Xiaodai subconsciously took a step back. Although Long Chen wasn't strong, he gave her a feeling of fatal danger. The woman on the horizon must be feeling even more grief than Long Chen, because she seemed to have come a bit too late. But Long Chen smiled. Letting you see this side of me is also a surprise for you. Xiao Shi, you will see your man. He will never be defeated, never. Boom. Before Chu Tiange could possess Haotian's sword god, Long Chen's body went berserk again. The blood-red flames once again burned on Long Chen's body, and a terrifying power once again rose within Long Chen's body. The blood sacrifice increased another level. The original 2 levels of the blood sacrifice were increased to 3 by Long Chen. This was the craziest time for Long Chen, because he knew that if he didn't do this, when Lingxi arrived, he would be a corpse. Come. Long Chen quietly closed his eyes, and a trace of peace suddenly appeared in his heart. My sword, in exchange for my lifelong pursuit. The power of the blood sacrifice continued to burn, and Long Chen's power rose again, reaching the 8th level of the divine martial realm. But the actual power had already reached an extremely terrifying level, and Long Chen's body began to collapse. The destructive power awoke within Long Chen's body. The scales all over his body began to fall off, and he became a bloody person. Even his skin began to crack, and bright red blood gushed out. Turning his head, the snow-white figure was already very close. Long Chen could see the tears on her face, and the flames of anger in her heart. Lingxi was a kind person, and in her life, she would only be angry at Long Chen. My darling. Long Chen smiled. His face was starting to crack from the destructive power, and his smile seemed particularly vicious. However, Lingxi didn't think that way. At this point, Chu Tiange blurred into motion, appearing directly in front of Long Chen. Possessed by sword divinity, he looked like a god. Laughing wildly, he slashed his sword down toward Long Chen. The clear sky sword's power had increased by at least 10 times. This is my strongest power, he said, smiling as he looked at Long Chen on the verge of being cut to pieces. Ugh! A moment later, he let out a pained shriek. Everyone else looked on in shock as Long Chen appeared in front of him, covered in blood. He waved his blood-red heaven sword, and a piercing clang rang out as the clear sky sword was cut in half. At the same time, the blood-red heaven sword split Chu Tiange in 2, starting from his head. Your strongest power can only tickle me. The blood-red heaven sword stabbed out tens of thousands of times in the blink of an eye, causing Chu Tiange's head and his god-martial soul to vanish into thin air. This scene caused Su Xiaodai and the others to collapse to the ground. Clutching the last of Chu Tiange's severed limbs, Long Chen tossed them over to Su Xiaodai. Then he looked to the west, where the woman of his dreams stood 100 meters in front of him. Chapter 1045. Before Lingxi could arrive, Long Chen had brutally sacrificed 3 levels of blood, breaking through the limits of what his body could handle, and killed the unkillable Chu Tiange. The sight of Chu Tiange's shattered body caused Su Xiaodai and the others to collapse onto the ground. Their minds were blank, and their bodies trembled. The shock they felt was too great. Long Chen floated there in the air, his face filled with cold-bloodedness and cruelty. But when he saw the young woman flying toward him, his face suddenly became filled with warmth. Long Chen had imagined meeting Lingxi many times in the past. Perhaps at that time, he would be in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He had never imagined things would turn out like this. He was covered in blood, having just slaughtered an expert whose cultivation base and realm far surpassed his own. For that, he had paid a heavy price. The 3 levels of blood sacrifice were equivalent to a minor 6th level of power. Long Chen's body couldn't handle such power. The 3 blood sacrifices had enormous side effects, and under the double exhaustion, Long Chen's consciousness was already starting to fade. A deathly gray energy swirled through Long Chen's body. Wherever it went, his organs, bones, and muscles would rupture and wither. At the same time, the divine energy he had painstakingly cultivated would collapse. Long Chen's body was in complete chaos, and he was in a miserable state. For him to be able to survive in such a situation was already pretty good. But at this time, Long Chen completely ignored his own miserable state. He completely ignored Su Xiaodai and the others. In fact, he completely ignored the world around him. The red in his eyes gradually faded away, leaving behind only a snow-white figure floating in the air. A gale sprang up, and Lingxi's white dress fluttered in the wind. She looked like a cold and beautiful flower blooming in the air, beautiful beyond compare. And that flower was only blooming for Long Chen. In this short moment, it felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like a century. Long Chen looked at this girl with tears in her eyes. She was looking at him with heartache. Long Chen was already satisfied when he sensed her breath and the familiar fragrance on her body. He slowly floated back down to the ground. At the same time, the snow-white young woman was walking gracefully toward him. If he could smell her scent up close and see her eyes filled with tears, Long Chen ignored the pain in his body. His throat felt dry, and he couldn't speak the words he had been holding back in his heart. It was like he was mute. It was the same for Lingxi. This great man didn't break his promise and vow. He really came to a place that he would never be able to reach. Lingxi knew how much pain Long Chen had gone through to reach this place, and it was all because of her. Such a man, how could she not be touched from the bottom of her heart? How could she not want to hysterically feel heartache for him? Long Chen staggered a few steps and almost lost his balance. Blood was still flowing from his cracked skin. Even though his body was in an incomparably miserable state, Long Chen was still crying tears of joy at this moment. He had finally achieved his goal today. The tears in his eyes were tears of happiness and achievement. He knew that Lingxi must be in the same state as him, choking with sobs and unable to say a single word. Su Xiaodai and the others, as well as Yi Xian and the others, were staring blankly at them, trying to guess their relationship. What exactly was the relationship between these two people? The answer was soon revealed. When Long Chen's body staggered, Lingxi gently walked over and hugged him. A pair of white hands wrapped around Long Chen's strong waist that was covered in blood. At the same time, her chest was tightly pressed against Long Chen's body. A pair of big watery eyes looked up at Long Chen's chest. She looked at Long Chen lovingly without saying a word. This kind of quiet gazing at each other was the best communication for them. They didn't need to say 1,000 words. Just by looking at each other, they knew what each other was thinking. I am dirty. Long Chen reached out and grabbed Ling Xi's arm, wanting to pull her away. His body was covered in blood, and Ling Xi's dress was pure white, so in this short period of time, her arms and a large area in front of her chest had already been dyed the color of blood. It looked like a beautiful blood-colored flower that had bloomed on her dress. It is not dirty. It looks good. As long as she was in front of Long Chen, Lingxi would show the nature of a child. She hugged Long Chen tightly and crossed her hands behind Long Chen's back. She didn't want to let go, as if she was afraid that if she let go, Long Chen would disappear. She smiled at Long Chen, then turned her face and put her ear on Long Chen's chest. She quietly and happily put her face on Long Chen's chest. Chen, hug me. Hug me. In Long Chen's arms, Lingxi let out a murmur. She used all her strength to hug Long Chen. Long Chen stretched out his bloody arms and hugged Lingxi's soft waist. He held her tightly in his arms. Feeling that Long Chen's strong arms had already wrapped around her, and that it was impossible for him to leave, Lingxi seemed to be a little relieved. She put her ear on Long Chen's chest and said softly, "You are real. I can hear your heartbeat." This is your heartbeat. Because they were hugging too tightly, Lingxi's white dress had almost turned the color of blood. The severe injuries made Long Chen dizzy, but he still stubbornly persevered, trying his best to stabilize his body as he displayed his strongest side. Lingxi would be satisfied with his progress. Just a moment ago, she saw with her own eyes that Long Chen killed a young warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm from Emperor Dong's palace who was holding the Haotian sword. In the whole dragon ritual continent, who could achieve this from the early stage of the reaching heaven state in 7 years? Only Long Chen could do it. In Lingxi's mind, there would never be anything that Long Chen couldn't do. Lingxi. Long Chen stretched out a bloody palm. This was probably the most heroic meeting. Long Chen didn't know what Lingxi had paid for this meeting, but Long Chen had almost paid with his life. If he hadn't used the triple blood sacrifice at the end, Lingxi would have seen a corpse, or she wouldn't have seen a corpse at all. Long Chen stretched out his hand and gently pinched Lingxi's delicate and fair face. She was still so delicious and beautiful that he couldn't help but want to take a bite. This feeling was so real. I said before that I would definitely appear in front of you within 10 years. I didn't break my promise. I really came, I know. Lingxi was like a puppy, rubbing herself against Long Chen's chest. This was the most peaceful place she felt. In the myriad kingdoms domain, only Long Chen could give her such a sense of security. Lingxi didn't expect that Long Chen could reach this step. Starting from Baiyang village, Lingxi walked all the way, searching for Long Chen's footsteps bit by bit. Lingxi asked thousands of people, and from their mouths, she learned of almost every step that Long Chen had taken. From Baiyang imperial city's Murongyu, to the Wushu sage dynasty's dragon siblings and Luyi, and then to devil god dynasties by Sushue, these people all showed Lingxi a man who risked his life for her. Being able to have such a man who risked his life for her in this life, Lingxi's traces had long been firmly engraved in her heart. Even if she was gone, Long Chen was still the man she loved the most. From the heaven-reaching realm to the earth martial arts realm, from the earth martial arts realm to the sky martial arts realm, and then to the current god martial arts realm, he completed it in just a few years. Long Chen's achievements exceeded Lingxi's expectations. But when she saw this man, she felt that it wasn't strange at all for him to have such achievements. This was the Chen that she dreamed of. He always had a spirit that others couldn't compare to. That was his belief that would never stop. Being quietly held in Long Chen's arms like this this was the happiest time in Lingxi's life. Her body temperature, her body softness, and the faint fragrance that assailed his nostrils made Long Chen feel that he was in an ocean of gentleness, which made him forget the pain in his body and everything else. In the whole world, there was only this softness that he treasured the most. When they didn't say much, just silently feeling each other's body temperature and breath, Su Xiaodai and the others gradually recovered from their previous sluggishness. This girl had the strength that even Chu Tiange respected, so the Lord of Nether God and the others were shocked. They knew that a huge change had happened, and it was better for small figures like them not to interfere. But for Su Xiaodai, the Mr. Right she had envisioned was only left with one arm, and the murderer was hugging a woman that Su Xiaodai hated. Su Xiaodia's heart was burning with anger. She couldn't see through Lingxi's strength, and she didn't know what kind of abnormal skill Long Chen had used to kill Chu Tiange and break the Haotian sword. If this news spread out, it would definitely shock the entire eastern royal domain. Chu Tiange, a super expert on the talent list of Emperor Dong's palace, was killed by a warrior at the second level of the god martial arts realm. Su Xiaodai only knew that Long Chen was now an arrow at the end of its flight. If she didn't kill him now, she wouldn't have another chance in the future. Chu Tiange was the man she had admired since she was a child and wanted to marry. In Emperor Dong's palace, Chu Tiange was a popular figure. He was tall, handsome, knowledgeable, and most importantly, he had a high cultivation. But such a figure was killed by Long Chen. Chapter 1046. Go to hell, all of you. Su Xiaodai couldn't hold herself back anymore. A long whip made of phoenix feathers appeared in her hand. It was full of lethality. The next moment, the blood-red whip had already lashed at Long Chen's back. At this moment, if Long Chen was hit by it, he would probably be broken into two pieces. Su Xiaodai was at the peak of the 5th level of the divine martial realm. It was not a problem for her to kill Long Chen, whose cultivation was rapidly declining. As for the strength of the girl, it was not within Su Xiaodia's consideration. The blood-red whip instantly reached the back of Long Chen's head. It was about to explode Long Chen's head into a watermelon. At this moment, Lingxi, who was in Long Chen's arms, had a trace of anger in her eyes. She rarely attacked others, but at this moment, she really couldn't bear it anymore. She moved her finger that was still holding Long Chen's waist. She gently flicked her finger, and a white sword light instantly appeared in front of Su Xiaodai. As the white light moved forward, it brushed past the blood-red whip in Su Xiaodia's hand. In an instant, the whip was smashed and dissipated in the air. How is this possible? Su Xiaodai couldn't believe her eyes. Her family heirloom, the 7th-grade blood phoenix whip given to her by her father, was shattered just like that. Su Xiaodai was very confident in her own strength. Among the disciples of the Yuan Emperor, she was the weakest. But why did this happen? Could it be that the white-clothed girl was actually this strong? Su Xiaodai was stunned. In her vision, the white sword light was coming towards her forehead. She felt that her whole body had been imprisoned, and she had no strength to move at all. The shadow of death shrouded Su Xiaodai. For the first time, she felt that death was so close. That creepy feeling surged in her heart. Su Xiaodai was so scared that her whole body was trembling, even her god martial spirit was trembling. She finally understood that this mysterious girl in white was absolutely the kind of existence that she couldn't resist. No wonder Chu Tiange was so respectful to her. Su Xiaodai finally understood. However, it was too late. No one could block Lingxi's sword light. Although Lingxi looked weak, her heart was incomparably strong. She was a good-tempered person, but Long Chen was the most precious treasure in her life. Now that he had become a bloody mess, she was actually angry in her heart. She just didn't want to explode too much while holding Long Chen. However, the other party had gone too far. Lingxi was going to take away Su Xiaodia's life. Of course, it would be foolproof for her to make a move. At this critical moment, when Su Xiaodai was so scared that she almost lost control of her bowels and bladder, a man shrouded in golden mist blocked Lingxi's attack. This man's entire body was surrounded by golden mist, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, one could roughly guess that he was a middle-aged expert. He was the one who blocked Lingxi's sword light, but it wasn't easy for him. He took 2 steps back and almost bumped into Su Xiaodai. Master! Seeing the golden mist, Su Xiaodai was overjoyed. She had finally escaped from death. She quickly pointed at Long Chen and said, "It's him. I don't know what method he used, but he broke the clear sky sword and killed senior brother." The ups and downs made Su Xiaodai very excited, almost to the point of madness. She really didn't expect the primitive emperor to come to this place. Perhaps the blood-red battlefield and the nameless battle skill were too important to him, so he came personally. Or, at this moment, the primitive emperor in the golden mist cupped his hands at Lingxi and said, "I am the primitive emperor of Emperor Dong's palace. I heard my disciple mention your existence, so I came to see." As expected, it is Miss Lingxi of the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. He didn't mention Chu Tianga's death, nor did he pay attention to Su Xiaodai. It could be seen that he still valued Lingxi very much. Lingxi hated it when others disturbed the most wonderful time of her and Long Chen. No matter how high the other party's status was, she had no concept in her heart. "Get lost." Lingxi's soft voice reached the primitive emperor's ears. The primitive emperor's face changed. She really didn't give him face. "Master, why are you talking nonsense with her? They are the enemies who killed senior brother. Kill them quickly." Su Xiaodai knew how powerful her master was. He was a warrior at the 8th level of the divine martial realm, a warrior of the heaven and earth way of heaven and earth. He had a divine kingdom and was on the same level as Yi Wuxiang. He was also one of the old monsters of Emperor Dong's palace. He was almost 8,000 years old. The primitive emperor was one of the strongest in Emperor Dong's palace and could be ranked in the top 10. At this time, the primitive emperor didn't act like Su Xiaodai. He knew how powerful this Miss Lingxi, who had returned 7 years ago, was. Seeing her bad attitude, the primitive emperor still wanted to fight for her. After all, it was not a wise choice to become enemies with such a woman. "Miss Lingxi, you can't do this. My disciple Chu Tianga, whom I have painstakingly cultivated, is gone just like that. Although you are of noble status, you have to give me justice," the primitive emperor said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The reply he got was still a single word from Lingxi. At the same time, there was a transparent sword light. This sword light was actually so terrifying that it caused the entire space to tremble. Even the space itself was torn apart by it. Void breaking. The primitive emperor's whole face became very interesting. A random sword could have such an effect. There was no doubt that it was a warrior at the 9th level of the divine martial realm with the golden wheel of nirvana. At such a young age, she had already reached the golden wheel of nirvana, which was much more powerful than the primitive emperor. In front of Lingxi, he really had no room to speak. Desperately dodging Lingxi's move of shattering the void, the venerable Yuan emperor hurriedly fled with Su Xiaodai without saying a word. Su Xiaodai didn't understand and said anxiously, "Master, why are you running away? Senior brother was killed by them." The primitive emperor said helplessly, "I have no choice. If he is dead, then so be it. I admit defeat this time. Do you know where that girl came from? She is one of the top figures in the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. Her cultivation is much stronger than mine. She is a warrior at the 9th level of the divine martial realm with the golden wheel of nirvana. She has the power to break the void breaking." Su Xiaodia's mind went blank. So the woman she was jealous of turned out to be such an unreachable existence. And the ant in her eyes, Long Chen, actually hugged such a goddess-like figure. What was going on in this world? Su Xiaodia's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The primitive emperor had already escaped. Yang Yufan and the others were shocked. They looked at each other and escaped one after another. Only Lingxi and Long Chen were left here. This was the space where they could be alone. Chen, am I too fierce? You don't like it? Lingxi said with some grievance. She was indeed a bit fierce just now. Long Chen pinched her nose and said with a smile, who said so? As long as you are not fierce to me, it's fine. Speaking of which, you are at the 9th level of the divine martial realm, right? Long Chen didn't know Lingxi's strength. Sometimes, he didn't want to ask. He just wanted to chase after her silently. There would be a day when he would catch up. And today, Long Chen finally found out from the primitive emperor. It's all in the past 7 years. I have been working hard all the time. Lingxi said a bit mischievously. In the past, she was not interested in cultivation. But when she had Long Chen in her heart, she could no longer be carefree and relaxed. Great. After knowing Lingxi's strength, Long Chen was not discouraged. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. In his mind, Lingxi was no longer unreachable. She was already within his reach. With the true martial imperial soul, the nameless combat skill, and the scarlet blood apocalypse, Long Chen was already at the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. One day, he would catch up with her, as long as he was still alive. Lingxi didn't say it because she was afraid of hurting Long Chen. But she thought too much. The man in her arms had a resolute light in his eyes. Nothing could destroy it. No matter how strong I am, I need Chen's protection, just like before. The atmosphere of their reunion had eased a lot. The two gradually found joy in it, instead of tears of joy. Speaking of cultivation, Long Chen knew that he had already reached his limit. The destructive power of the blood sacrifice had already wreaked havoc in his body. His cultivation and condition were plummeting, becoming incomparably miserable. That dizzy feeling came from the god martial spirit. At this moment, the god martial spirit transmitted a tearing pain, causing Long Chen to clench his teeth, his whole body trembling. Is the god martial spirit going to split and fall back to the sky martial arts realm? Long Chen smiled bitterly. He was just about to catch up with Lingxi, but he didn't expect to fall back to the bottom again. The tearing pain hit Long Chen's nerves. He couldn't bear it anymore. The world was spinning, and everything went black. Then, Long Chen fell into Lingxi's arms. Tears appeared in Lingxi's eyes again. She knew that he was holding on, so she treasured this exciting moment. The 9-colored butterfly flew up from Lingxi's shoulder and curiously looked at Long Chen in Lingxi's arms. It said in disdain, "This person called Chen isn't as good-looking as Sister Lingxi. He's also a bloody ugly monster. Butterfly doesn't seem to like him. What should we do? Sister Lingxi, do you really want to save him like that?" Lingxi nodded her head without hesitation. She seemed to be satisfied that she could help. It's the first time. I don't know if it will hurt. Although she said that, Lingxi didn't hesitate. Ayaya, you've really sacrificed too much for this bastard. Butterfly is so jealous. The 9-hell fantasy butterfly was a little unhappy and kept babbling. Get in. Lingxi glared at it, and the two of them disappeared. The only thing left behind was Chu Tianga's mutilated corpse, and the bloodstains on the ground, which looked like the coldest of flowers blooming. The sun had completely set, and night had come. Tomorrow would be a new beginning, and a new life. Chapter 1047. The tearing pain caused Long Chen to sink into endless torment. Killing Chu Tiange was indeed an endless pleasure, but this kind of pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. It was a pain that could take a person's life, and it was everywhere, including his body and God-martial spirit. Long Chen only had one obsession, and that was to live to see little Xi. So he persisted, clenching his teeth and enduring the pain in the endless darkness. It was impossible to tell how much time passed in the torment of the darkness, whether it was a day or a year. The pain was incomparably long, and there were many times when Long Chen wanted to give up and die. But thinking that little Xi was definitely waiting for him, thinking of her expectant gaze, Long Chen persisted. But this was the heaviest injury he had ever suffered. In order to live to see Lingxi, Long Chen had nearly destroyed himself. But he didn't regret it. This was one of the best choices he had ever made. As long as he didn't die, there would definitely be a chance. Long Chen firmly believed that. Just like this, an unknown amount of time passed. Just as Long Chen was about to collapse, a milky white liquid that emitted a sweet fragrance suddenly flowed into Long Chen's body. This milky white liquid seemed to be the most wonderful elixir in the world. It was filled with mystical power. After the milky white liquid entered Long Chen's body, earth-shattering changes happened to Long Chen's body. Everything that had been damaged and everything that was on the verge of collapse started to rapidly recover. The side effects of the blood sacrifice are actually disappearing, and the damage to my body is actually recovering. Just what kind of power is this? In a daze, the only thing Long Chen could guess was that Lingxi was saving him. He didn't know what Lingxi was using to save him, but at this critical moment, he couldn't disappoint Lingxi's good intentions. He hungrily absorbed the snow-white liquid that came from who knew where. Very quickly, this liquid flowed through Long Chen's 1 billion meridians and spread throughout his entire body. As time passed, everything was progressing in a good direction under the restoration of this milky white liquid. The side effect of the blood sacrifice was to degenerate Long Chen's cultivation base, but this milky white liquid actually had the power to nourish both his physical body and his divine soul. The extremely injured, dispirited God-martial soul that was on the verge of collapse was actually stabilized by this miraculous liquid. At the same time, it was progressing in the direction of recovery. What did Lingxi do to me? This milky white liquid is really comfortable. Long Chen was a little happy. Lingxi had become much more capable. If this continued, his injuries would probably be completely healed after a period of time. His cultivation base wouldn't even need to regress, and the dragon blood divine essence would also slowly recover. What exactly was this milky white liquid? Long Chen was very curious. As time went by, at a certain moment, Long Chen discovered that his collapsed body had almost recovered to its original state. His God-martial soul had also recovered from its dispirited state, and its control of the second level of the God-martial realm was restored. As for the dragon blood divine essence, it needed a period of recuperation before Long Chen could finally fully recover his battle strength. He was originally on the verge of death, and the reason why he was able to have such a huge reversal was all because of Ling Xi's milky white liquid. Towards the end, Long Chen understood that the milky white liquid had entered his body through his mouth. When the divine sense of the God-martial soul was able to open its eyes, Long Chen opened his eyes. His body had just recovered, and it was still a little stiff. He opened his eyes in a daze. The crisscrossed scars on his body had already recovered. Long Chen struggled to stand up. He discovered that he was in a white mist. For the first time, Long Chen saw Lingxi next to him. At this moment, she was looking at him with tears in her eyes. She was biting her pink lips. She was very touched that Long Chen had appeared in front of her in such a good condition. However, Long Chen discovered that the current Lingxi seemed to be a little fragile. Her originally snow-white face was now a little pale. "Chen, you finally woke up." Lingxi cried tears of joy and gently squeezed into his arms. This warmth and softness transmitted to Long Chen a real feeling. He had something on his mind and hurriedly asked, "What did you use to save me?" To be able to recover from such injuries, it must be some kind of super treasure. Lingxi shook her head with a smile and said, "As long as Chen can live well, it's fine even if little she doesn't have to live." "What kind of treasure is it?" "Those things are not real. Only Chen is my most important treasure." "You really know how to talk." Long Chen pinched her cheeks and lovingly looked at this girl that he wanted to pursue. At this moment, a black and furry kitten chased after a 9-colored butterfly. They were playing and laughing. The kitten was, of course, the one in Long Chen's Taishu realm. No one knew when it had come out, but it seemed that the Yi siblings were also gone. At this moment, the 9-colored butterfly glanced at Long Chen and snorted with dissatisfaction. "Now you feel better, huh?" "Humph, ugly, it took my sister Lingxi almost 1/3 of her god blood to save you. Why don't you try and see what it feels like to lose 1/3 of your blood?" "Humph." The first time she saw Long Chen was covered in blood. Even though Long Chen looked much better now, in the eyes of the 9-hell fantasy butterfly, he was still an ugly monster. God blood. Long Chen's eyes turned cold. He looked at Lingxi. The girl in his arms was looking at him pitifully. Her big watery eyes were filled with innocence. Long Chen couldn't get angry at her. It was impossible for him to ask Lingxi not to be like this in the future. They both knew that they would do anything for each other. Long Chen suddenly felt very happy. God blood was Lingxi's blood. As for why it was called God blood, Long Chen didn't understand and didn't want to know. He only knew that the girl in front of him was willing to give him 1/3 of her blood to save him. This was already very happy. 1/3 was not a small amount. Lingxi would probably be in a weak state for a long time in exchange for Long Chen's life. Tightly holding the girl in his arms, Long Chen wanted to rub her into his arms. "I swear, I will love you well," Long Chen said calmly next to Lingxi's ear. Although it was just a simple sentence, it contained Long Chen's endless determination. "Me too, I swear." Lingxi kissed him on the neck with tears in her eyes. No matter what she did for Long Chen, it was enough to see this man still love her so much. "This must have taken a lot of damage to you. How can you recover?" Long Chen asked with concern. "Well, there is no other way." "Well, there's no other way. This blood is related to my physique, so I can only slowly recover it. Don't worry, I have a lot of good stuff. I just need to eat some elixirs to make up for it. It's just that I can't do anything in the short term. But don't worry, you're in my divine kingdom now, so not many people can find us." This was the wonderful life that Lingxi dreamed of. Of course, it was also Long Chen's God Kingdom. Looking at the white mist around him, Long Chen felt a warmth. One day, he would also have his own God Kingdom. "I named it Lingxi's Wonderland. Does it sound nice?" Lingxi asked expectantly. "Very good, but is this all there is?" Long Chen looked around and asked. A God Kingdom could be decorated casually, but this was definitely not the most beautiful place. Long Chen remembered the touching of the God blood in his heart. They were one after all, so there was no such thing as repayment. However, Long Chen had another heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He did not say much, but he knew that he would not let down the 1/3 of the God blood in Lingxi's body. Right now, he had 1/3 of Lingxi's blood in his body. Of course not. "I want to show you a place." "Oh, right, this is a letter from the siblings." A piece of white paper was placed on Long Chen's body. Yi Xian and her brother left. Long Chen looked through the letter. They were very touched by Long Chen's life-saving grace. They were also people who had witnessed Long Chen's love, and they knew that it was not easy for Long Chen to have this moment. Therefore, they chose to leave first, leaving Long Chen and Lingxi alone for a while longer. As for them, they were going to find their parents first, and then travel to another place. With their strength, it would not be a problem. If fate willed it, they would meet again. It was a pity that Long Chen had been unconscious for a long time, so he did not say goodbye to them. Long Chen smiled. He would remember this kind of friendship. The world was big, but the distance between friends was small. There would always be a chance for them to meet again. Keeping the letter, Long Chen asked, "Where did you say you were taking me?" "You will know when we get there." Lingxi smiled. The two of them parted the clouds and walked forward. The 9-colored butterfly and kitten wanted to follow, but they were blown away by Lingxi's white cloud. Lingxi would not allow them to disturb their private space. A white mist flashed past, and the first sound was the pitter-patter of rain. The sky was filled with low clouds. In front of them was a simple and unadorned building. From time to time, raindrops fell on the stone slabs and wooden roofs. A familiar smell wafted over. Long Chen looked up. This was a familiar place. Wasn't it Baiyang Town? The rain quickly soaked them. Long Chen stood where he was in a daze. In front of him was a small building. It was the place where Long Chen lived in Baiyang Town. It was not the Yang family's place. When he used the 9-heaven celestial fruit to help Lingxi recover, it was in this building. On the last night before they separated, they also spent the night here. The whole of Baiyang Town was surrounded by white fog. Only the wooden planks, the stones, and the raindrops that fell on his face were real. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.